As Gojo heads to fight Sukuna, him and his team of Utahime, Gakuganji, and Ichiji arrive in Shibuya, with Gojo saying, "It sure feels like it's been a while, Shibuya." Gojo saying this prompts Ichiji to ask Gojo, "What was your sense of time like in the prison realm?" Gojo describes the flow of time in the prison realm to essentially feel the same as the feeling of being extremely busy at work, and the whole week just flashing by through life while simultaneously feeling so long that you never want to do it again. A contradictory feeling. It makes sense as Ichiji says those kind of feelings are the worst. Gojo then asks Ichiji, "What happened to the people I used Infinite Void on?" If you remember, he's referencing the citizens of Shibuya when Gojo was fighting the disaster spirits. Ichiji begins to explain that this place was the ground zero for the explosion of cursed spirits during the Shibuya incident. The survival of a non-sorcerer in Tokyo got lower the closer they were to Shibuya. But thanks to your residual cursed energy, no cursed spirits would even approach the area you cast your domain in. Thus, it kept all of them safe. Then Gojo asks, "What about the after effects of my domain?" To which Ichiji responds saying, "There were none. They've already returned to their regular lives." So Gojo says, "Well then, that's perfect. Let's get started." Gojo calls for Utahime and Gakuganji to begin the battle against Sukuna. We cut to Sukuna and Uraume in Shibuya as well. Uraume says it's now the 24th, the day of the decisive battle, but the exact time and place weren't even set. Sukuna cuts off Uraume saying, "There's no need for that, as I can just feel it." Sukuna's basically saying he knows where to find Gojo, and as Sukuna looks afar from the rooftop, he can sense Gojo's immense cursed energy welling up, saying, "Speak of the devil." Before the battle begins, we flash back to Gojo and Gakuganji in a room. Gakuganji admitting to Gojo, saying that the one who murdered Yaga was me. Gojo's a little confused and responds with a delayed okay, which prompts Gakuganji to ask Gojo why. "Why haven't you all cursed me?" And Gojo responds to Gakuganji by saying, "I think I know a lot about you through Yaga, what has become of the one who does everything by the book religiously. That's exactly why I can trust a portion of you despite your actions. I mean, you killed Yaga due to receiving orders from the higher-ups, and me being sealed may have played a role. It's a mess, but I don't want to blame you for his death." Gojo then asks Gakuganji, "Did Yaga tell you anything at the end of his life?" And Gakuganji says yes, it was about the specifics of Panda's creation. This makes Gojo happy, as he says, "So people like you can even change at that old age? Because you didn't tell the higher-ups." If you remember, Yaga was a grade 1 who was truly a special grade sorcerer due to his ability to potentially create an infinite amount of cursed beings like Panda. But he never disclosed that ability to the higher-ups so he can stay off the radar. Gojo goes on to say, "Well, it would be better if you became the head of the higher-ups." And then it shows us a satisfying page of all the higher-ups being rightfully slaughtered by someone. We don't know, this is left up to interpretation. Then we move on to another talk with Gojo, but it's between him and Ichiji this time. With Ichiji asking Gojo, "Why me? If it's just for putting up a barrier, there should be anyone who's better than me." And Gojo asked him, "You really don't get it, man? You're the one I can trust the most. That's all." All of this exposition between Gojo and his team is just great. It adds a lot of emotional weight. As it cuts back to the present, we see Ichiji begin to place down a barrier, while thinking of what Gojo said to him, saying that he's more scared than anything, but the strongest said he believes in him. So if he can't live up to that, then he will die here. Meanwhile, Ichiji is preparing the barrier. We cut to Utahime using her curse technique, Solo Forbidden Zone. This technique temporarily amplifying the curse energy output of any sorcerer, including Utahime herself. And it's further explained that a sorcerer's skill is determined by how much they can shorten the process of activating their curse technique, such as removing hand seals or chants in order to activate the technique. However, Utahime doesn't skip anything when activating her technique. Curse words, hand seals, and her dance, Utahime utilizes 120% of her curse technique's effect by elevating her technique into a ritual. History's strongest sorcerer or the current strongest sorcerer? This one blow will determine who is the challenger within the domain of this battle. To give Sukuna the slightest taste of what he is truly capable of, Gojo begins to chant, "Kutsuna, Henko, Karasuto Shomio, Hiyori no Hazama," elevating his technique into a ritual such as Utahime did. And with their combined rituals, Gojo opens the stage with a 200% hollow purple. Sukuna immediately feels the immense pressure of this technique and responds by attempting to stop it, but to no avail. Because of the barrier Ichiji had placed, Sukuna had misread Gojo's first attack, and although he had sensed Gojo's power from afar, he could not perceive the immensity of the output until the technique was right in front of him. And thus, Purple annihilates Sukuna, or so it seemed. Sukuna emerges from the appetizer of carnage and destruction that Gojo decided to open up their battle with no more than a decimated arm. As history's strongest sorcerer and the present strongest sorcerer comes face to face and meets their gazes, they know it's time to decide who is truly the honored one. Gojo has landed the first blow, thus he makes it very clear to Sukuna that in this instance, Sukuna is the challenger. The battle between the two deities begins. Two kings arrive onto the battlefield, with Sukuna saying to Gojo, "I'm the challenger? You seem to be pretty pleased with yourself for only landing a surprise attack." He proceeds to make it very clear to Gojo that, "You are but a fish atop my cutting board, Gojo Satoru. A bit fresher than the others, but still, just a nameless fish. So let's start by peeling off those scales." In response to this, Gojo begins to stretch and asks Sukuna, "Let me ask you, why are you still wearing that face? Did you believe that I'd hold back if you looked like that? Unfortunately for you, I've been doing some special training, and since it's Megami I'm fighting here, I can go all out." The two immediately clash with one another and begin to trade blows. Gojo immediately drops to the floor and activates the Limitless, which pulls Sukuna towards a glass monument, eventually crashing him right through it. As Sukuna attempts to regain his footing, he notices that Gojo's right in front of him, pressuring him with stomps, meanwhile utilizing his Limitless ability to manipulate the gravity around Sukuna. As Gojo leads Sukuna right into the spot that he needs him to be in, he leaps into the air, and proceeds to use blue to lift a building within his vicinity and send it hurling towards Sukuna. The King of Curses is then able to catch it very briefly, but then sidestep in order to get out of the attack. Sukuna runs alongside the top of the building and jumps into the middle of the air, firing a dismantle. This catches Gojo off guard and prompts him to dodge. This makes the dismantle that Sukuna shot at Gojo hit the building behind him. Sukuna wasn't even done yet though, as he proceeds to follow up with a punch that Gojo also happens to react to, stopping it with the Limitless. As the impact of the punch shatters the building behind the two monsters fly into it in order to continue their battle, readying their punches to clash with one another. The collision of the two forces the entire building to collapse on top of them. As the dust settles, the two deities walk out of the debris unscathed, further solidifying that these two are just on their own level. We cut over to the rest of the cast viewing this battle, and Choso says, "Domain amplification?" Yuta responds to Choso saying that, "I saw footage of this in Mekamaru's footage of the Shibuya incident," with Hakari saying, "It seems as if Gojo's domain has been neutralized by Sukuna, but how?" Kusakabe answers this saying, "It's a more refined version of the simple domain, which works by allowing you to sheathe yourself in a domain without using a curse technique. Thus, your opponent's curse technique flows into that space that your own curse technique is supposed to fulfill." Kusakabe lets us know that this is a high-level technique by saying of course he can't in response to Miwa asking if he could do this. After hearing this, Higuruma states that he gets the gist of how the ability works, which reminds the audience of the Day 1 Grade 1 genius that is Hiromi Higuruma. Then we move on to Angel explaining that the main drawback of utilizing a domain amplification is the fact that you can't activate your curse technique when doing so. Panda asks, "So Sukuna's fighting without a curse technique?" To which Angel clarifies by saying that even Sukuna is no exception to this rule, and that if Sukuna can find a way around the Limitless without using domain amplification, he will win. Miwa then says, "If this is the case, then why isn't Sukuna using domain expansion? After using a domain, your technique tends to become unstable, right? So it'd be a good idea for Sukuna to challenge Gojo to a domain clash to destabilize his Limitless." Kyo responds to this saying that, "It's easy to say that, but depending on the outcome of the domain clash, the battle will essentially be over." Miwa then says, "Isn't that a good thing?" Then Kiara agrees. Yuji clarifies to everybody that Sukuna's short hit effect within his own domain would allow him to hit Gojo in the first place, since this is something that Gojo told Yuji himself after all. These questions prompt Ui to ask, could it be possible that Sukuna doesn't believe he'll defeat Gojo in a clash of domains? Shoko then says to Ui, if that were the case, then Gojo would know due to his 6 eyes and open his own domain. Choso decides to chime in and says, what if their domains don't clash due to Sukuna's domain not closing off a barrier? Upon hearing this information, Kusakabe, Kashimo, Hakari, and Yuta all expressed disbelief, with Mima asking, "Is it really that crazy?" Random fodder mask dude then asks, "You guys talk about using these domains as if they're simple, but using one consumes an insane amount of cursed energy, doesn't it?" To which Inumaki says, "But Gojo's cursed energy is limitless." Random fodder mask dude then retorts saying that it only seems that way because of how efficiently he's able to use his cursed energy, so he's able to recover more than he is using at all times. But if Gojo were to use his domain over and over, it'd be a different story altogether. Kashimo, on the other hand, hypes up Sukuna by saying that the sharpness of Sukuna's cursed energy, the way that Sukuna can turn on a dime from amplification to technique, if Gojo didn't have the 6 eyes, in terms of efficiency, Sukuna would certainly be winning. Yuta also reinforces Sukuna's cursed energy feats by stating that off of his intuition alone, he'd guessed that Sukuna has more than double the amount of cursed energy that Yuta himself has. But Yuta also uses this fact to clarify that cursed energy is not the reason these two are holding off on their own domains. Momo then says, maybe it's just that nobody, even including those two, have any idea as to how their domains will react to one another. If they clash their domains, who knows what would happen. She begins to redirect her attention, and Uraume says, "Here it comes." And we see Gojo and Sukuna in their barriers with unlimited void being casted around the malevolent shrine. Peak fiction, man. And there's a certain charm and badassery of seeing Gojo and Sukuna's faces at each other, the pure enjoyment they're getting out of this domain clash. They know that these two are the only two that can satisfy one another. A true clash of gods. Perfect page, and one of the best in the series. In this page, they make sure to let us know that these two domains are equally matched, and that should either one sustain damage, causing the collapse of their domain, the other's sure-hit attack will immediately strike. Evenly matched. Within the barrier, they are evenly matched. But the effective range of Sukuna's domain reaches outside the barrier of Gojo's domain. The barrier of a domain is weak against attacks from the outside. As the blade of Sukuna reaches Gojo's neck, the battle ends. Or does it? Gojo automatically regenerates the slash using his reverse curse technique within Sukuna's domain. Choso points out that Gojo has the option to run away, with Hakari reinforcing this statement by stating that it should be easy for Gojo to escape, but Kusakabe corrects it too, letting them know that Gojo moves by teleporting, and since his domain is destroyed, he won't be able to use his technique in order to do so. With Kusakabe confirming to Miwa that in this moment, Gojo is in some serious trouble. I'm glad. With regard to curse technique, I'm overwhelmingly stronger. Gojo withstands the curse technique, but Sukuna makes sure to apply more pressure, asking him, "Did you think I'd let you go?" The two trade multiple blows and come to a brief standstill, both making astute observations about the other. Sukuna says he moves well for someone using reverse curse technique at full throttle to keep my curse technique at bay, whereas Gojo says apparently Malevolent Shrine Center isn't Sukuna, but it's the shrine itself. We cut to Yuji asking, what if Gojo were to destroy the domain? Kusakabe says, normally the objects or constructions within a domain do not have any new meaning or function. In other words, they may not exist. With Mei reinforcing that if the shrine is a symbol of the domain, then it cannot be broken. There's no point in really trying either. If Gojo with his 6 eyes hasn't attempted to do so yet, then it's likely futile. Kiara asks, so there's no point in trying? We cut back to Gojo activating the new shadow style, simple domain. And Yuji asks, didn't he say he couldn't do this? Kusakabe says, nah. What he means is, he can't teach it. Since Gojo is a genius and understands most techniques without actually having to learn them, it makes him unsuited to teach the technique and guide someone through the learning process. He also goes on to explain the purpose of simple domain within this fight, saying that it will allow for Gojo to negate the guaranteed hit while he's healing himself with reverse curse technique, questioning how Gojo is managing to utilize these two techniques at once. Choso chimes in and says that, compared to a real domain, the curse energy output for a simple domain would do nothing but buy time. Since simple domain is such a low level technique, it's also weak in terms of output. As Gojo opens another simple domain, with Sukuna stating that this is no more than tedious, the two begin to clash once more. As Sukuna lands another direct flurry of slashes, Gojo casts another simple domain, but this time he doesn't activate his reverse curse technique. Yuta points out that Gojo wouldn't run out of curse energy, whereas the random fodder mask dude says that Sukuna may have pressured Gojo enough to a point where it was possible. We cut back to the two gods fighting, and see another slash at Gojo's neck. It is then asked, is Gojo Satoru going to lose? Gojo grabs onto Sukuna with Sukuna stating that Gojo's speed has increased. Gojo then keeps his legs wrapped around Sukuna and leans back. After he does this, he activates Red, sending Sukuna flying right into his own shrine. As Sukuna is heavily wounded, Gojo wipes himself off, calling Sukuna no more than a pain in the ass. Gojo manages to pull off that clutch comeback against Sukuna. We cut back to Kusakabe and Yuta. Kusakabe asking Yuta if he's really used reverse curse technique in order to heal his burnt out technique. He yells at Akotsu to answer him. Then Yuta says, that's impossible, but I can't say that. After all, Gojo Sensei already did it. With Yuta further saying that injuries to the body are totally different from the feeling of technique burnout after a domain expansion. It's similar to how a machine will behave erratically after it overheats. Even if it's not malfunctioning, all you can do is simply wait for it to cool down. Maki then clarifying, so even if reverse curse technique can fix the damage, it can't cool down technique burnout. Yuta says that's what I thought, but maybe I just wasn't thinking hard enough. Where's that really? What if Gojo Sensei's pushing things way too far? And we already know that the 5-minute merchant is praying that he doesn't have to go next. As we come back to Gojo's Sukuna, Gojo then asks Sukuna, you can make the effective range even bigger, right? Which prompts Sukuna to actually prepare to increase the effective range of Malevolent Shrine to its maximum. Kusakabe asking Gojo if he's stupid for baiting him into this. Then Gojo goes ahead and activates his Unlimited Void. Gojo once again expands his domain. With Ino asking, are they just gonna do the same thing again? Shoko clarifying to Ino that Gojo's not that naive to bang his head against the wall. Then Higuruma goes ahead and clarifies to the cast, saying that Gojo reversed his barrier's interior and exterior conditions. This allowing Kusakabe to clarify to the audience that Gojo's domain is now stronger against attacks from the outside rather than the inside. So what's going on here is in this moment, Gojo has decided to reverse his barrier's conditions so he can't have it broken from the outside again like Sukuna did in chapter 225. As both Gojo and Sukuna have activated their domains, they begin to engage in hand-to-hand combat. As Gojo is pushed back by Sukuna, he notices something. He notices that Sukuna is able to use domain amplification while expanding his domain, expressing disbelief. He asks, is Sukuna used to this? His output's even greater than before as well, but it's not impossible either. As domain amplification prevents you only from using the innate curse technique engraved in your body. But if the curse technique is already imbued in your domain, it's a completely different story. As Gojo's able to pick up on Sukuna's strategy, he strikes back, throwing punches at Sukuna, bobbing and weaving, while saying, well, so what? And he lands a liver shot right on Sukuna. To be honest, I never expected to see liver shots thrown in Jujutsu Kaisen, especially on Sukuna. I mean, look at him, he is reeling. But after Gojo manages to land his punch on Sukuna, he slides behind him, pushing his own back against Gojo's. As Gojo notices this, he says, what? Within my domain, Sukuna's short hit technique is turned off. And now, you guys are not ready for this. We are about to see that Gojo is not the only prodigy fighting in this battle. At this moment, Kenjaku explains to us, the only people who aren't affected by Unlimited Void are Gojo Satoru himself and those touching him. And Sukuna clarifies as well, saying that he's already experienced the Unlimited Void before in chapter 15. In order to destroy Gojo Satoru's domain from the outside, Sukuna made the effective range of his own domain smaller than it was in Shibuya in order to increase its potency. To increase its potency even further, he used a binding vow that removed the short hit command from the portion of the Malevolent Shrine within Gojo Satoru's domain. Meanwhile, he was able to bypass Unlimited Void by touching Gojo in the first place. And now once again, Gojo Satoru's domain has collapsed. Sukuna looks back at Gojo and says, let's try this again. and sends him flying with a fury of slashes. Once Yuji witnesses, he yells why, and Kusakabe is easily able to figure out what happened, saying that Sukuna probably changed the conditions on his domain as well. Kashimo cuts in and says, hey, if that guy dies, it's my turn next. Don't stand in my way. Coming back into the fight, Sukuna expresses dismay, as the wounds on Gojo are shallow. As Gojo expresses to Sukuna that he learned this technique when he was a child, but he's never used it after getting his domain expansion. Not bad, right? And then Kusakabe figures this out too. I mean, who is this guy, right? Damn Gege himself. Anyways, he says that's Falling Blossom Emotion. Everybody else doesn't know what that is. Anyways, Kusakabe, knowing everything, says it's a secret anti-domain skill that's been passed down in the 3 great families. Panda's like, it's so secret that you know about it? And damn, bro, I was praying that Gege forgot about Panda's existence. But Kusakabe answers Panda, saying that it's a type of curse energy manipulation that is programmed to use curse energy to automatically repel anything that touches you. Against something like Unlimited Void, it has no use, but against a straightforward slashing technique such as Sukuna's, it's quite useful. It's not something that can also be ripped apart like Simple Domain. And now we see the difference between Falling Blossom Emotion and Simple Domain. I never really knew, and I don't think anybody else really knew either, so it's good to get something like that in this chapter. And honestly, I'm gonna say this again, Gege is not rushing the series. If Gege's taking time out of the story to explain things like this to us, I don't think Jujutsu Kaisen is being rushed. I don't think it's ending as fast as we think it is. When series are getting rushed, they kind of end abruptly and they skip a lot of things and use a lot less time on important things. Gege is using a lot of time on things that aren't very important. He really could have just went through this entire story without ever clarifying this to us. And Choso the Pessimist says, but there's no way for you to come out unscathed. It's just not something that can rival the output of the domain. Like, bro, we've heard you. You said this in the last chapter. But Shoko says it's enough. Gojo can use reverse curse technique in order to heal his burned out technique if he can buy himself the minimum amount of time. It'll be okay. And then you see Mr. Stopwatch in the corner panting and sweating. Man, he know his 5 minutes ain't saving him here. Could never be Kashimo. Anyways, we see Gojo activate the domain expansion. And his domain expansion is completely massive. All the characters are questioning him, asking him what he's doing. And Ino, for once in his life, has faith in Gojo. Kashimo asks, is he trying to engulf all of Sukuna's effective range? And Kusakabe says, why are they able to just change their domain's requirements over and over again? Mei saying, isn't this a blunder? Increasing the range will considerably reduce the refinement of the domain. And then Uraume says, even if you protect it from being destroyed on the outside, it doesn't matter if you lose on the inside. Bro, I would never want these people on my team, man. Kiara yells, another failure? Momo saying, wait, the barrier is becoming so small? A small barrier? Well, in theory, it could serve to strengthen the barrier. But it's not even the size of a basketball. Kusakabe says, hold on a second, that's impossible. Mei says, well, I think we've said impossible enough times today, right? Maki interjects and says, why? A barrier's outward appearance and how big it is on the inside almost never match as it is. And Kusakabe then responds saying, that's why once you're trapped in a domain, unless you've somehow found the edge, you can't even escape. And even if you reach the edge, a normal domain is resistant to attacks from the inside. But there are still limits, Musclehead. Maki's just like, well, don't blame me, blame my dumbass teacher, and she's right. As we know, Gojo can't really teach all that well. He goes on to explain, usually if you try to envision a barrier too small to hold even yourself and your opponent, it would just collapse. But Choso then says, the prison realm. And this helps Kusakabe Akutami realize that what Gojo's actually doing here is changing the rules of his domain every single time he uses it. And then this causes me to ask what exactly this means, and Kusakabe breaks it down, saying barriers, particularly domain barriers, typically have set intervals and external parameters like volume and creation speed. By discovering their own blend of these parameters, every sorcerer is able to establish their own domain barrier. And this causes Higuruma and Hakari to question what he's saying because obviously their domains don't work under these rules. And Kusakabe Akatami then further says that, Higuruma Hakari, you two are exceptions because your domains open by default as part of your curse techniques. But in any case, they aren't usually things that can be changed on the fly with each use. So Hakari and Higuruma can actually bypass these things. This is why when Hakari fought Kashimo, he was just able to teleport him into the water. Kusakabe then says, was it too difficult for Gojo to maintain such a huge barrier that he had to compress it down to that tiny basketball size? And Meimei's like, maybe he just wanted to see if he could cover Malevolent Shrine. And as the barrier begins to shake, she says it's holding out. It cracks open and everybody begins to state what they think will happen. And then it explodes. We see Sukuna come out with the Malevolent Shrine and Gojo with nothing. This causes Yuji and everybody else to panic. But in truth, Sukuna has taken much damage. Upon seeing this, Hakari and everybody else begin to scream from excitement. And Hakari points out that Sukuna was able to destroy Gojo's domain from the outside, whereas Gojo was able to damage Sukuna to the point where he could no longer maintain his domain. This has Kusakabe screaming for the time, trying to find out how long Gojo's barrier lasted. Meimei then says it lasted exactly 3 minutes and 9 seconds. This causes Higuruma to point out that, since their domains have collapsed, neither of them can use curse techniques. Maki then says Gojo can now make the first move since he's able to restore his burnt out technique with reverse curse technique. But Sukuna can do it too. Yuta says, if you put it like that, then I can do that as well. But as I said earlier, I can't heal a burnt out technique. Angel then comes in and says that Gojo made the mistake of showing this to Sukuna. And when it's asked why this is a problem, she says that with Kenjaku's help, Sukuna was able to split his soul into 20 cursed objects, the fingers. And after seeing it just once, he learned how to do this to himself. So now that Sukuna saw Gojo restoring his own burnt out curse technique, he's probably able to do it as well. Sukuna leaps off the building and runs from Gojo. As Gojo begins to chase him, he lands right behind Sukuna, destroying everything below him. Sukuna lands on a rail, but Gojo flies right in front of him and throws a kick at him, pushing Sukuna back. This causes Gojo to ask, why is Sukuna not using any other curse techniques other than the ones granted to his domain? Even when the interior strength of the barrier lowered after I flipped the internal and external conditions, he didn't try to destroy it from the inside, but he chose the riskier option. While we were cancelling out each other's short hit effects from within the domain, Sukuna had no choice but to use domain amplification to defeat my limitless curse technique, and that's a huge advantage for me. As I saw before, in a domain he can't use buildings to attack me. In fact, until my domain was destroyed from the outside, I had the upper hand for 3 minutes. And in spite of all of this, Sukuna still didn't attempt to use the 10 shadows. Sukuna has the memory of me and Megumi's conversation, so he knows I know about Mahoraga. Is he scared I'll beat it with a single attack? And as the wheel of fate spins once, a nosebleed begins. So as King Stopwatch himself begins to freak out for the 100th time in this battle because he knows he would never stand a chance against those two, Gojo and Sukuna just whip out another domain expansion. This is like their 4th or 5th time. And what's so interesting about this is these two spamming their domains is so unpredictable, yet they do it every chapter. Nobody's gonna assume that these two are gonna use their domains in the next chapter, but I bet you they will. So anyways, Mr. Useless says, at the same time, with Angel then saying, that means Sukuna can also regenerate his burnt out curse technique by using the reverse curse technique, like she was saying in the last chapter. I was wondering if he was able to do it or if he learned it. How many times have we said curse technique today? And nah, for real though, I probably said curse technique over 100 times in the last 7 chapters. Anyways, Lord Gege himself then says, during the 3 minutes of Sukuna destroying Gojo's domain from the outside, Gojo will have to deal damage so that Sukuna can no longer maintain his domain. And we are blessed with hand-to-hand combat panels, more than usual, which 4 pages, we usually get about 2 or 3. But I guess Gege decided to have a little bit of fun. As Gojo throws a barrage of punches at Sukuna, Sukuna's pushed back and Gojo speeds right behind him. Sukuna thinks that Gojo's going to continue to do a blow, thus readies himself for a counter, but Gojo instead uses the Infinity in order to accelerate Sukuna's pushback from his previous barrage and send him flying into his own shrine. Gojo then grabs Sukuna once again with his tactile telekinesis that he apparently has now, pulls him towards him, and throws a punch at him. Sukuna catches it while Gojo smirks in laughter. After this, both of their domains collapse, with Sukuna being the one who takes damage. Kusakabe then says it was the same timing again, with Mei saying, "Sheesh, don't make us nervous." But then Miwa clarifies that this means that Gojo's stronger in the domain, right? Yuji's hope is reaffirmed, with him saying so he can win. Gojo then sends Sukuna flying with another punch, and they ready their domains once more. With both Yuta and Higuruma noticing something, and Hakari confirms it. Yuta says, maybe, and just maybe, Gojo's domain expansion was a bit early. Because you healed your body, you had to heal your curse technique late. It wasn't even 0.1 seconds, but you took it, the unlimited void. And it's shown that Sukuna has lost the domain battle. Inside Gojo Satoru's domain, 2 minutes and 40 seconds after the last domain expansion, the Malevolent Shrine collapsed. And thus, Gojo has finally won a domain battle, and Sukuna is now stunned due to the effects of the Unlimited Void. Gojo, seeing this opportunity, then says not yet. I'm at least going to crush the heart, the lungs, and the liver. I'm going to bring him closer to death than Yuji at the juvenile training school. And then we see it click. It is shown that Mahoraga has adapted to something, and is now summoned. 8-handled sword, Divergent Seal of Divine General Mahoraga. And with this, Gojo reacts to this summoning by saying right now, but before it adapts to Unlimited Void, I will destroy him in one shot. Gojo then attempts to ready up a curse technique Reversal Red, but it is shown that Mahoraga destroyed Gojo's domain almost instantly, because he's already adapted to it. And right there, the chapter ends. And as they all witness the incarnation of destruction joining this fight, Mei says, the trump card of the Zeni clan. Choso then says, the Shikigami that could adapt to many kinds of attacks. How does he know what Mahoraga is? Who knows? Yuji then says, what? But did it also adapt to Infinite Void? We then see Mei's crows take over, and we transition to Sukuna and Mahoraga posing. Sukuna's like, Gojo already knows about Mahoraga. And for the first time in a while, Gege goes out of his way to explain what's going on here. He says, Sukuna took Yorozu's attacks during their fight in order to adapt Mahoraga to Yorozu's techniques. Thus, he was able to see through Yorozu's curse technique. The must-hit order was set off with the 5 domain expansions. The everything inside the domain from Gojo Satoru, and the everything other than himself from Sukuna. The must-hit order to him is not set off. He took over to adapt to the Unlimited Void. The one who took over was... And before we get the answer to this, we cut to Gojo contemplating the same thing, trying to figure out what Sukuna has just done. Gojo then says, it adapted to the Unlimited Void in 0.01 seconds? Impossible. The wheel didn't even spin. Moreover, Mahoraga was summoned after the domain expansion. Sukuna took over to adapt? No. The one who took over was... And then we finally get the answer. That is Megumi. Megumi was the one who was hit by the Unlimited Void. Sukuna then appears and says, your face says, you have something you want to say, huh? Gojo's like, nah, I'm happy because you're fighting more desperately than I thought. Sukuna then says, not as desperate as you have been. The Infinite Void is a curse technique that is only enabled inside the domain. But to be honest, I thought it was no more than a burden. I wanted to rid your hand of that card. While I wasn't using domain amplification, I had Megumi adapt using the 10 shadows. Thanks to that, I wasn't able to use a curse technique other than that which was applied to my domain. But it seems like I had enough return for it. And if you were wondering why Sukuna hasn't been using the 10 shadows for this entire fight, I think that explains it. Gojo then says what Megumi took over was the process to adapt to the Unlimited Void, not the result of it. It doesn't mean that you had Megumi's soul adapt to Infinite Void, so if I use domain expansion again, you have no other option than to summon Mahoraga. I will demolish it in one shot if you do so. Then Sukuna's like, well, try your best to activate your domain. We see that Gojo's shocked,
and tons of blood comes out of his nose. Even Kusakabe doesn't even know what's going on. That's how you know it's crazy. Sukuna then says, "You're recovering your burnt out innate curse technique with the reverse curse technique, and it seems like you've now overexerted yourself. The curse technique is engraved around the prefrontal cortex of your right brain. You destroyed your brain and restored it with the reverse curse technique in order to reset the burnt out curse technique." Yuta's like, this is way too risky to even do once. Kusakabe then figures it out, saying the brain, especially the part that relates with the curse technique, is a black box. It's not that simple to fix, even if you can think of it. Choso then says it's fair to say that the amount he used caused him to nearly die. Yuji's counting on his hands the amount of times he's done this. 5 times? Shoko's like, I thought Gojo was accustomed to doing this, but he still had after effects. Sukuna has healed less, so he has fewer after effects. Normally I take the time to break this down and explain it, but the characters are already explaining these things well enough. Sukuna then says, it's different from healing your flesh and bones. You're reaching your limits, right? And even if you aren't, you will die. Or the precision will be so low that you can't keep up with me. Next, I'll be closing my domain with a barrier, and there will be no escape this time. All I have to do is cut you and adapt to that limitless. See ya, strongest. A guy that was just born when I didn't exist. An ordinary guy. No more. Domain expansion. As Sukuna activates his domain expansion for the last time, it's instantly destroyed. Everybody's in shock, and we come back to Sukuna's eyes, face, just blood everywhere. Blood flowing out of his face like a damn waterfall. It's then said, Sukuna endured the infinite void for less than 10 seconds. But like Gojo Satoru, his brain was damaged to the point where he couldn't even expand his domain anymore. Gojo gets up and Sukuna wipes the blood off his face, with Gojo beginning to laugh. So it's affecting you, huh? My students are watching, so I still gotta look cool. With that, Gojo gets up and lands an earth-shattering punch to Sukuna's face. Round 2 begins. Chapter starts off with Kusakabe asking if somebody has ever received a serious punch from Gojo. Panda was like, I've punched him, oh my god, this dude needs to die. But anyways, my fault. Yuta goes ahead and says, not a serious punch, but he's punched me using the limitless. And then Hakari says, me too. I don't know if this implies that they've been training with Gojo before, like everything in the events of the series happened. And I honestly believe this because why would Gojo not train with Yuta and Hakari at least once using their abilities? Especially after seeing Hakari's domain, I think Gojo would be more than interested with training Hakari in hand-to-hand and fighting in Hakari's domain at least once. However, you know, Gojo can't use the limitless inside the domain, but you get what I'm trying to say. They've trained together. After Hakari and Yuta confirm that they've been hit by Gojo before, Kusakabe then explains that the way Gojo fights with his hands is essentially overlapping the effect from Blue, which sucks things in, with his curse energy enhanced fists. This gives the impact of his blows more strength, but it also feels like you're getting hit by a counter, although it's supposed to be a normal punch. And to save you guys time, the way I'm going to explain how this works is, if Gojo were to try and punch you in the face, he would pull your face in while pushing his fist towards your face. And that's why Hakari says it's like a counter, because when somebody counters you, you're trying to go in for a punch, but they kind of move out the way and punch you in the face. But in Gojo's instance specifically, the force from Gojo's punch, combined with the momentum from you being pulled, is combined in order to enhance the impact of his attacks. Kiara asks them, did it hurt? Yuta's like, I threw up. And you can see from Hakari's face that the same thing happened to him, so I'm not gonna slander Yuta for this. Yuji then says, Nanami said the same thing. We flash back to Nanami telling Yuji, if you want to continue being a sorcerer, don't compare yourself to Gojo. He gives punch-like jabs like my critical hits that take a lot of effort. Long story short, I can't keep up with this shit. And Nanami's basically saying that all that effort Nanami goes through to land a 7-3 critical hit, Gojo can just do that instantly. We go back to Ino putting his mask down because obviously he's sad about Nanami. I'm gonna let Ino chill out here because I feel bad for him. Kusakabe then says, what I want to say is, I don't know what Gojo's doing. We then cut back to Gojo and Sukuna fighting. As Sukuna seemed to have been running and his momentum is stopped, he's then pulled into a bunch of rubble by Gojo's blue, caught by Gojo, and then dragged through tons of rubble, being thrown into a building. Gojo then tries to land another kick on Sukuna, but he easily dodges, only for Gojo to go for another kick, which Sukuna dodges, doing a front flip, and he tries to counter with his own. Gojo dodges this very easily and begins to move so fast that he's creating after images. Gojo goes in for a punch, but Sukuna is easily able to figure out what Gojo's doing here and catches his fist, ending the after images and throwing another fist at Gojo, to which Gojo responds by blocking. This sends Gojo flying, and Gojo's barely able to grab onto a traffic pole, and he lands there. We see Sukuna just standing there, and then it said, the meaning of the ritual for summoning Mahoraga and his wheel is complete circulation and balance. Mahoraga adapts to the attack after taking it and having the wheel spin. We then see Sukuna's wheel spin, and we see both Kusakabe and Higuruma catch on to what's going on here. We get a look into both of Gojo and Sukuna's plans, with Gojo first saying, when he touches me with domain amplification, Mahoraga's wheel turns black. I'm almost certain that the adaptation is being stopped, though he can't use domain expansion. The reason why he could use domain amplification is probably because the part of the brain that was damaged was the one used for barrier techniques. This means that domain amplification is not actually a barrier technique. Then Sukuna points out about Gojo, that Gojo's avoiding the adaptation by not using any curse techniques except for the normal ones. As the traffic light turns green, the two begin to fight once more. Gojo goes flying in with a kick, and jumping off the traffic light so fast made it fall over, and Sukuna catches it and throws it right at Gojo, to which Gojo seems to stop with the Limitless. We then come back to the rest of the cast, saying that Mahoraga is not emerging. Mei says didn't adapt to the 5th Infinite Void, and then Hakari's like, for the Limitless attack, does that mean it has to spin several times? Kusakabe then says that might be the case, but for them, the impossible is possible. Sukuna then asks Gojo, are you noticing? Gojo points out that you need 4 spins total, so you need 3 more for Mahoraga to adapt to my infinity. This shocks everybody and Yuji says 3 more? Sukuna confirms this by beginning to laugh and says, it's the countdown for that smirk on your face. Gojo then puts out the ugliest smile I've ever seen and says, we're both smirking. He proclaims that he will kill him before the 3 spins. And we come back to Yuji and Hana talking. Hana asks, did he forget about Megumi? And Yuji says maybe. Kashimo ends the chapter with probably the best line in the series. It's okay to forget about her. We start off the chapter with the countdown of fate waiting for no one. As Gojo and Sukuna are running through Tokyo, they begin the battle. The Dharma Chakra spins on Sukuna's head for the 2nd time, with Yuji saying, there's the 2nd spin. And then Gege himself comes in and says 2 more spins, and Mahoraga will adapt to Gojo's infinity. You need to hurry up. As Gojo and Sukuna are running through buildings currently, Gojo activates blue on his hands and sends it flying towards Sukuna, to which he dodges. And if 2 blues weren't enough, Gojo responds by now activating 8 all around Sukuna, with this attempt to close him in failing. But as Sukuna jumps into the air, he comes to understand that all of the rubble from Blue's impact is now also hurling at him. And meanwhile all of this is going on, Gojo attempts to attack Sukuna from behind, but Sukuna is able to react, and Gojo's then able to catch that kick, counter Sukuna, meanwhile sending Sukuna flying into that rubble that was caused by all of his destruction earlier. But the wheel spins once more. Sukuna smirks as he's now on his 3rd spin, victory within his grasp. Hakari does point out that he's now on his 3rd spin and there's 1 more left. Yuji attempts to figure out what exactly is going on here by asking, is it time that's needed for the adaptation, or is it experience? Someone's confused by the way that Yuji phrased his question, and Gege, understanding that some of his readers have horrible reading comprehension, begins to break down what exactly Yuji's asking. He first says, you're asking does it do A, take the attack once, take time to understand it, and then adapt? Or does the Dharma Chakra work by adapting incrementally after taking the attack multiple times? Now, not to cut in here, but I'm pretty sure Gege has given us the answer through all the times we've seen Mahoraga, so if somebody wants to go back into the story and figure that out, let us know in the comments. Kusakabe then says, well, considering that Gojo hasn't used any other techniques except for laps, which could it be? Kashimo responds to him saying, either option is possible, and that's all there is to it. I think Gege's trying to make it a point of Kashimo not really being like an intelligent person outside of battle, because he just keeps saying that's all there is to it. He's not even offering real conversation at this point. We come back to Gojo versus Sukuna, with Gojo chasing down Sukuna after sending him flying and saying, now I will give him hell. I've thoroughly convinced him that all I'll use is blue, and with this timing, he won't be able to react. Curse technique reversal, red. And with Sukuna's Dharma Chakra turning black as Gojo activated this technique, Gojo expresses dismay as he realizes that Sukuna knew what Gojo was doing, and thus used domain amplification in order to minimize the damage taken from the red. And now we go into what Sukuna is thinking, with him saying, as expected, even if amplification can neutralize the low output of his neutral limitless, it cannot fully neutralize the strength in blue or the reversal red. We go back to the InfoWars cast, with Uraume saying he misread it at this rate, and Yuji says it'll adapt. Gojo then attempts to throw even more debris at Sukuna, to which Sukuna just deflects and says, such sloppiness. Have you lost your cool after your hand was red? And Gojo responds saying, you know that red just now still hasn't exploded, right? And Sukuna's shocked, as we see a massive explosion hit Sukuna from behind. And Sukuna then says, from behind me? The building's layout. Did he plan from the start to have red strike after making a full lap around the entire building? Gojo's now in the flow. After sending Sukuna hurling towards him, Gojo takes the initiative and sends a strike towards him, activating the Black Flash. What's insane is, it's been 100 chapters since we last saw the Black Flash. And as we go through the reactions of the self-proclaimed Hakari victim and the rest of the cast, we'd see that Sukuna has been completely knocked out. And you gotta remember that Gojo's techniques and punches are all infused with blue, enhancing the power of his punches. And then couple that with the Black Flash, nobody's surviving that. And the Dharma Chakra falls off of Sukuna's head because the blow was so hard. But the Dharma Chakra falling off of Sukuna's head causes it to do its final roll. And this activates the summoning of Mahoraga. Mahoraga is then able to pull Gojo into the shadows, nullifying his technique and cutting Gojo in half. The sword that encroaches upon his life. Hands of Evil have finally connected with Gojo, and his 3 favorite students are in shock, but Yuji says, not yet. Even if Mahoraga has adapted to his limitless, they're still on equal footing. Besides, Gojo can just heal that attack off anyway. And meanwhile, Yuji's absolutely correct about this. Shoko points out that Gojo's healing speed is only getting slower. He can use the reverse curse technique since he can use red, but both the output of his attacks and his healing are decreasing. Shoko then apologizes for being a little bit negative, but this allows her to point out that it's the same for Sukuna, who's received damage to his brain. Even if the opponent is the strongest of all time, the king of curses, everyone thought about the impossible, and Gojo Satoru losing came across their minds. And this same thought was one that came across Gojo himself. As Gojo begins to think, I wonder when was the last time? No doubt. But as the sign of losing approaches, so does something even greater, satisfaction. Being an absolute monster and the loneliness that comes from it. What is satisfying Gojo is, we cut to Gojo giving Mahoraga the absolute hands, wailing on Mahoraga with a flurry of punches and ending with a double open palm strike. This puts Mahoraga on his ass, meanwhile it's choking up spit. And as we know that Gojo's reverse curse technique output is lowered, in order to make up for this loss in power, he begins to chant, preparing a curse technique reversal red in order to finish off Mahoraga. But the calamity awakens once more. We then see Rabbit Escape completely cover the battlefield, and as Gojo looks around, he begins to say that it seems as if the Black Flash has been effective, and how long are you going to rest? He prepares another red in order to rid himself of those rabbits, applying way more pressure to Mahoraga. It's then explained that Sukuna essentially has to babysit Mahoraga throughout this fight, because Mahoraga is a key piece to allowing Sukuna to deal damage to Gojo. As we see, Gojo cannot be attacked by Sukuna without Mahoraga, As Mahoraga is able to bypass the void of the limitless, Mahoraga making contact with Gojo and shutting down that void is the only chance that Sukuna has to actually hit Gojo with any of his attacks. But Mahoraga cannot obviously fight Gojo on its own, so Sukuna needs to protect it throughout the entire fight. As Sukuna throws a fire extinguisher at Gojo in order to distract him, Mahoraga lays on the ceiling, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Sukuna then makes a pose, one that resembles the piercing blood. He shoots a beam towards Gojo, and this is when Mahoraga strikes. As Mahoraga makes contact with Gojo, the limitless barrier is nullified, and thus, that beam that Sukuna just shot is able to make contact with Gojo and deal some damage to him. Mahoraga then follows up with another slash, and Gojo is able to easily dodge. He then says, Sukuna is not only supporting Mahoraga in this fight, but when Mahoraga makes my barrier vanish, Sukuna will also go for attacks. It seems like it's 2v1 now. How are you able to use Shikigami abilities without even summoning them onto the battlefield? The piercing blood used from the Max Elephant, he's as skilled as I am. Shrine and 10 Shadows cannot be used simultaneously unless he adds the effect to a domain externally. The reason he started using other Shikigami is because he got more resources after Mahoraga was able to adapt to my infinity. Regarding that, adapting to red will take more time compared to the curse technique. For me, this is better than Mahoraga taking away all of the cards that I can play. Gojo finishes up his thoughts, and Sukuna says, do not misunderstand. It's not only a 2v1. He then fuses Nue and Totality and creates the Chimera Beast, Agito. He then points out that this is a 3 against 1. Two massive behemoths stand next to Sukuna, and Gojo then responds to this by saying, you look like a lost child. Sukuna smirks at the joke, and they begin to fight once more. Mahoraga takes the front while Agito stands in the back. Mahoraga takes the first attack towards Gojo, to which Gojo blocks and moves back. And as Gojo thinks he's safe, Sukuna utilizes Gojo's shadow and shoots another beam of light from behind him. Gojo then dodges this, and goes on to dodge many more attacks from all 3 of his opponents. He then gets behind Mahoraga and shoots a red, to which the red is able to push Mahoraga back, but not do that much damage. Gojo then says, the effect is so weak, so it's not just the output that's getting low. It only took red once, so it seems like the adaptation isn't 0 to 100, but gradual. It seems like I only have that to demolish Mahoraga in one shot. It has a big charge, so Sukuna will be aware of it. Attacking without giving me a moment instead of prioritizing the adaptation for red is good proof, but I have no other choice. I'm going to have to use it. The unlimited hollow technique. So we start off with Yuta gripping his sword, stating that he's entering the battle. Kashimo then tells him to get back here and to not interfere, saying at least you're not next. And you really gotta look at this panel between Yuta and Kashimo just staring at each other. It goes so hard, man. Especially seeing Yuta this pissed, we never see Yuta that angry. And I don't know why, but the way that Kashimo and Yuta's personalities are clashing here, it really reminds me of like a Goku Vegeta dynamic or some sort of rivalry like that. Anyways, after Kashimo says what he has to say to Yuta, Hakari agrees with him, telling Yuta to calm down. Kashimo is right about this. Gojo has only allowed us to enter the battle if he's gotten weaker than us. Yuta then retorts saying it's case by case and Sukuna's domain is disabled right now. If Rika and I enter, I can definitely help by handling the 2 Shikigami. And the self-proclaimed Hakari victim has a point here. Things like this are certainly case by case. Jujutsu battles are way too intricate and just anything can happen in them. I get what he's saying here. But when it comes down to it, we all know who big bro in this room is, so they gotta listen. Maki then says if anybody's going, it's me. And yeah, we do need to send the father out, so I get what she's saying. She tells Yuta to not forget her role, and we're thinking that if you're defeated, then some of the insurance will be gone. Yuta argues back against Maki, saying that if we win against Sukuna, we won't even need that insurance. We should take a gamble. Yuji then comes in and says, Yuta, go for it. We need it. Somebody tell Yuji that the big boys are talking right now. But all jokes aside, I do think that Yuta's correct here. They should take a gamble. That's what all sorcery is about. That's what all Jujutsu battles are about. Gambles, gambles, gambles. And Yuta's right here. If I were in that room, I'd be agreeing with Yuta. And a lot of people may see Yuta as unreasonable here, but you have to understand that This is what Yuta's entire character revolves around, protecting the people that are close to him. So to see Yuta get up, frustrated, and willing to fight back against everybody in this room arguing against him, I think that's some strong characterization from Gege, and I really like that. That whole protecting his friends thing about Yuta is exactly why he's a special grade and why he was able to regain his powers after even losing Rika. Because again, protecting these people that gave him a reason to live, that's all he lives for. So obviously he's gonna be so pissed, and if anything, he'll be the first one to run out. Gege Akutami then says, "You guys don't understand anything." Yuta and Yuji are just like, damn, we know. Meimei then says, Gojo and Sukuna have different winning conditions. Gojo just has to win against Sukuna, because together, they'll be able to handle Kenjaku. But as for Sukuna, even if he wins against Gojo, he will have to fight everybody else in Jujutsu High without a break. Hakari then comes in and says he must have a trump card that he's saving, and if we all go out, he will use it. Yuta's like, so you're saying it's not good to provoke them? And Kusakabe then says yes. They also have Uraume, Sukuna's not being able to give it his all, and Gojo's at his best without a hindrance. These circumstances have the highest probability for winning right now. Kashimo's then like, is this all we have for modern sorcerers? And Big Bro in the room then presses him, saying, you know, he had to remind him who's boss, who actually won that battle, because we know how that went. Kashimo's like, that's not the point, bro. This is a fight for Gojo, and whatever happens, it's lame to interfere with it. Now, am I going to say Kashimo's correct in terms of what's going on in the story? Absolutely not. They should jump Sukuna. But in terms of narrative value, he is absolutely correct. Gege Akutami would not interrupt a fight like this to have characters come in and save one another. That would take away from everything this has been built up to. This is a fight for the strongest. The title of the strongest, okay? This ain't a fight to save the world right now. That's what Kenjaku's for. So, nobody's gonna interrupt. I've been saying this. That's so unrealistic. Just no. We come back to the fight, and Gojo's on his back foot, running away from both Mahoraga and Agito. Mahoraga slides to the back of Gojo and attempts to attack him from behind. And what Gojo does is, he dashes forward and hits Agito with a black flash, while simultaneously dodging Mahoraga's slash. This is the testament to both Gojo's ability to fight in hand-to-hand combat and his agility. But even after such a powerful attack, Agito just brushes it off and regenerates. Gojo then grabs his tail and rips it off. And even that does nothing, as it just regenerates that attack as well. Gojo then says, the new way that I inherited the Great Serpent, the Morn Tiger, and the Round Deer. The point is, the healing effect of Madoka has not been adapted to the Limitless, but I will have to destroy it in one shot, just like I'll need to with Mahoraga. Mahoraga then slashes a bunch of rocks towards Gojo, to which Gojo stops with the Limitless, and then Mahoraga presses up with another slash. But of course, Gojo's able to dodge this and retaliate with a spinning hook kick. And after Gojo lands from this kick, Agito tries to follow up, but he just punches it in the face and says, you're becoming repetitive. He thinks to himself, it'll be tedious if it heals Sukuna, so I'll have to destroy Agito first. And then Sukuna thinks this is fine. I won't let him have a moment to use his purple. The purple that he used at the start of the fight was more than 120% of the output, and must have had some kind of binding valve. But even when I faced it, I was 4 kilometers away, so I was able to take it and lose only my enhanced arms. But I too am not in my best condition, so if I take a purple right now, it will be fatal. Mahoraga, how long are you having me wait? This is not what I want to see. You're my shadow, not Fushiguro Megamis, so show me what you have. Good. Everybody's then in shock, with Kusakabe asking Mahoraga can use his slashes. Yuji then says just like Sukuna's, and then Shoko points out that this is not good because Gojo's healing is currently weak. As Mahoraga and Agito come in, Sukuna comes out of his shadow and lands a kick on Gojo. All 3 of them pressure him, with Agito being the first to land a direct hit on Gojo. But Gojo then says, I've been thinking for a while. You're not strong enough to be here. He then grabs Agito and uses a blue maximum output. And as his blue is flying around Shinjuku, it's stated that 40 seconds later, again, Gojo Satoru, Hollow Technique Purple, will leave a scar in Shinjuku. In the battle now enters its climax. And as we come back to Gojo's point of view, it's then said that the two black flashes has allowed Gojo's voltage to rise. And we can see here that Gojo's clearly in the zone, as he's currently able to unleash 120% of his power. And Sukuna, on the other hand, begins to feel nervousness for the first time in 1,000 years. As the battle begins once more, Gojo unleashes another black flash on Mahoraga, which sends it flying back and exposes Sukuna. And as Sukuna attempts to fight back, Gojo's easily able to parry his attack, grab him, and throw him straight into Mahoraga, going in for another black flash, but this one is blocked once more. Mahoraga is sent flying back, and Gojo begins to chant, "Phase, Haramitsu, Pillar of Light," and it's then said, the beginning of Curse Energy. The Curse Energy that flows out of the sorcerer before activating the Curse technique, like the short hit effect happening right before the domain expansion. And due to this, there will always be a start for a huge move. This rule is not an exception for Gojo, who has an efficient Curse Energy consumption. So this allows Gojo's activation for the Hollow Technique Purple to be very obvious. From the enchantment and the scale of Curse Energy, and the initiation of the attack occurring in front of him, Sukuna was able to judge that Gojo will be using a Curse Technique Reversal Red, and this judgment was correct. As we go into Sukuna's thoughts, he says that he'll have Mahoraga tank it and make him adapt to it as reassurance. After this, we see Curse Technique Reversal from Gojo, and he doesn't shoot the red at Sukuna, but he shoots it upwards. Sukuna takes a second to think about this, but he realizes and screams for Mahoraga to act. And this causes Mahoraga to jump straight into the air. It's then explained that the Hollow Technique Purple, which is the combination of blue and red, pushes an imaginary mass that occurs ahead of the red that Gojo shot. Was the blue left even after it crushed Agito? And when we see the blue, it's then explained that just like the red that went around the building to attack Sukuna's back, red doesn't have speed before it explodes. Mahoraga, following the order to interfere with the combination of blue and red by stopping the blue using its adaptation, completion of this task was the only thing that ran through Mahoraga's mind. But despite that, it was not possible. Using the quick movement from blue, Gojo's able to come in between Mahoraga and the blue that it attempted to disable by using its adaptation. And due to Mahoraga being able to adapt to blue, it wasn't pulled from the gravity of blue, since its adaptation does not need to select a target for its activation, and thus, the adaptation backfired in this moment. And if you don't get what happened here, Mahoraga would have been able to disable blue if it was able to be pulled into the gravity that blue produces. And since Mahoraga has complete immunity to blue now, it wasn't able to make it in time, since the blue isn't pulling him towards it. And this also gave time for Gojo to intercept Mahoraga's interference of the blue. And I do believe that this is why Kusakabe told Yuta to not interfere with this battle. This is like a 1 billion IQ plan from Gojo, and if Yuta interfered with the battle, it would have destroyed all of this. Gojo was most likely setting up this entire thing from the beginning. And after this plan goes through and Gojo's able to stop Mahoraga, he goes in for a free uppercut on it. And this gives Sukuna the opportunity to stimulate red with piercing blood in order to make it explode. And after Sukuna is able to fire this off, Gojo goes in for a punch on him. But to no avail, the piercing blood still reaches the red. And with that happening, Sukuna says, "You were late." But this once again was all part of Gojo's plan. Gojo begins to enchant his blue. And with the blue's power beginning to increase, it begins to absorb everything around it, including the piercing blood. And as Gojo begins to enchant even more, he enhances his red as well. And we then cut to Yuta apologizing to Kusakabe, saying that if he appeared on the battlefield, Gojo would have never been able to do this. And we then see Hollow Technique, Purple. As the dust settles and the debris scars the battlefield, we see a torn up Sukuna with 2 of his limbs. And it's then said by Gojo, "A limitless purple without any aim, making it hit me too." but it seems like there's a difference in the damage. I guess the big factor in me surviving was that it was my own cursed energy that was used. It should be enough for an ad-lib remote purple. And with this attack being the final and decisive blow, Kusakabe then announces the results of the battle, stating that Gojo still has his reverse curse technique from the black flashes, and on the other hand, Sukuna took so much damage with almost no healing, no Mahoraga, and being unable to use domain amplification. It's then stated that Gojo is the victor of the battle of the strongest. We come to Geto saying, yo, long time no see, best friend. And Gojo's already saying, oh, come on. What the hell? This sucks. And Geto says, what a rude response to seeing someone's face. And with this very brief interaction and all you know of Jujutsu Kaisen so far, you know what's happened. When you die, you're alone. Didn't I tell my students that? This better all be a figment of my imagination. And Geto responds saying so. It's fine either way. And Gojo then says it's not. And that thing with the dad is still... whatever. I left that for Shoko to deal with anyways. And I believe that this is a reference to him telling Megumi about his father. Geto asks Gojo, so, how was it? You were able to fight the King of Curses himself. And Gojo says he was hella strong and he still didn't even go all out. Even if he didn't have Megumi's 10 shadows, I'm not sure if I would have won. Geto says, you admitting this is quite impressive. And Gojo says, I feel a little bad about it actually. I used to believe that I, more than anyone else, can empathize with him about the loneliness of being at the top. I liked everyone around me. And I wasn't lonely, but somewhere along the way, a line was drawn between me and other people, or rather, living beings. You can make a flower bloom and you can admire it, but you'll never ask the flower to understand you. The body I trained, the skills I learned, and the senses I honed, even my spontaneous creativity and fast thinking, I used it all. I wanted to convey all of it to Sukuna, and I wanted that to reach him. Absolute strength and the loneliness that comes with it. The one who will teach you about love is... it was fun. Sukuna never went all out against me, and this is what I feel bad about. Geto says, are you trying to make me feel jealous? But if you were satisfied, then I'm glad. And Gojo says, satisfied? I think I would have been completely satisfied if you were there to give me a pat on my back. Geto laughs. Either way, I'm glad that what killed me wasn't time or illness, but someone stronger than I am. Geto says, what are you, a general now? And the two begin to argue, but Geto points out that maybe this is why you live longer than I did. Haibara cuts in and says, the difference between you two is statistically negligible. Aren't you guys happy to see Haibara? Because I'm definitely am. Anyways, Nanami cuts in and says, once I asked Geto why we didn't just leave everything to you, Gojo. You weren't the kind of person who wielded Jujutsu to survive or protect something. You just did whatever you wanted to satisfy yourself. Haibara then backs this up and says, I know everybody thought that, but you weren't supposed to say it out loud. And Gojo just says, Haibara, you're making it worse. If you're confused about this little segment, I'm pretty sure this is saying that Nanami wanted Gojo to take over because Gojo doesn't see missions as big of a deal as any other sorcerer does. He doesn't feel as much responsibility because it's just so easy to him. I'm pretty sure this is what this line was going for, but let me know if I'm wrong. Haibara then apologizes for saying this, and Nanami says, but I guess that turned out to be correct, and he even just admitted it himself. It's an ending most true to yourself. I wouldn't recommend it, but I sympathize with you. Gojo says thanks, but what was it like for you? Haibara says, well, I got ahead of myself, and Nanami says, a curse can sometimes help you live. And Gojo says, I suppose Jujutsu can do the same. I once asked Mei where she would recommend me moving to, and she said, if you wish to make yourself new, go north. If you wish to return to who you once were, go south. I chose the Southernlands without any hesitation, and even in the end, a pessimist like me bet everything on the future. This referring to Yuji. It wasn't a bad ending at all, and I have to thank Haibara as well. And Haibara says you're welcome. Gojo then says I see. He yells for his teacher, asking him, didn't you say that Jujutsu sorcerers never die without any regrets? And we see all of our characters laugh one last time. And we conclude, with Gojo saying, "I pray with all my heart this all isn't a figment of my imagination." And once we come to the present, we see how things truly ended. Mahoraga's adaptation can only begin after a single attack. Once enough time passes, it completes the adaptation. If it receives more than enough hits during that process, it will reduce the time it takes to adapt. And even after the first time it adapts to the Jujutsu, the analysis isn't truly complete. It can continue to adapt further. What I wanted from Mahoraga was instructions as to how to defeat your infinity. And when Mahoraga first adapted to this infinity, it changed the nature of its cursed energy to neutralize and nullify it. That's not something I can do, so I chose to wait. I waited for an adaptation to your infinity that would suit me, and that second adaptation was exactly what I wanted. This adaptation allows for an extension of its original technique, an extension not just to Gojo, but to space, to existence and reality itself. Then, it cut. Regardless of Gojo's infinity, as long as Gojo exists within this world, a spatial reality, all that exists within that space can be cut. And through watching Mahoraga, Sukuna was able to piece this all together, saying that he would have never been able to experience this, to learn this technique, had Mahoraga not set such a great example in the first place. And now we see here why exactly Sukuna is such a great threat. It's not his power, it's not the gifts he's been giving, but it's his aptitude. And this was something Angel had warned us about very early on in this fight. Sukuna is able to essentially just learn things very easily and improve upon his techniques if he has to. And scarily enough, Sukuna just seems so powerful in this series that he really never had to do this up until now. But this is something he's always been able to do. And this is something he has in common with Mahito. Mahito, who seemed to be his successor. People said that Mahito wasn't going to be Sukuna's successor or really had no chance to because his power level was too low. But that was never the point. The point was that Mahito learns way too fast and during combat. And now with the conclusion of this fight, we see why this is such a huge problem. As Sukuna sends off Gojo, he says that he was amazing and that he will never forget him. Sukuna is the winner. Without any moments to mourn Gojo's death, Sukuna says that he feels well and to not let him down. We see that the next one to enter the battle after the fall of the strongest modern sorcerer is the strongest of the Edo period, the Thunder God, Hajime Kashimo. As Kashimo bolts in to fight Sukuna, he looks up and sees a pillar of ice in the sky. He says, "You've come." And apparently what's going on here is that there's a huge block of ice above the ground, 203 meters, and keep this in mind, Hakari fans. And we see that who's on top of this is of course Uraume. It's then shown that the frozen star, Uraume, has entered the battle. And we all know this is just so Kashimo can't get to Sukuna. But somebody even intercepts her. From the sky we see some nice J's, and she looks up to see Hakari Kenji. Hakari looks down on her and says that he can't let her go anywhere. And Uraume expresses her boredom for Hakari already by saying that she doesn't really care. Hakari activates his domain expansion and says, "That goes without saying." Hakari versus Uraume begins. And now honestly, what a cool hype matchup. And to see Hakari flying in from the sky and activating his domain expansion on go after Gojo was killed, that is so hard. But obviously, this is more because he made a promise to Kashimo that if Kashimo came to join them, he would allow him to fight Sukuna. So Hakari, being the G that he is, of course, is doing this to help Kashimo in fulfilling his promise. We move away from Hakari versus Uraume, and it's shown that although Hakari was able to hold her back, the block of ice continued to fall into the ground, and it lands on top of Sukuna. As the ice falls around Sukuna, it's shown that the block of ice was only to deliver a weapon to him. This weapon being constructed by Yorozu in exchange for a binding vow at the end of her life. The cursed tool, Kamutoke. And this weapon's actually been shown to us before in a cover page. A lot of fans have been speculating that Sukuna would eventually get this back, and here it is. As Sukuna casually swipes his blade and unleashes a massive bolt of lightning on the Kashimo, and he says, "This brings back good times." We see that Kashimo's unscathed from the attack, because obviously we know that he's the Thunder God, and due to his cursed energy having the special characteristics of lightning, he also holds a resistance to electrical attacks. He calls for Sukuna, asking him, "Did you become the strongest? Or were you the strongest when you were born?" Sukuna states that he's not sure himself, because at the very least, he was an unwanted child. Kashimo continues to question him, saying, "Without knowing weakness, how did you connect with others? How were you able to show affection to them? Because this is something I wasn't able to do. I saw everybody and everything around me as nothing more than pieces of dirt. Teach me, is strength loneliness? No limits, seeking the manifestation of power? To endlessly search for these answers, is that a punishment for being the strongest?" Sukuna just says, "Man, you're asking for a lot, but even Gojo was something like this, right? Come on then, Ghost." As Kashimo hears this, he can't help but just run in with massive glee, charging towards Sukuna with his staff and trying to swing it towards his head. But of course, Sukuna manages to block it with Kamutoke. As Kashimo prepares more attacks, Sukuna takes a step back in order to create space between the two. And as Sukuna's jumping backwards, this is when Kashimo activates his cursed technique, the Phantom Beast, Amber. We see Kashimo run in and land multiple attacks on Sukuna's face. And as Sukuna steps back once again to take more distance, Kashimo begins to inhale. And when we take a closer look at his face, it's shown that he's preparing a breath attack. And when Kashimo finally exhales, the attack is so fast and so strong that it instantly creates a massive explosion on Sukuna. And this just pushes him back even more. We look closer at Kashimo, and it's stated that what this mythical beast Amber is a transformation that Kashimo is able to use using his cursed energy. In order to materialize all of this electricity, he has to reconstruct his body. And as we cut back into the fight, we see that Kashimo has so much speed that his hand almost grazes Sukuna's face without him realizing it. But of course, Sukuna is able to dodge it. But he can't dodge again, as Kashimo was able to catch up to him very easily and land an earth-shattering punch to his face. And then it's explained even further. Kashimo's technique has a lot of scientific technicalities and intricacies, so to basically break this down very easily, it just enhances his body with electric armor. But due to the activity of the electrical signals in his brain, his agility and strength are also increased. But of course, this comes with damaging his brain and his body. Once this technique is finished, it's stated that Kashimo's body will crumble. Whether he will die, it's unknown. As Kashimo has finally landed multiple attacks, Sukuna's on the ground and Kashimo's able to prepare his signature lightning bolt. And as he unleashes it, a massive explosion comes from Sukuna's area. And the narrator cuts in, stating that Sukuna has a method of reviving his old body once without the means of reverse curse technique. And this was intentionally under suspension. We come into the battle, right after Sukuna has finally reobtained his Heian era prime form. And then it said, by using the X-rays, the analyzation of Uraume and Sukuna has begun. It reflected upon Kashimo's eyes. The result was absolute perfection. As we come closer to Sukuna's divine form, it's stated that even though Sukuna has hand signs, the other two arms are completely free for use. Without putting stress on his heart and lungs, he can perform a chant with absolutely no breaks. With 2 mouths and 4 arms, there is no greater advantage than this for a Jujutsu sorcerer. And on top of this, even though Sukuna has such a deformed body, he does not lose any bodily functions. Making full use of this godly divine body of his in both cursed tools, Kamutoke and Hiten, he was able to destroy the squads under the direct command of the Fujiwara clan, the Celestial Star Squad, and the Gokusho. 2 squads being Uro's group and Yorozu's group from the Heian era. And he was also able to drive back the Desai Chinbu squad that was made up of the best Abe clan, including Angel and the remnants of the Sugiwara clan. Kashimo witnesses perfection and says, "Oh, why? How are you? So beautiful." He instantly dashes in towards Sukuna, but Sukuna is able to catch him with 2 of his arms. And then Sukuna uses his 2 other arms to punch Kashimo and send him flying. As Kashimo's flying backwards, he retaliates with a lightning bolt sent towards Sukuna, but Sukuna begins to chant, "Dragon scales, repel, pair of meteors," and he simply says, "Dodge this." He launches a dismantle 3 times his size towards Kashimo, and Kashimo's barely able to dodge it, with it cutting his hands open. And upon witnessing this divine technique, he instantly understands with his eyes. This is the cut that ended Gojo Satoru, a cut that can divide the entire world. There was an idiot who once told me about love. She said I had no idea what it was, and that I felt loneliness due to not knowing someone that had my power. I understand what she was trying to say, but I got offended when she said I didn't know anything about it. Well, I was talking with the wrong person. She should have been speaking to Gojo or Kashimo. It's not that you don't know, it's that you don't understand. Kashimo asks Sukuna what he's talking about, and Sukuna says, "You said you were strong, right?" He unleashes another bolt of lightning onto Kashimo with Kamutoke, and dashes right behind him and grabs his 2 arms once again, using his other 2 arms to punch Kashimo in the stomach. Kashimo falls to the ground and Sukuna picks him up and throws him once more. Kashimo tries to retaliate with another lightning bolt, but this is when it ends. A lot of veterans may have challenged you, trying their best against you, and they didn't curse you for defeating them. They wanted your recognition. They wanted you to know who they were, and you just killed them with absolute ease. I wonder how it is to relate with the rest, being compassionate, but if it isn't compassion, then what is it? We are loved because we are strong, and we reply to that love. But you still worry about loneliness. You are looking for something that you do not need. Aren't you satisfied? If not, why did you divide your soul and convert it into cursed objects to travel through time? I can say that because I understand it. There is no such thing as love. I never thought that someone would meet my expectations. I will eat them when I want. I will kill them if they are like a burden. I will play with them if I find them fun. I only live under my own terms, and not being able to measure it is everyone's problem but mine. Isn't it boring? No. The taste of human life is so extensive and brief. The right amount to sip and spend your life until death. As the flashback settles, it seems as if Kashimo is now defeated, and we see Hakari's domain expansion finally broken. Sukuna looks up and says, "You're finally here." And we see Uraume and Hakari falling from the sky. But not only those two, Yuji and Higuruma have entered the battle, and Sukuna questions them, asking them what the hell could they possibly do. The chapter ends. So the chapter starts off in the Lake Gosho colony, one of many colonies that we didn't get to see in this arc, because if you remember, I believe that there were about 12 or 13 colonies in the Culling game in total, and we only really saw about 4. Anyways, it's stated that while the Shinjuku Showdown rages on, a girl dashes forward. And we see this girl, who looks similar to Uro, running and asking what's going on. Has he become desperate since the Culling game didn't finish? And with that being said, we know is Kenjaku continuing his plan from chapter 222. Because if you remember, Kenjaku told Sukuna that he was going to be hunting down the Culling game players while Sukuna fights Gojo. And we can assume that this is going on during the fight because it said while the Shinjuku Showdown rages on, so it's during the fight. As the girl continues to run, she points out that all of the rules added so far were to prevent players from murdering one another. And she takes a guess that it was awakened sorcerers attempting to prevent murder in the game, which is mostly correct, but we know that it was our team of modern sorcerers, Yuji, Yuta, etc., who added these rules. She continues to ask if this is why Kenjaku sent the troops to the colony in an attempt to speed up the game. And we're aware that this isn't really the case, as we know that Kenjaku prepared the troops in advance and not as a last resort. But this allows me to ask, do you think that Kenjaku knew our team of sorcerers would enter the game and create rules to prevent killing and hinder his plans. Thus, he prepared for this by tricking the other countries into deploying tons of fodder into the colonies to substantiate the merger, or did he just gather the troops from the other countries to add into the calling game and create more chaos, unaware of our team entering in order to prevent the game from happening? Let me know what you guys think. We come back to the girl and she asks Kenjaku what he's after. Why did he keep all these players alive as cursed objects all these years? Just to kill them off again. And Kenjaku's able to catch the girl with some sort of jellyfish cursed spirit, one powerful enough to catch and restrain her completely, meanwhile drowning her inside of it. And he says that the calling game players are no more than just water and seasoning, and that he doesn't really care for them. This being a metaphor for every player that enters the game being nothing but a sacrifice to the merger. The girl responds to Kenjaku by using her hair to prepare an attack, one that really resembles Ino's auspicious beast summoning, and she shoots a spear towards Kenjaku, and you know Kenjaku just easily dodges it. To me, this does kind of confirm that Ino has an inherited technique, and maybe his bloodline of sorcery goes back further than we know, because we see sorcerers from the past using his same technique. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it, who knows. But something else I also want to point out after editing is that the girl closes her eyes when she's like fighting Kenjaku, and Ino puts a mask over his face to activate his technique, so maybe that's the same way she uses her hair as a medium for the auspicious beast to come through and use their techniques. But back to the chapter, the jellyfish freezes itself, turning itself to a block of ice over the girl's head, and Kenjaku says he can't help but feel wasteful doing this, which can imply that him having to kill every sorcerer may not be a necessity to create the merger, because knowing Kenjaku, you'd think that nothing would feel wasteful when you're creating the next step in humanity, right? Who knows though. Kenjaku flicks his block of ice over the girl's head, and I presume that it breaks and kills her. As we see that Kenjaku has eliminated her, we know that he can't help but talk his ass off. And he breaks down how exactly he's able to find and track everybody so easily to eliminate them. By being the one to apply the cursed objects and seals onto these characters, it wouldn't be that hard for him to find them. And even if he didn't, every player stood inside of the colonies, so it was going to work out for him regardless. Hazenoki then enters and tells Kenjaku that she died a while ago. And interestingly enough, Kenjaku can't help but talk to himself so much because he's been living for so many years. And I mean, this really does make sense. Kenjaku responds to Hazenoki, asking if they could be friends. The conditions to be a candidate for being my friend are 1, you must be equal to me, and 2, you can't be boring. And looking at these conditions, if we consider Sukuna to be Kenjaku's friend, then maybe we can consider Uraume to be Kenjaku's friend as well. And if that's the case, our boys back there are in a lot of trouble, as they'll be fighting a Kenjaku level opponent and Sukuna at the same time. I also think that this could imply Hazenoki to be pretty powerful himself because Kenjaku's asking him, right? And let's remember, we don't really know that much about how strong Hazenoki is, but I'll go over everything we know in a little bit. Coming back to the chapter, Hazenoki rejects the offer. And then Kenjaku just says, hold up. He pulls out his phone and pulls out Gojo's death on the live stream, which is hilarious. He looks at Sukuna and he's instantly able to understand how Sukuna was able to cut Gojo. And he says, well, aren't you having fun? This could imply that Kenjaku's either surprised that Sukuna was actually able to find enjoyment in fighting Gojo, or that Kenjaku isn't really having as much fun as Sukuna is, because he hasn't really achieved his own goal yet. Both of my guesses could be wrong, but hey. Hazenoki complains about Gojo losing because he knew that Jujutsu High would come for Kenjaku if Gojo won, but now they have to fight Sukuna instead, leaving him to fight Kenjaku one-on-one. And I've said this before, but I really do believe that Megumi fumbled hard with Reggie's team, as he was so focused on saving Sumiki at any cost. He didn't properly negotiate with Reggie and communicate that they both wanted to hinder Kenjaku's plan one way or another. I really do believe that Megumi could have found a compromise in that situation there, and Hazenoki moving from Tokyo Colony 1 to the Lake Gosho Colony just to take Kenjaku out can confirm this, as he really could have had Kenjaku come to him had he been looking to avoid him. Anyways, Kenjaku tells Hazenoki that he likely wasn't going to get help regardless, since he had deployed a barrier around himself and around Shinjuku, and placed countless surveillance spirits to monitor things when he isn't present. One of these things being the total sum of the cursed energy of sorcerers within the area. He states that even if one of Jujutsu High students were to leave Shinjuku, he'd be aware. And tracking by cursed energy even allows for Yuta Kotsu to be tracked, since he has even more than Gojo. And also, he can see everything that the cursed spirits see as well. Kenjaku was just ready. This allows him to keep track of Maki and Ui as well. And although I don't think that Maki is on Hakari and Yuta's level, she's certainly going to be Kenjaku's biggest threat because her special traits allow her to hypothetically land sneak attacks much easier than anybody else could when fighting Kenjaku. And this matters because almost every fight in Jujutsu Kaisen is decided by some sort of surprise attack, miscalculation, something that the loser doesn't see coming. And Maki has the highest chance of doing this against Kenjaku under these specific circumstances if they're to go out and search for him. However, they aren't doing it yet, as Kenjaku does confirm this. Hazenoki basically says Kenjaku's scared of everyone, and Kenjaku responds by laughing and says please don't tell anybody that. And honestly, I don't really think Kenjaku is, he's just playing along. A sorcerer's a con artist, Kenjaku's BSing here. I think if he really had to, he can take everybody on. Kenjaku launches tons of cursed spirits at Hazenoki, asking him if he really thought that he had a chance at holding him off until they came in the event that Gojo won anyway. And as he backs up, we see that Hazenoki threw a tooth into the group of spirits, causing a massive explosion. One bigger than anything I thought he could generate. This dude's powerful. And as more come out in one direction, he throws an eye at them and blows them up as well. But pay close attention here. Kenjaku was so smart to notice that Hazenoki only had one eye from using the other as a projectile to blow the cursed spirits up. So while Hazenoki had his one eye focused on the spirit he just eliminated, Kenjaku sent more towards his blind spot where he can't see from the eye that he just used to hit his neck and shut off his reverse curse technique, eliminating the reverse curse technique in Hazenoki's body from the head down. As Kenjaku outplayed and defeated Hazenoki here, Hazenoki asks Kenjaku what exactly is the endgame here, and Kenjaku reminds us that he's forcing the merger to take place by eliminating all sorcerers in the culling game. Hazenoki asks what exactly is the merger, and Kenjaku responds by saying, wouldn't you want to see an event you've never seen before? If something interesting is within your imagination, would you not want to see it come to fruition? Is that not what it means to be alive? I found this part very interesting because it conveys Kenjaku's goal of the merger, creating a life form beyond humanity, is something that he just can't help but be curious about and pursue. In contrast to Sukuna, who seems to take the present for what it is and simply enjoy it, Kenjaku can't help but focus on the future and attempt to grasp what lies beyond it. And I believe that this is why Kenjaku will be the final villain, because he has a genuine purpose and a goal he fights for constantly, the same way our protagonists do, and he's truly passionate about it as well. This is why the only time we see Kenjaku not smiling is in the presence of Yuki Tsukumo, a rival of his in strength, yet she sees his passions as unreasonable. Yuki Tsukumo is the antithesis of everything Kenjaku stands for. Whereas she wants to sacrifice curse energy to protect humanity, Kenjaku wants to evolve curse energy to evolve humanity itself, risking it. This is also why he openly condemns Tengen, since she hinders the evolution of humanity despite physically representing this evolution. In a way, Kenjaku simply wants to take humanity to the next step, where Sukuna wants to enjoy it for what it is in the current moment. And I can't help but think that Gege put an introspection of the two back to back for a reason. As Hazenoki dies, he tells Kenjaku to stare at his own shit in the morning. And Kenjaku is like, did you seriously just say that, bro? But Kenjaku looks afar to see Takaba enter the scene, somehow finding him. He yells that he's headed to Hatodake, and Kenjaku is just confused, telling him that we're in Wate. Kenjaku instantly attacks Takaba out of confusion, stating that it's confusing as to why they have sent him out of all people, and that he shouldn't even have been able to find him, since there are none of Mei's crows around, and the curse energy total in Shinjuku never changed. Kenjaku instantly crushes Takaba, and states that he only put these awakened players in the game to bulk up the numbers. He couldn't care less about anybody but Higuruma. But Takaba comes out completely unscathed, much to even Kenjaku's confusion. He says that he's never experienced anything like this, and his attacks do not work on Takaba, It's like they're forced to not work, as if the effect of his attacks are removed the moment they hit Takaba. And to remind you guys, in case you forgot, Takaba's curse technique is comedian. It's a power that makes anything Takaba find funny become reality. And it was even stated that this could rival Gojo himself. So obviously, Takaba's way more powerful than we may think, but it really depends on what he finds funny. And thankfully for us, Takaba finds anything funny, even the corniest jokes, so he has a lot of flexibility in battle. But against anybody, he's not really helpful because of one major flaw in his philosophy, and it's that red is taboo, which means that any joke that involves blood is not funny to Takaba, and thus his ability will not work. Which means that Takaba can't really kill anybody with his curse technique. He in a way has Toon Force, and this is how he's taking the brunt of Kenjaku's attacks without really sustaining any damage. Takaba begins to speak once more, and he says that there are many exciting moments in the world, but number one goes to when a side character steals the show and a chapter ends. So this is an editor's note. Something I want to slide in really quickly is that I think that Takaba, like his ability, made him appear and take over this chapter when it should be Yuji. Because the quote kind of makes it sound like that's something he think would be funny and cool. So I think there's a chance that his ability broke the fourth wall and made him take over the chapter. But obviously the chapter was placed in a way where it was like Takaba comes in at the end and then the side character steals the entire show. That's dope if that's really how it is. So for all the people wondering where the hell Takaba was during the Gojo versus Sukuna fight, here you go. And now honestly, that last line is kind of badass because he is aware of his jokes. So I'm not sure if he's aware of his technique. If he is, then we might just see something crazy. And if he is aware of his techniques again, it would convince me that he could genuinely defeat Kenjaku here. Not killing Kenjaku off from the series, but more so making him retreat. I do think that Takaba just stumbled upon Kenjaku by accident, as he has a lot of randomness to him. It's pretty feasible knowing how Gege writes. We open up with Angel talking to Yuta, Hakari, Meme, and Kusakabe, suggesting that they should go ahead and defeat Kenjaku now, meanwhile Sukuna's fighting Gojo. And the fact that Angel, someone who faced Sukuna herself in the past, would even suggest that they split their forces for Kenjaku, rather than focusing all of them on Sukuna, and likely their best chance of ever defeating him, says a lot about the threat that Kenjaku is. Angel lets everybody know that even if Sukuna can be defeated here, if Kenjaku achieves his plan, then none of it matters. And honestly, I agree. I'm not saying that Sukuna is a good person or anything, but he is somewhat reasonable and a tiny bit chill. He's not the kind of person to openly go out of his way to destroy the world like Kenjaku currently is doing. I would even go all out on a limb and say that if the sorcerers weren't fighting Sukuna right now, he'd probably have opted to go home and sleep or something, or smoke Gojo's body on the grill. Kenjaku's actively trying to destroy the world, and Sukuna's just fighting to fight and likely help Kenjaku achieve this plan. But since it's a binding vow that's making him help Kenjaku in the first place, I'm sure that he wouldn't care to do this if he didn't have to. So I do agree with focusing on Kenjaku. Hakari brings up the fact that Kenjaku does need to eliminate every player in the game to even make his plan happen in the first place. And since he and Yuta are around, and will be alive fighting Sukuna, Kenjaku won't be able to complete this plan. Meanwhile, they're fighting Sukuna because he won't, they won't be dead. And Kusakabe thinks to himself, and this is pretty interesting. He says that even if they defeat Sukuna, they'll be wiped out regardless. This is pretty grim to say, but can you blame him for even thinking this? Kenjaku has access to a technique that our most powerful sorcerers believe to be impossible to grasp. As much as people want to believe that Yuta and Hakari together is enough for him, I just don't think they can do anything against him once he opens his domain, as it's an open barrier and would crush any other domain in the series except for Sukuna's. They have no answers for him, right? Kenjaku is simply too powerful to not be faced with everybody present and in at least decent health. And then another scenario is brought up. What if Gojo loses and Kenjaku ambushes us along with Sukuna? And they straight up conclude that an event like that is just too overwhelming for them to handle. They would lose. Angel even says that if Gojo loses and we fight Sukuna, then Kenjaku in sequence, we'd be fighting Kenjaku heavily wounded, and that's not favorable. Kusakabe then suggests that Maki is the best choice in this case. We send someone to surprise Kenjaku now, which, if you saw my last review, you know that Gege stole my flow word for word, because I was saying this exact thing for 2 minutes straight. But Kusakabe does redirect his attention towards Sukuna and says that we need everybody to fight Sukuna, and we can't risk sending anybody that's unreliable as an assassin in the first place. And that even none of the first grades are up to the task, and I agree. We don't know if any of our characters are really masters of stealth like that, and the only one who is well, gone. Kusakabe gets dunked on per usual by Mei, and she says that his lack of skill is not her business. She's communicating to him that just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. And as they come up with no answers, Angel just says, you know what, let's send out Takaba. And after this suggestion from Angel, they're all shocked, asking what the hell can he possibly do, with Kusakabe mentioning that the only thing I remember from him is when his clothes fell off in front of everybody. And I'm curious to know, how the hell did that even happen with the use of comedian? Like, what was the joke here? Angel begins to explain why she thinks Takaba should be sent to fight Kenjaku, as she makes a disclaimer to everyone that is present to never mention what she's about to say to anybody, even Takaba himself, as it can have varied effects, even something horrible. She says that his curse technique is, and we cut away from the scene. I personally believe that she's explaining comedian to them, and it's nothing more than that. A lot of people tend to let common anime tropes from other series influence how they read Jujutsu Kaisen, so a lot of people are gonna get bought by Gege, seeing this scene thinking it's like a secret reveal to Takaba's true curse technique, that it's something more than comedian when it's really not. We now see Kenjaku attacking Takaba relentlessly with multiple centipedes, attempting to understand what exactly is going on here. And Takaba in the front is acting stupid and making a joke out of the fight, essentially negating anything that happens to him. I love how the page is drawn with Takaba in the front and Kenjaku's face is shaded in the back chasing him. It's just pretty dope. As Kenjaku steps back for a bit and thinks, he begins to deduce how exactly this technique works. And as he does this, Takaba taunts him, saying that he can't beat him, and summons an American bandana and sunglasses on his face. Clear reference to Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh!, the champion duelist of America in that series. He wipes off the bandana nonsense from his face and guesses that the technique is the creation of phenomena. Takaba, with the potential to make fiction into reality with his imagination, is something that makes Kenjaku go on guard. Something I've noticed is that with users who have the ability to manipulate phenomena in this series, these two being Takaba and Haruta, they tend to be unaware of their abilities. And I believe that this is done on purpose because Angel makes it a point for Takaba to be unaware of the ability he has due to the effects it can have on the world as a whole. And I'm sure that if Haruta was aware of his miracle ability, he could have done much more dangerous stuff with it. There is probably like an inverse reason as to why these phenomena manipulators are just unaware of their ability, but before I go ahead and confirm this mini theory, I like to see one more of these guys pop up. Kenjaku does go out of his way to say that his thousands of years of Jujutsu experience is not effective here, and after expressing his surprise in the fact that there's a player who can even give him this sort of trouble, he says that it doesn't matter, as every technique has holes within it. And keep doubting Kenjaku, but this chapter is about to explain why intelligence is just as important as strength when it comes to Jujutsu. Kenjaku questions Takaba's identity, and Takaba responds by saying his name, and that he's from Nabe Nabe, even adding on that he made it to the first round of a comedy television program. And Kenjaku responds by saying, isn't that program only funny because of how bad the comedy is? He adds on that you were going to joke and say you got last if that's the case. Essentially what Kenjaku's saying here is that Takaba's jokes suck, but in a way that your one friend who insults you and then says that it's only a joke. There's a lot of talking in the chapter, so I'm gonna go ahead and simplify it, but what Kenjaku does is continue to converse with Takaba, for the sake of adding validity to his statements as a fellow comedian to Takaba. Since Kenjaku has figured out this ability of comedian, if he can convince Takaba that his words are valid when it comes to critiquing his performance, since he has an idea of how comedy works, he can eventually diminish Takaba's confidence in his jokes and by proxy, the ability of comedian itself. And needless to say, Takaba bites. Takaba seeing that Kenjaku genuinely knows what he's saying actually allows Takaba to gain some interest in him, asking the motives behind Kenjaku's actions, And for the first time ever, Kenjaku chooses to not talk his ass off by saying it's just interesting. Takaba asks Kenjaku a very good question. This question being, if there was something even more interesting than what you're doing right now, would you continue doing what you're doing now? And with how Kenjaku reacts to this question, you can say that he would most likely redirect his focus towards that. Takaba's able to pick up on this, and as he makes some writing appear on Kenjaku's face, he then says, well, it's written on your face. Takaba gets serious, and he says that he'll be using his ace on Kenjaku, and Kenjaku, understanding the potential of this ability, gets a little bit serious, thinking this can actually harm him. But Takaba cracks the crappy Wi-Fi joke that we heard before, much to Kenjaku's dismay. He lets out a sigh of disappointment and says, listen man. He explains to Takaba that the Wi-Fi joke is something you'd randomly find on a brochure at a coffee shop on the table while you're looking for the password to their Wi-Fi. It's just a crappy joke that somewhat fits the setting, and because of that, we can understand it. But the joke doesn't go over well to people at home, or essentially us, the readers, because we're not in a coffee shop. It seems out of the blue for us who are sitting at home, so we aren't going to laugh at it. Kenjaku breaks down the joke even more, and this actually hurts Takaba's ego as he points out that being denied someone logically that understands the jokes really hurts. Kenjaku eventually wraps it up and says that you are very conceited, and this reminds Takaba of his old comedy partner, who says that he doesn't have fun working with him whatsoever. And I'm sure that this is important to Takaba's character because even the characters on our side have pointed out that they never understand what he's saying and that they don't even know much about him. Kenjaku wraps up the lecture and tells Takaba to be more aware of his audience and elbows him, sending him flying into a bunch of trees. As Kenjaku commends himself for his excellent feedback toward Takaba, he also confirms the conditions of his technique. And with his technique figured out to the extent that we know of, Takaba's in a horrible spot. Kenjaku follows up with Takaba, and Takaba begins to genuinely get frustrated and lose his composure against Kenjaku, saying things such as he has no experience and that as long as anybody but him finds it funny, then it doesn't matter. This is in reference to his ex-partner. I believe that this ex-partner telling Takaba to quit and that he's not cut out to be a comedian all the way back in chapter 146 plays a huge role in Takaba's actions and responses from here on out in this chapter. And I believe this is why we're shown that tiny panel of Takaba thinking about what this same person said about him, about not enjoying work alongside Takaba. Takaba's arguing back against him, but clearly Kenjaku is the medium in this instance. After Kenjaku claps back, it makes Takaba challenge him to a face-making contest to prove him wrong, with the conditions of, if you laugh, you lose. This 2007 YouTube ass condition. But anyways, they engage in the face-making contest, and of course, Kenjaku wins. Takaba folds and gets rocked by Kenjaku, telling him to look to his right, and you can see that Kenjaku's actually having some fun fighting Takaba. Takaba hilariously slides backwards on his face. Like damn, how hard did he get punched? Anyways, let's focus. Takaba begins to rant on the floor and think about how it is funny that someone that looks as handsome as Geto, meanwhile wearing a monk's robe, and is out here doing stupid stuff like this. All of these factors combined together makes him admit that even Kenjaku's pretty funny. He begins to crawl away, saying that there are two kinds of comedians who are always on demand, those who are funny and those who believe they are funny. And as he convinces himself that he can still be funny, he comes upon Hazenoki's corpse. And this communicates to Takaba that he needs to be funny here or he will be dying at Kenjaku's hand. Kenjaku catches up to Takaba as he crawls away and asks, aren't you supposed to be a comedian? Laugh. And as Takaba has seemingly lost the battle with not only Kenjaku, but himself, he questions as to how. He's reminded of his ex-partner telling him that comedy isn't fun. If we do not laugh, how can the audience? And he questions himself once more. Why am I a comedian again? And the chapter closes. Now, if I had to make a guess for the future, I believe it's going to go this way. First, if we go back to chapter 146, he was asked that same question he was repeating to himself earlier. This question being, comics who are funny and comics who think they are funny. Which are you? And he responds with, I'd say it's 50-50, but maybe it's 7-30. I'm not gonna lie, personally, I believe that since Takaba had asked himself this earlier in the chapter, combined with the fact that Kenjaku is breaking down his jokes and actually discouraging him this way, it's gonna force him to make a decision between these two, and he'll result in being a comedian
who thinks they're funny, although they're not. And this would render Kenjaku's critique of Takaba's jokes nullified, and also spiritually prove his ex-partner wrong, by him being a successful comedian by the story's standards. Or, the 7-3 reference could be in reference to Nanami's critical hit, and every now and then, he'd be able to tell jokes so good that even Kenjaku would laugh, akin to a critical hit, thus encouraging him and allowing his technique to work again. I'm sure that Takaba will ponder this question when trying to understand why he became a comedian and why he continued to stay as one despite his failures, and this answer will allow him to continue to fight Kenjaku. As for Kenjaku in this chapter, not much needs to be said. I think we just need to bring up how his thousands of years of experience does give him a massive edge over other characters in battle, because being able to deduce comedian and find a counter for it within like 3 pages is insanely impressive. Simply put, Kenjaku continues to prove why you should never underestimate him as the story goes on. Truly a fascinating character. Welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 241 review and analysis. As you guys seem to have been really liking the format of me just focusing on analyzing the chapter and diving into the nuance of them in the past 2 weeks, I've decided to stick with the formula. With that being said, let's hop into the chapter, and please keep an open mind while we break this down. Because let's be honest, it's not what we want, however, it's what we got. We enter into the flashback of Takaba at a quote-unquote average university, and when we first see Takaba himself, he's not only seriously yelling at his peer, but making complete sense while doing so. A complete mirror of the Takaba that we all know and love. And as Takaba lectures his partner about being late and unproductive when it comes to their comedy routine, his partner simply apologizes. And Takaba thinks to himself about how his partner smells like booze and reinforces his disappointment, but brushes it off and says, "Let's begin." I do believe that it's important to take note of Takaba's character and attitude here, because it instantly adds more nuance to the funny goofy man that we know him as. And not to say that's all we've known him as, but we haven't seen much of Takaba before he obtained his ability. So I'm sure that Gege having Takaba as his serious and stern college student for most of this chapter is there to remind us that Takaba is a human and a character. As they both perform, Takaba is clearly carrying the act. Meanwhile, his partner can't even remember his lines. As Takaba waits for his partner to continue the act, he already knows that he couldn't remember, and the partner simply apologizes. Takaba questions him instantly, saying, "You don't give a damn, huh?" And the friend says, "I do care," and Takaba tells him to seriously apologize then. Express that you feel remorse and not just brush these things off by saying "my bad" every time you mess up. This then causes Takaba's friend to tell him that you're the one setting an example of how to be an antisocial asshole. Now the friend says this because Takaba's essentially accusing him of doing this with his light apologies. But I believe that it's also to point out that this brief interaction displays why Takaba just had a hard time with comedy in the first place. I personally believe that to be intentionally funny, you need to have a very good understanding of others and be able to connect with them. And the fact that Takaba just cutting on his friend from the start of the chapter until now, and then demands an apology after, displays to me that his social skills sucked ass. I can understand that his partner may be lacking, but this is far from how you solve any problems with others, and if anything, you're just asking to fight and make things worse. As the friend continues to speak to Takaba, he says that Takaba will not hang out with anybody. He won't laugh at anybody else's skits, and it sinks to him that the upperclassmen won't bully them in the first place. And this just frustrates Takaba even more. He asks the friend if he seriously thinks that him going out and drinking all night and showing up late to practice is really helping them out, and proceeds to list even more frustrations with their progress as comedians. They don't even perform twice a year, and when they do, it's horrible work. And how every time the friend speaks, it's about anything but their craft. Takaba says, "Use your brain," and the friend just says, "You're jealous because I'm more popular with the girls, right?" Takaba punches him in the face and says that he's completely missing the point. We need to take comedy seriously. And obviously this is a problem because comedy should be an escape, and honestly in my opinion, something that you don't really focus on this hard. The friend responds that doing comedy with him isn't fun at all. If we can't laugh at our own jokes, then why would the audience? Reinforcing Takaba's lack of connection and understanding of those around him. And as this part of his life clears up, he asks himself once more, why did I become a comedian again? I want to say that I believe this segment is there to display exactly that.
Takaba has always had a hard time understanding others, and this is reinforced by Takaba questioning his path as soon as it concluded. We move forward a couple of years, and Takaba's reviewing feedback from a performance. And it's safe to say that there wasn't anything good on that paper. Kin, the manager who asked Takaba the 730 question in his debut chapter, tells Takaba to not stress in the feedback, in that it's essentially impossible to make all of the audience members laugh. But even then, that one person bothers Takaba. That one person disliking his performance prompted him to ask himself once more, why did I become a comedian? We move forward to another moment in Takaba's life, where a previous comic partner says that they should disband, and yet Takaba needs to continue. Why? We're already in our 30s, and many other people our age have already climbed the corporate ladder. They even have families that they're providing for. How much longer can we continue to do this? And Takaba later on repeats this question to himself. We now see him in bed, as he complains about being a lone wolf comic once more. Takaba questions himself, asking, how much longer? And the answer he comes to is until I've told every joke possible, and now we get into the good stuff. Takaba ponders the purpose behind his action to become a comedian. He remembers that he once said we should take comedy seriously, and this is exactly why he couldn't truly connect with others. He says that he was a serious and cold child, and that made it hard for him to make friends, and thus he became lonely. As Takaba began to make jokes, he was finally able to make friends and only entertain people, but he never had a true friend, a peer, someone he was close with. And this is why Takaba gets so upset with his partner earlier in the chapter, because his partner refusing to take their efforts seriously makes Takaba perceive it as him rejecting his friendship, or not taking it seriously. Takaba is naturally a cold person, so it's more than difficult for him to express how much he values his partner in any other way but the work they perform together. Takaba revealing this explains why he was so shaken up when he found Hazenoki's body, as Takaba does like Hazenoki enough after their fight to try and make more jokes to him and annoy him, and this is why Kenjaku rejecting his jokes upset him. What Kenjaku did there was not only explain why Takaba isn't funny, but by proxy, explain why Takaba can't connect with others. And lastly, why he was constantly trying to make everybody at Jujutsu High laugh, and trying so hard with his jokes to a point where he essentially isolated himself, because everybody else came to write him off as someone who just says a lot of nothing. Takaba is hurt by this isolation. This isolation hurts him enough to pursue comedy, his only method of connecting with others far enough to even disregard his own potential success in the world. His obsession with comedy purely revolves around his own insecurities, and by making others laugh, to feel as if he's been accepted by them. Takaba says that comedy allowed him to make more and more friends, but never find a true partner, a comrade. As Takaba watches TV, he's shown the kind of future that he wishes he had, with the two comedians on TV saying that they can't work together anymore, and if they were actually serious about not working together anymore, they wouldn't have as much fun as they are now. And Takaba sees this and says, it must be nice, and begins to cry. He explains that, I wanted people to get to know me better, because if they did, they would laugh at my jokes, and I wouldn't be so alone anymore. And then we see two Takabas, a child one, and the one we know and love. And the child asks, what is even taking comedy seriously? I want to say that I'm sure Takaba finally outright saying that he did comedy to escape solitude is what exactly triggered the manifestation of his child self. Because the child Takaba asks, everybody wants to see the goofy me, right? Takaba has battled solitude his entire life, and desperately. So when Takaba points this out, the child Takaba, the Takaba who thought he found a way to finally connect with others, comes forth. This resembles the root of Takaba's pursuit of comedy, and his inability to connect with others. And now, he's finally observing it. You could say that he's confronting it, but I wouldn't use that word because these Takaba are still the same person. This meeting feels as if Takaba believes he's failed his child self due to never making it in comedy, or in other words, connecting with others. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is why Takaba responds to the child Takaba's question of everybody wanting to see the goofy me with this. No, I don't think that's important. That's all offstage business. It has nothing to do with the audience. The child asks Takaba why he does comedy in the first place then, and Takaba says outright that he became a comedian so everybody can understand him better. And yet, I went and said all of that. He told Kenjaku that he doesn't care if he doesn't find his jokes funny, as long as everybody else does. And the reason this was wrong to say is because it indicates that Takaba isn't considering how Kenjaku feels. In fact, He broke the script to tear Kenjaku down in order to feel better about himself. He was completely disregarding Kenjaku's emotions and thoughts because he was upset, showing his failure to even connect with others. Although Kenjaku isn't some high school friend or whatever, the principle is still there, and it matters that it's Kenjaku because Kenjaku understands comedy to its deepest core. People will say that this is a filler fight, but it couldn't be further from the truth. It's a rite of passage for Takaba, someone that we've all written off as a funny joke man from the start, and Kenjaku serves as a medium for this rite of passage through being the embodiment of intelligence. As Takaba says that he believes what Ken said about it being impossible to make 100% of the audience laugh, he understands that he understood this statement incorrectly, saying that he wanted to affirm to himself. And thus, he took the words in the way that he can accept them and gave up. Takaba used these words to never attempt to push to make 100% of the audience laugh through his performances due to hearing this, but instead allowed it to give him a reason as to why he shouldn't improve himself when he doesn't get perfect results, because it's impossible in the first place. And he went about it this way because he didn't want to get hurt. He wanted to protect himself from the truth of his failure of understanding himself, connecting with others, and most of all, protecting his child self from isolation. He pursued comedy for so many years of his life, all ignoring the fact that he was failing, that all of his peers had moved on to better lives, and being abandoned by partners endlessly, all in order to attempt to defeat the isolation he's always felt. Again, I do believe that's what the child is there for, in order to remind Takaba of why he's made every action in his life up until now. I also want to bring up the fact that this introspective is very strong, as it touches upon the themes of self-improvement, empathy, and criticism, and encourages both Takaba and those at home to truly ponder why you have some of your behaviors, or why you have a hard time connecting with others if you have such a problem in the first place. Don't desperately chase a solution to a problem your entire life through outside means, but instead, look within yourself and figure out why this problem is there in the first place. Figure out why you pursue some of the things you pursue, and adjust yourself correctly according to the answer. And this is what Takaba does here, even when it seems like all hope is lost. As we come back to the real world, Takaba bows in front of Kenjaku, and this scene is especially important because it's the first joke that hits Kenjaku to his core, something he can relate to. And I believe that this could potentially be the truth behind Takaba's comedian. But before I explain, let's continue. Kenjaku states that it's such stellar and perfect prostration, and that it's taken him many years to reach such a level. But he then says, wait, what am I even saying right now? First, Takaba has done something that Kenjaku can personally relate to. Since Kenjaku brings up his life after seeing it, this displays that this joke did allow Takaba to personally connect with Kenjaku, albeit briefly and very loosely. Takaba's already improving, and not only that, it seems as if his curse technique improves alongside him, as it makes Kenjaku think these things without him even realizing it in the first place. I'm going to guess that, since Takaba now understands that the science behind jokes being funny, or being funny in general, is connecting with others and being relatable. This understanding will allow the effective comedian to be triggered with much more ease, and maybe even consciously. So to correct myself from the previous review, I do believe that there is potential that comedian can actually be something far more potent than it already is. Second, it's very important to notice that Kenjaku is talking about a Doggies in the first place, and that it took him until his late 20s to reach such a level. This heavily implies that Kenjaku in his first and true life used to pray to a deity, and for a very long time. And this can insinuate a lot about his current motivations of creating this merger that's beyond curse energy. Kenjaku, when activating his domain expansion, has a certain hand sign. This hand sign being the only hand sign that activates the domain expansion in the series to be a prayer to a god rather than a mudra of a respective deity. Kenjaku does seem to be no more than a zealot who wants to create a god throughout this entire series. And his detail about his Doggiza seems to only confirm this even more. I even believe that Kenjaku will sacrifice himself to create the merger by breaking the binding vow surrounding it, but that's for another time. Takaba apologizes to Kenjaku and explains that he lied about not caring if he doesn't find it funny, even if everybody else does. He wanted to protect himself from the truth, and now he will do everything to make everybody laugh. He'll make Kenjaku laugh so hard that he'll throw up. That's his ninja way, and Kenjaku shows genuine interest, prompting him to try, and the chapter closes. Editor's note here, I also want to say that I believe the 99 out of 100 thing going on with Takaba may have also been a coping mechanism along the lines of, Since these people don't find me funny, someone else out there will. So let me keep trying the same stuff until I find those people, rather than trying to make the people in front of me laugh. And that can be sort of a harmful mindset because that does give you a reason to not improve what you're doing. It makes you think that you're right, but you're just not in the right crowd. And for my final thoughts, I believe that this chapter is much better than the doom scrollers on all of these apps that try to make it out to be something boring and bad. Just because there isn't flashy fight pages in a chapter doesn't mean it's bad, so please try to read what the author is putting out here. It's a very powerful chapter with a truth that many do not want to hear. Takaba has declared to Kenjaku that he'll be making him laugh so hard that he pukes out his guts. Kenjaku starts up round 2 with the summoning of the special grade curse, Akuro Outake. And as Kenjaku attempts to attack, the cursed spirit is instantly struck with a truck and killed on the spot. I have a couple things to say about this. If Takaba clearing Kenjaku's amp cursed spirits with this much ease, he has to be a special grade sorcerer at this point. This was the same amount of difficulty that Yuki had with the Ganesha special grade that was amped by Kenjaku. And second, I'm going to take a guess, judging from what happens after this page, but the truck came in and instantly killed the special grade because it attempted to attack Takaba directly, rather than play along with the scenarios that he forces you into. This could also explain why Kenjaku decided to partake in the ridiculousness that's coming up very soon. And lastly, it kinda sucks that this special grade curse was killed before we knew anything about it, because it's always nice to know what Kenjaku has always had up his sleeves. And this one definitely looks strong, since it looks a lot like Fusion Agito. As Takaba crashes the truck that just hit the curse, Takaba asks his imaginary partner in the truck if he's okay. And then the imaginary partner blames Takaba for crashing the car. And this is when Kenjaku suddenly appears behind Takaba as another character in the skit, accusing him of drinking under the influence, and pushes him to breathe into the bag. I think that this would be a great time to explain what is really going on here before we jump into the rabbit hole of confusion that is this chapter. If you're aware of the Gojo Baka survivor theories that have been floating around about Jelly Jiggler and Gojo laying dead, and how this is a hint that Gojo will be revived, this chapter debunks this theory completely, as we know now why this entire mini-arc has been named Baka Survivor. Baka Survivor comes from the show Bo 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 Bo, and it's one of its series' opening theme songs. This entire chapter seems to be a huge love letter to this series, as it does follow the same exact sequence of a typical Bo 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 episode. A very loose plot that is slowly moved forward by tons of ridiculous, out of place skits strung together, and by the time all of these stupid skits are done, whatever obstacle Bo 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 and his team had in their way is defeated. Simply put, the entire Baka Survivor thing Gege had going on when it came to the names of these chapters were most likely building up to this chapter here, which displays the evolution and mastery of Takaba's curse technique. If anything, Angel never said the name of this curse technique when she was speaking in 240, so the true name of it could be Baka Survivor. There is actually some evidence supporting this besides this chapter. The first piece of evidence is in Takaba's bedroom during chapter 241. And if you look close enough, the only book with a visible cover is a Bobobo manga book. And Jump series have been referenced in the series before in a way that communicates that the manga and anime of other series are present in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Such as when Daido had been looking for a katana to use and he came across Tanjiro's water breathing blade at a comic store or something like that. It's possible that Takaba's ability was inspired from Bobobo, and even how he made others laugh as a child, because kids tend to do ridiculous things like characters in that show does. I could even be reading into this Baka Survivor thing too much, but you can also point out that Takaba and Kin's conversation from 100 chapters ago actually lines up with the Bobobo sequences, because the characters don't really care to make anybody laugh when they do their skits. They just do whatever the hell they can think of on the spot, and it tends to be funny because it's so stupid, random, and confusing yet entertaining. I loved the Bobobo series as a kid, so I had to take the opportunity to talk about it here. Anyways, back to the chapter. Kenjaku asks Takaba to breathe in the bag as a breathalyzer, stating that if the fish dies, Takaba will be charged with a DUI. And Takaba notices that the fish was already died, and thus, he and Kenjaku magically teleport to a hospital scenario where the fish is now gigantic and they're performing surgery on it in order to revive it and use it for the breathalyzer. Takaba reports the consciousness level of the fish as FFX11, or in other words, Final Fantasy 11. This is probably a jab at the MMORPG because it's been running for a long time and is most likely barely alive at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong, I know one of my 20,000 subs has to be playing this game. Anyways, Kenjaku responds by pulling out defibrillators and yelling, "I choose you," shocking Takaba as he screams, Team Rocket's blasting off again. I hope you guys know what this is referencing. As we cut back to the two, they've talked about the surgery and now the fish is just somehow bones and head. So it seems as if they failed this surgery, and as Takaba laments his failure, he says that now he needs curses to comfort him since he's depressed, just like me, bro. Kenjaku randomly turns into a woman for 2 panels and refuses, never mind, pissing off Takaba and saying that they'll decide this by rock, paper, scissors. Yes, this chapter is ridiculously confusing and it hurts my head as I type out this script and even read it, but this is also how a normal Bobobo episode goes. The two begin to dance as they prepare their rock, paper, scissors, and as they dance a bit more, they both land on scissors and somehow land the scissors in each other's noses. Here, we see that Kenjaku has actually taken some damage from a scenario, which makes Takaba even more impressive. As Kenjaku slides back, he points out that Takaba's technique does not only take Takaba's imagination into consideration, but his own, allowing both of their souls to resonate with one another as they battle. Now they're suddenly in a game show, and as Takaba tells Kenjaku to not expect him to pretend to not know the answers for the sake of the show, Kenjaku says likewise. He dislikes that anyways, idiots acting like idiots. And me personally, I agree. The host asks both contestants a question, and Kenjaku gets it wrong, with Takaba calling him an idiot. It was a question about history too, so Kenjaku real stupid for getting that wrong. He's been alive for 1,000 years. Then another question comes up, this time the topic being about science. Meanwhile, Kenjaku seems to get it correct, he buzzed too early, so it doesn't count. And Takaba just didn't know the answer to anything, so he's just as stupid. And then Kenjaku calls Takaba stupid as well, randomly making fun of his dad for being an optometrist. And Takaba asks, what's even wrong with that? Again, if you needed to be reminded, not much is going on here, but Takaba's ability is forcing Kenjaku into all these scenarios that he has to play through, because if he didn't have to play through these, he wouldn't be in them. We move on to a different question, this question being, what is difficult to tell people? Self-recommendation or designated school recommendation? As the two walk towards the doors that contain the answers, they phase into another random ass situation, where Takaba's crossing the street and comes across a cat, only to find that this cat is Kenjaku. As Kenjaku jumps out of the street, a car hits Takaba, damaging him and changing the scenario to where Takaba is now a cat drowning in the ocean, only for Kenjaku to now attempt to save him on a surfboard, but little does Kenjaku know, Takaba was behind Kenjaku the entire time, crashing into him with a jet ski for revenge. As Kenjaku laughs, he tells Takaba that he's got him, and the two start splashing each other in the sea for an entire page. As they continue to splash one another, Kenjaku says that he hasn't had this much fun in 1,000 years, and that he's so happy that he started the calling games. And after saying this, he thankfully snaps out of the BS, albeit briefly, and pushes Takaba's head into the sea. Now, I don't think Kenjaku genuinely means this or even thought of this, but he's only going along with the script that Takaba has put out, because Takaba's intention was stated in 240, and it's not really to defeat Kenjaku, but it's to show Kenjaku something more interesting than his own plan in the calling game, to change his mind about the merger. So I'm sure that Takaba put this into his head rather than him genuinely having fun here. As Takaba tells Kenjaku to hold up so they can drink from the ocean, it's revealed that this ocean was made out of Fanta the entire time. And as Kenjaku and Takaba jump midair as if they're at the end of a movie, he thinks to himself, however, if this continues, I will lose. To him, all of these situations, these scenarios, are no more than a simulation, and all the damage dealt to me will accumulate steadily. This will not end until his comedic desire is satisfied, and this is not a fight where violence can reach the conclusion. Basically, Kenjaku breaks down Takaba's technique by saying that these random scenarios will not stop until Takaba's jokes reaches their climax. Again, similar to Bobobo, how these scenarios tend to decide the victor of the fight. After Kenjaku points this out, he takes the initiative and asks Takaba if he's ready, and they step out to a stage to tell their final joke, and the chapter finally ends. So I really do like this chapter, but it's just so random and there's a lot going on for me to wrap my head around. I get what's going on, but 2 weeks for this is kinda crazy. Still, a fun chapter regardless. I enjoy the Bobobo love letter that this chapter is as well, but sitting down and talking about it fried my brain for sure. Also, we know that Baka Survivor is completely about Takaba now, so with that said, I just don't think Gojo's coming back. First and foremost, I want to say that this was quite the shocking chapter, and definitely had what most of you guys have been waiting for the past couple of weeks, which is a hype character or moment just coming up like Yuta's appearance versus Kenjaku. And man, I do like how this fight is starting. Yeah, you heard me right, I said starting. In this video, I'll be talking about a couple of things, and not really the chapter only, especially since 70% of the chapter is pure nonsensical joke telling. There's just not that much to break down there, honestly. With that being said, if you enjoy breakdowns and pseudo analysis such as this for each chapter of the series, don't forget to check out my previous reviews and to subscribe for more content such as this. Let's hop into the video. The chapter starts where you previously left off with both Kenjaku and Takaba having their final joke sharing session in front of a crowd, and I'm gonna be straight up here. This could have been shortened into 3 pages at most. It's not like the previous chapters where you have a bunch of funny yet unpredictable scenarios and nonsense going on. It's just them talking. This is the first time I'm ever saying this in a review, but I seriously don't like this part. Anyways, you guys didn't come to hear me complain, so let's just move past it. As the two wrap up their final comedy show, Takaba asks if he was a good boy, and Kenjaku says, "You were the best. You were amazing, Fumihiko Takaba, and I'll never forget you as long as I live." The fight so many people have dreaded is finally over, and I have to say that I did enjoy it. It was a great change of pace, and Gege was bound to make something like this happen after Gojo and Sukuna's battle. Gege will always have some downtime in between massive events because he uses delayed gratification how he paces his story and how he writes his characters. For example, the structure of the color game. We saw Yuji for 6-7 chapters of his colony, and then we didn't see him for over a year in real time. And the audience was really happy to see him again when he came back, due to not seeing him in the story for so long, and couldn't wait to see what would happen next. Or another example of delayed gratification in the story was in the Megumi Sukuna storyline, and how it culminated into Sukuna taking over Megumi's body. And Gege started setting that up over 200 chapters before it happened. And then Chain wouldn't have hit as hard if Sukuna did it in chapter 20 rather than 214. We were waiting so long for that moment to come into play that most of us forgot that the Chain could even happen. So yeah, there wasn't any way that Gege was gonna give us Sukuna vs Yuji right after Sukuna vs Gojo. Gege likes to pace his stories, and it's good for both the viewer and the author, and you'll enjoy this much more on a reread, trust me. So we wrap up this fight, Kenjaku vs Takaba, and we're instantly greeted with Yuta just behind Kenjaku ready to put the hands on him. And Kenjaku notices this, attempting to react to Yuta, but Yuta blitzes Kenjaku and is behind him again, cutting his head off. First, I gotta say that I've underestimated this fraud since the very beginning. I shouldn't even be calling him fraud anymore. I get that Kenjaku maybe weakened due to his fight with Takaba and was caught off guard and all that, but the 5-minute merchant pulled this off against Kenjaku, not against some fodder, not against anybody else. Blitzing a weakened Kenjaku is still impressive as hell, and it looks cool too. This double spread alone moved Yuta a couple of spots up my favorite characters list, but you guys know that it really doesn't take much to do so because you guys can tell I hate most of the characters in this series. Anyways, as Kenjaku's head flies off, he asks why he wasn't able to see Yuta despite placing all of his curses around Japan on surveillance, and this was due to Takaba's ability. Takaba did not want his comedy session to be interrupted by anybody when fighting Kenjaku, so it didn't allow Kenjaku to focus or even be aware of anything but Takaba himself. It's quite the interesting twist. The question I have about this is whether or not Takaba activated this ability before his second round with Kenjaku. This is when he decided that he'd make Kenjaku laugh no matter what, since that's when Takaba became super passionate about his comedy and decided to focus everything on making Kenjaku laugh, or if it was always like this from the start of the fight just due to its ability. I'll guess the latter, but you guys let me know what you think. As Kenjaku lies on the ground, he asks Yuta if it was always his plan to have Takaba scramble his surveillance through Takaba's ability, and Yuta says yes, as Takaba's ability does not allow him to kill people. And if you remember, this is in reference to when Takaba was fighting Hazenoki and said that red is prohibited in his jokes. Kenjaku states that he was halfway to achieving his goal after 1,000 years halfway, bro, and that it's a shame, since his will be inherited and the chapter ends. Okay, so I'm gonna get this out the way ASAP. I think we all know that Kenjaku himself isn't done here. It's Kenjaku, and it's been stated that he's been defeated in the past a couple of times, yet always managed to worm his way back into this world. So I can't really see his end here. If anything, I believe that the fight's only beginning. If you remember, Toji Fushiguro refused to kill off Geto during the hidden inventory arc because he wasn't sure what would happen to all the curses contained within his body due to his cursed spirit manipulation. And as Yuta has potentially killed Geto's body again, we're most likely going to find out. If all the curses that Kenjaku collected decide to come out, this also means that Tengen will be released and run rampant as she was a curse under Geto's control. Not only Tengen will come out, but we're aware that Kenjaku has more special grade curses up his sleeve with the usage of Akuro Otake against Takaba. I do believe that this is what Kenjaku means by his will live on, since he will no longer need to fulfill the binding vow to summon Tengen at this point, since his body will die and forcefully summon her. Kenjaku is no fool though, and has been a sorcerer for over 1,000 years. And as Reggie Starr once said, sorcerers are no more than con artists. Kenjaku, being far and away the most experienced sorcerer, existing for over 1,000 years, will have something up his sleeve, so I'm excited to see what's next. As for Kenjaku hopping into another body, I'm definitely not going to rock with Kenjaku and Takaba's body, but I will say it kind of works. Takaba, in all honesty, looks like a Monkey King, and Geto looks like a Buddha, so, you know, Kenjaku going from Geto to Takaba would be symbolic, and Takaba's abilities do resemble Sun Wukong's in their ridiculousness and reality manipulation. So that's all I see from that theory, but I'm still hoping it doesn't happen. You guys let me know whether or not you think Kenjaku versus Yuta is only beginning in the comments below, as I am curious to see what you guys think of my predictions here, and if you want to see an alternative prediction, go watch my video, Kenjaku Cannot Lose, where I theorize how Kenjaku would win in even circumstances such as this, which is crazy because I dropped that video like 5 days ago. Also, Maki not being shown on either battlefield yet really makes me believe that she'll show up to help Yuta with whatever's coming next in the later chapters. This being another reason why I don't think Kenjaku is really done yet. But to be fair, she could be fighting with Yuji and those over there, since they do seem to need all the help they can get. Hakari, Yuji, and Uraume versus Sukuna and Uraume just isn't enough. I don't care what strategy they got or whatever is lined up. Sukuna is handling all three of them like he is Omni-Man, even without cursed energy. They need more. As for Takaba, I don't know if bro is dead, asleep, whatever. I've seen some people guessing that he may have actually died here, but we're just gonna have to see. And Yuta said that Takaba's technique doesn't allow him to kill, but he killed a cursed technique with the truck he summoned in the previous chapter. So I'm not sure if that's some sort of loophole or whatever, but that's, you know, hey man, if that's how he's gonna be killing people, I'm down with it. And as for Yuta, people will complain about Yuta not fighting Kenjaku straight up in this chapter and clown him for sneaking Kenjaku. But Jujutsu Kaisen has never really been about fair fights. I know I say this in almost every video, but 95% of fights in Jujutsu Kaisen are decided by sneak attacks or miscalculations. Things like this are bound to happen in this series, especially to someone who was able to defeat Yuki and Choso at the same time. People used to complain about characters announcing their attacks in anime all the time, and now we have the opposite. It's just funny to think about. But that being said, this chapter was absolutely solid. I believe that the boring first half was meant to build up to Yuta's shocking appearance. So I will let it slide, King God Ge Gakatami. If you guys watched all the way through, thank you so much. I really appreciate everything, I appreciate all the support. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Chapter ends. Chapter starts off with Hakari versus Uraume, and we finally get to see Uraume in full action in a fight, not just sneak attacking on somebody. And it feels great saying this because she certainly did not disappoint. So Uraume instantly uses Frost Calm, and this technique is insanely broken, more broken than I thought it could be, because it instantly adds frozen curse energy around the user's curse energy itself. And I'm positive that this is why she decided to use the maximum output of Frost Calm on Yuji and Maki, and why Hakari was chosen to fight her. Addressing the former, she cannot possibly target Maki alone due to Maki having no curse energy, and thus Uraume was more than likely going to target Yuji using a maximum output effect on him for the sake of a higher area of effect, and then hitting Maki by hitting Yuji. Speaking of Maki, I would say that she's a better choice to fight Uraume than Hakari, but Hakari's just more flexible when it comes to battle because he can regenerate from anything. If Uraume gets one good hit on Maki, it'd more than likely be downhill from there, whereas with Hakari gets almost infinite chances. As we come back into the battle, Hakari's arm is frozen within the frost calm, and Uraume is instantly able to shatter it. And as she says that the battle's over, Hakari, in typical Hakari fashion, instantly regenerates his hand and uses that hand to grab onto Uraume's face and grab her through multiple buildings, Shibuya style. But it doesn't really do much to her. She does resemble the nature of ice, and as such, we should expect her durability to be quite high. Uraume comes out the debris and says that his healing is so extraordinary. It's to a point where it surpasses both Gojo and Sukuna. And well, although this is quite obvious, most people would have argued otherwise before this, and can you really blame them? I will say that Hakari does get a lot of praise in this chapter, and this is one of those moments. It's quite refreshing because we haven't seen him do much since his fight with Kashimo, so people were beginning to sleep on him. We'll speak more on the Hakari hype later on in the video though. Uraume begins preparing a spear of ice, sending it flying through Hakari with ridiculous speed. He couldn't even react to it, but Hakari regenerates before the spear could even land somewhere, and Uraume is surprised once more by the regeneration speed, saying that it really doesn't stop, huh? And Hakari confirms that it sure as hell doesn't by sending a kick at Uraume's side. And Uraume is able to catch Hakari's leg and then freeze it, but Hakari responds by pulling his leg out of the ice and drop kicking Uraume, sending her flying through multiple buildings. Something I want to point out here before we get into the philosophical talk is that Hakari's fighting style is so potent and ridiculous in the standards of this series, because in a series where characters need to stop, breathe, think, and prepare in every battle to calculate their opponent's moves while simultaneously calculating their own, Hakari says F all that and constantly pressures his opponents and catches them off guard with ridiculous antics. He is an old school brawler that defies the entire boundary set by the series, and I think that's why we enjoy seeing him fight so much. It also makes sense because he says that he takes notes from like battle manga. And in most battle manga, we don't really see fights as calculated as Jujutsu Kaisen's fights are, so that's probably why he fights like this. It all adds up. I also want to say that Hakari's fighting style is something that should be considered when putting him in matchups, because it really overwhelmed most characters. I mean, even when he was fighting Kashimo, go count the amount of times that Kashimo was able to land a direct punch or kick on Hakari while he was in the jackpot state in the 5 to 6 chapters of their fight, and you'd be quite surprised. Kashimo's in my top 3 currently, but when he was fighting Hakari in his base, he couldn't do much but just last until he could charge another lightning bolt. Anyways, let's come back to the chapter. As Hakari puts his shoes back on, Uraume begins to speak once more, saying, "Modern sorcerers have the mind of trying to be human. They tell themselves not to break things to keep their human nature while their abilities grow within them. But that human nature is the weakness of fearing loneliness." Now, I'm gonna be straight up. I know people are gonna skip over this or just not understand it, so I'll break it down. What Uraume is conveying to Hakari here is that the difference between people like Sukuna and Yuji is that Yuji doesn't allow himself to cut loose and go all out for the sake of staying human and retaining his morals, whereas Sukuna does whatever he wants in battle, cutting completely loose and destroying everything around him for the sake of the battle. In that manner, he truly is a natural disaster, a calamity. Sukuna exists, and his existence destroying the things around him are only natural. And when Uraume says that human nature is the weakness of fearing loneliness, I believe that they actually have a point here. I'm not sure how to put this in a way that isn't going to get some edgy teenagers upset in the comments, but people tend to follow rules because they want to fit into society and the groups that surround them, and that's okay. The result of not following the rule set of a group or place tends to result in being removed from said group or place one way or another, right? And people don't really want that because they don't want to be alone. They want to be around people that are just like them. So most will listen and comply. And if you think about it, this is what has happened to Sukuna in the modern age. Due to his atrocities, he's become completely ostracized from the modern age despite him existing within it. People have their own preconceived notions about him, and he just goes along with them. Nobody in the modern age attempts to really speak to him or ask him anything about himself because he's a monster, and an uncontrollable one at that. They label him whatever they perceive him as and do not treat him as a human. Even the audience of the series has had a hard time accepting that Sukuna wasn't human because he was so cursed-like it was unreal. But even then, it's not like he cares about any of this. He simply lives as he does, and this is the consequence he deals with for doing so. But again, he's more than satisfied with such a consequence, if it allows him to embrace his true nature and love for battle. And after Uraume says what she says to Hakari, she cuts loose, bursting the pipes below by freezing some of the water within them, and says that Hakari does lack this same weakness of fearing loneliness, and it makes sense. Hakari was suspended for a long time for beating up one of the higher-ups at Jujutsu High, and he really didn't care to be at his illegal fight club thing on the side for however long he was there. As Hakari is the Chris McClane of Jujutsu High, and is at his hottest when helping his friends, it all adds up really. He does truly share those same qualities that Sukuna has, but sort of in a benevolent good way, although still reckless. And due to this, Uraume says that she'll be going all out and no longer treating Hakari as a human. In a way, this is quite respectful to Hakari in her own twisted way. This also has implications for Hakari being able to touch upon Sukuna's level, as Hakari is the only character so far who has evidence for being able to do what Sukuna can do in terms of forsaking humanity just for the sake of enjoying themselves. Hakari does point out that Yuta has mentioned this same kind of talk to him, most likely referring to his battle with Ryu and Uro, and Hakari states that he has heavy admiration for Yuta, as he's a man of action and never wastes his words. He prompts Uraume to continue their battle, and round 2 begins. We come back to the court case, where Higuruma is essentially breaking down his case of judgment as to why Sukuna should be found guilty of the Shibuya massacre rather than Yuji, and Sukuna just cuts them off. Right, let's skip all the long dialogue, it's pointless because Sukuna makes it all irrelevant, and he then says that he does not care to hear what Higuruma has to say. He just wants Higuruma to pull out the executioner's blade and to end this case already. As Sukuna is given the guilty verdict, he's slammed with both confiscation and death penalty, and the domain is now closed. Higuruma is given the executioner's blade, and him being the genius he is, essentially breaks down what should happen from here on out. He surmises that Sukuna likely lost the 10 Shadows ability from fighting Gojo, and that the entire shrine technique will be hit with confiscation due to this. And with Sukuna being unable to use his cursed technique, Higuruma finishing the battle with the executioner's blade should be simple. The chance of victory has finally emerged, and thus the other sorcerers will enter the battle and assist Higuruma in defeating Sukuna. These sorcerers being Ino, Choso, and Kusakabe. And I have to admit defeat here, Ino fans. No more random fodder mass dude. The fact that Ino's here on the battlefield, it means that he's considered to be a valuable enough player to fight Sukuna. It says a lot, and he most likely is on grade 1 level at this point, so he has earned my respect. As Higuruma prepares to strike, a question replays in his head. This question being if Higuruma wants to die. As Sukuna launches multiple cleaves and dismantles towards Higuruma, Kusakabe jumps in front of him, shielding some of the burden to split the damage between the two. And it's revealed that, since Sukuna had brought in Kamutoke, confiscation was applied to Kamutoke's cursed technique rather than Sukuna's, and the chapter ends. After Higuruma's plan of confiscating Sukuna's cursed technique falls through, Sukuna has rained down multiple slashes onto him, but Kusakabe has come in clutch, shielding Higuruma by withstanding some of the slashes, meanwhile activating his simple domain, allowing him to reduce the damage taken as well. As this event is called the Sukuna Raid, it seems as if we have these characters playing certain roles within the battle. A good amount of people call the confiscation of Kamutoke to be BS, but I'll say 2 things to it. First, when you detain a criminal, you have to confiscate their weapons before restraining them, and before anybody brings up the point that you don't bring weapons into a real court case, you also don't confiscate anything in a court case from the defendant either, so obviously Higuruma's trials are tweaked for sorcery. Higuruma also hasn't fought any cursed tool users since he says it's the lack of his experience that got him caught up here. Second, Kamutoke would not even give these characters a fighting chance anyways, because if Kamutoke was enough to briefly stun Kashimo, who was stated to have a resistance to electrical based attacks, these guys are certainly suffering at least, the bare minimum, hard stuns from Kamutoke, and they're not moving at all after getting hit by it once. It's bad for them either way in my opinion, so Sukuna losing Kamutoke was not a crutch for him. I get that Shrine is better at killing, but these guys need to be able to move around, hop over one another, dodge Sukuna's attacks. If Sukuna's able to hold them still with Kamutoke, they're just assed out. They're not even getting the Executioner's Blade to touch Sukuna in the first place. Coming back to the chapter, Sukuna points out that all of the characters on the battlefield are significantly more powerful in terms of their basic cursed energy enhancement. Whether or not this means over the time skip and became much stronger, or got a boost from Utahime, is left vague, and I'm sure that this is on purpose. We'll get the answer later on. Sukuna also explains that simple domain allows these characters to negate damage that he puts out, but not as much as domain amplification would. I'm gonna shoot and say that the difference between simple domain and hollow wicker basket is likely that simple domain allows characters to also negate a bit of the curse technique of their opponent, whereas hollow wicker basket is simply for the negation of domain short hits. There has to be a difference between the two, and I think this is it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kusakabe now thinks to himself, saying that he thought he was going to die because of those slashes, since he believed that they were the slashes that can divide the world. But since that wasn't the case, this allows him to confirm that Sukuna is not throwing out these space cleaves willy-nilly, and in fact, Sukuna may even need to charge or binding vow in order to utilize his technique. Kusakabe says, obviously if you think a little before pointing this out, clearly a jab to the weekly crybabies. He then begins to really break down Sukuna's cleave and dismantle, stating that dismantle is the regular slashes that Sukuna throws out, whereas cleave changes depending on the strength of its opponents. The slashes that fly towards them are dismantles, whereas the slash that divides the world is cleave, with its target expanded to the world itself. Dismantle will activate when it touches its targets, only exceptions being within the domain. He finally ends this analysis on Sukuna's techniques, pointing out that the techniques that will instantly kill any one of them are the normal cleaves, a direct hit from dismantle, and the cleave that will divide the world. But however, there is still the fire he used in Shibuya. Why does he not use it? Kusakabe concludes his thought by saying that he probably just can't use it currently. And it's pointless to even think about it, because it instantly killed any one of them if it was able to kill Jogo. I'm not sure what this means since I think a couple of these guys are past Jogo by now, but tell me what you guys think about this statement down below. We come back to the battle. As Kusakabe asks Higuruma if he can move, Higuruma says that he can, but he apologizes for messing up the confiscation. But Kusakabe just says the sword is enough, and the best solution they have regardless of the situation. He states that he's going to protect Higuruma even if it costs him his life, and he's like, damn, did I really just give myself a death flag? And this is what convinces me that Kusakabe will survive. He always does stuff like this, ends up next to the most dangerous dudes every time, and still comes out alive. Never forget that he ate a direct maximum Uzumaki. Sukuna states that since they know how to guard properly, basically flexing that Kusakabe's 300 IQ strategy of tanking Sukuna's hits is child's play to him, he'll now be going for the legs, but Choso comes in with the quickness, launching a piercing blood, and Sukuna accepts this as no more than a challenge of speed, instantly disappearing and dodging the piercing blood, and then he impales Choso in the torso, showcasing one of the most impressive speed blitzes in Jujutsu Kaisen. I mean, he's already top 3, he just pushed the top 3 down one with another Sukuna at the top. This guy's built different. And are we even surprised here? If he was able to speed blitz Ryu Ishigori, someone who was ragdolling Yuta when he was at his full strength, Sukuna is speed blitzing everybody else in this Heian era form. Not to mention, the fact that he's moving around like this with 5 opponents is absolutely stupid. Usually, 2v1s are enough to handle someone a tier above you in this series, but Sukuna's handling a 1v5 with no problem. This guy, he's overwhelmingly broken. After Choso sent flying, Yuji is able to catch him and a blade is sent flying towards Sukuna's face. Sukuna is able to hit it upward and then is caught midair by Ino, and Ino comes right back down with it. We then see that this is Nanami's blade that Ino has, and Sukuna responds to this attack by blocking it. And the attack pushes Sukuna into the ground, which indicates that it had hella force behind it. But the most interesting part of this is that the attack from Nanami's blade was imbued with his curse technique. So this allows me to ask, the same way that normal weapons can become semi-cursed tools, do you think that it could lead all the way up to a weapon becoming a special grade cursed tool, even absorbing the user's technique? If this is how it works in the series, you'd have to assume that this may have happened to the other special grade tools in the series as well. And it makes sense, as a strong amount of cursed techniques share similarities or traits with a lot of the cursed tools used in the series, such as Angel and the Inverted Spear of Heaven or Kashimo and Kamutoke. I wonder what's the deal with special grade like cursed tools and the characters themselves, and I'm sure that we'll get an explanation behind it, but I just wanted to put my thoughts out there for that. Sukuna then kicks Ino, but Ino's actually able to react to and block the attack. Everything we've seen from him here in this chapter, there is no more random fodder mask dude. Grade 1 Sorcerer Ino is what I will be calling him from here on out, so respect him, man. He's turned it around. Yuji and Kusakabe then pull up on opposite sides of Sukuna in an attempt to find an opening, and Sukuna responds by raining down slashes on both Yuji and Kusakabe. In this moment, Mei confirmed that Yuji doesn't have simple domain, because Yuji chooses to block the attack, whereas Kusakabe chooses to swing through it. It can also be Sukuna prioritizing Yuji with more slashes, but I'm just unsure here. Anyways, Sukuna dodges Kusakabe's slash, but Higuruma rolls over Kusakabe's back while attempting to slash downward onto Sukuna, barely missing him by grazing his hair, but Sukuna responds by punching Higuruma, then grabbing him, asking if he's able to hang on. And then we see Sukuna throw Higuruma with massive force, and Yuji, knowing that Higuruma is a star player, shows no hesitation in attempting to follow him, shouting that they can't let him be alone. Yuji gets a head start on Sukuna to reach Higuruma, but even then, Sukuna is just much faster, and Yuji points this out himself. We know how ridiculously fast Yuji is, so for him to be getting outpaced by Sukuna like this in terms of travel speed, it really puts things into perspective. Yuji is still quite fast though, so expect him to catch up to the two very soon. We shift over to Higuruma, just landing, and Sukuna's right on his tail, launching another massive attack that sets off another explosion, and this leads us into a flashback. We see Yuji tell Higuruma that his curse technique could be useful for saving Megumi in terms of separating him from Sukuna, so he asks him to explain it to Maki and Yuta, and so he does, or at least the important part of it. He says that the ones who are slashed by the Executioner's blade will die with no exception, but the target will only be for the one who has declared the death penalty, and since when Higuruma fought Yuji, it only declared Yuji for the death penalty, it proves that it can identify multiple souls within a vessel and single one out. Because if it couldn't, Sukuna would have been declared for the death penalty as well. So this flashback does confirm a couple of things. They were preparing for the battle before Gojo was unsealed during that flashback of the last chapter. Because Yuji and Yuta spoke in this location about saving Megumi right before they were going to unseal Gojo in 220. It also explains why Gojo was not in that classroom during the preparation for the battle. And lastly, why Higuruma did not need to explain his entire technique to Yuta and Maki, but how it can only be used in saving Megumi. The one thing that counters what I'm saying here is that Kashimo said that he's allowing Gojo to fight Sukuna first, so it sounds like they spoke before the classroom. But you can just attribute that to them negotiating with Kashimo to allow Gojo to fight Sukuna first because, well, it's Gojo. Of course, they'd want him to fight Sukuna first. However, we'll just have to see as we get more flashbacks and fill in the blanks. Later on in that day, we see Yuji go to Higuruma and ask him if he wants to die. And my guess from the previous review was correct. Higuruma asked Yuji why he is asking him this, and Yuji, like anyone else, can easily put it together that Higuruma not being able to use reverse curse technique despite wanting to charge in head first to Sukuna adds up to something that is at least alarming. Higuruma says that he wants to punish himself due to the atrocities that he's committed, and that he should die after completing his role. And Yuji responds to this by saying, "That's okay, as I have a similar thought process," but he says something interesting. He asks Higuruma to reconsider abandoning society, and I think this says something about Yuji himself honestly. Yuji has had Sukuna removed from his body, and 90% of the reason he needed to die is now gone. I think that's why he's considering his sacrificial role player mentality himself, and why he thinks Higuruma should as well. Higuruma says that it's not possible, and that he's become somebody that can't even look into others' eyes anymore, thinking very lowly of himself. We come back into the present, and Higuruma displays that he's used domain amplification to neutralize Sukuna's techniques, and if you've seen my full breakdown of all the Sukuna vs Gojo chapters, you notice that Higuruma picked up domain amplification while watching the two of them fight. Sukuna is aware that Higuruma has only been a sorcerer since October 31st, and as of December 25th, he's already displayed domain amplification. Higuruma has displayed an insane amount of growth in such a short period, and thus Sukuna is now fascinated. Higuruma activates his blade once more, while simultaneously using domain amplification, and he has been deemed as the prospect who can match even Gojo Satoru, and the chapter ends. Coming back to part 2 of Higuruma Kaisen, we're briefly reminded that Sukuna's found fascination within Higuruma due to his ability to efficiently swap between his amplification and curse technique. And he does it so efficiently that he can swap fast enough to not completely dispel his curse technique. And this is when we get a couple of interesting reveals. Sukuna begins to explain that when he had activated his domain amplification against Gojo, he had paid very close attention to only pause Mahoraga's adaptation and not completely invalidate it, which confirms that Sukuna could not really rely on or use domain amplification for an extended amount of time when fighting Gojo, because this would dispel his curse technique and by proxy Mahoraga, essentially rendering all of his progress in adapting to Gojo's techniques in their fight useless. This also calls back to Kashimo's quote about Sukuna's efficiency all the way back in 225. This can imply that Sukuna could have tanked Gojo's attacks better had he not been using Mahoraga to analyze Gojo's technique, but maybe not. It depends on what you think is better for tanking, Mahoraga's adaptation or Sukuna's domain amplification. I would probably vote for Sukuna's amplification, but obviously Mahoraga's adaptation brings way more benefits than just enhancing your stats, so I see why Sukuna has opted for that. Sukuna then points out that Higuruma can keep his sword alight between the usage of amplifications, and outright states that Higuruma is so profound with the usage of his ability that he's operating on a level similar to his own. And not to lowball Higuruma, he is one of my more liked characters in the series, but I gotta be honest here, man. This is only in reference to his intelligence when it comes to the usage of his curse technique, nothing else. It's impressive, but it's not as crazy as people will take it at first. I mean, I'm gonna be straight up, even I can do this if I had curse energy. As Sukuna begins his chanting and hand signs once more, Yuji and Higuruma feel something coming, and the building beneath them collapses. This was more than likely Sukuna using cleave on the entire building, and as they're falling, Higuruma like a complete badass wastes no time in beginning to run up the debris to get to Sukuna with the executioner's blade. But Sukuna dismantles the concrete around Higuruma's head to create some sort of distraction or smoke screen in his face. And he does this while circling around Yuji. I gotta interrupt here, Gege is dropping 10 out of 10 choreography 2 weeks in a row. Like, this is pretty dope. Sukuna grabs Yuji and he puts his hand on Yuji's side, using cleave and damn near cutting his body in half, which is pretty damn brutal. And I'm also noticing now that Yuji has that gauntlet on both of his arms. I don't know if he had that in the last chapter, but let me know. Anyways, as Yuji falls and Sukuna just looks down on him, he then tells Yuji to look in the mirror because he is quite the bore. There's not a single interesting bone in that body of yours. Call me crazy, but I think Sukuna is either lying when he calls Yuji boring or that he dislikes that Yuji relies on others. And to explain both of these guesses here, they're separate by the way. I say that I think he's lying because Sukuna tends to repeat this claim so much despite Yuji not really caring if he's boring. If Yuji doesn't care, then why does Sukuna go out of his way to always convey this statement? It's almost like he's trying to convince himself. But to counter my own argument, when Yuji fights Sukuna back in chapter 213, he actually seemed interested in Yuji for that moment, engaging him in a little bit of debate and all that, with why does he kill people, things of that nature. If you remember the chapter, Sukuna really took the time to speak to Yuji when he was alone. But when Maki joins in and Yuji takes a back seat, he begins to start talking about how Yuji is boring again. Maybe, and just maybe, despite how brutal Sukuna can be with Yuji, he knows that Yuji can take the hits, and he's even likely aware that Yuji can take the hits because he's a cursed object seeped in Sukuna's cursed energy, so that allows him to take Sukuna's hits easier. He could potentially want to save Yuji to toy with him at the end, since he knows that Yuji will be interesting only when he has to take the spotlight. It's quite the reach, but I see potential in this. I'm just talking here, so let me know what you guys think about either one of these guesses. As all the debris reaches the ground, Sukuna hops onto another building. And as Higuruma follows up, he attempts to stab Sukuna at least once with multiple pierces of his sword, but Sukuna Tyson bobs and weaves through all of them and lands a mean uppercut on Higuruma's chin. How Higuruma ate this hit, who the hell knows? Maybe he just has very high curse energy output, but we really have no idea what his output is. So hopefully we get a data book in the future that clarifies the output of not only Higuruma, but the rest of the cast. Higuruma responds to that uppercut by stabbing downward, but Sukuna spins around Higuruma's back, and then Higuruma, being fast enough to react, swings the sword around himself. But even then, Sukuna just does a front flip and grabs onto a street pole, landing upside down and begins to cast Recoil, Twin Meteors, Dismantle. Sukuna cuts the entire part of the highway they were on clean in half, causing the other half that him and Higuruma are not standing on to collapse. And as Sukuna looks down on Higuruma, we see that Higuruma now has one arm. Sukuna then tells Higuruma that he should heal himself, and he needs to hurry. But Higuruma then says something to himself that is actually very interesting. He says that it's laughable really. No matter how much he's changed, the pain that he still feels is no different. There's not much I can add to this statement because it's certainly correct, but the fact that he still attempts to stand despite feeling such pain proves that deep down inside, he isn't as cold as he thinks he is. If he sees no value in himself and he believes that he's become cold-hearted, what exactly would he push himself so far for? Higuruma still cares deep down. He stands up once more, and due to this, he hasn't fulfilled Sukuna's wish, so Sukuna decides to cut his other arm off. Sukuna then tells him that next will be his head, and that Higuruma will need to use reverse curse technique to continue fighting, so he'd better do it before he decides to kill him off. Higuruma now thinks about how he once said that he should play his role to his completion and die there, and he reminds himself that he must fulfill said role. This is one from afar, something heads towards Sukuna, but Sukuna casually parries it, this being a piercing blood from someone, most likely Yuji. However, Sukuna is convinced that it was Choso who shot it. I and many others believe it's Yuji, because Yuji is quite close to them already, and honestly if it were Choso, we'd see him in the panel. I think Gege is hiding the character who shot the piercing blood for a reason. Then again, for people who believe it's Choso, it wouldn't make sense because Choso does seem to be playing a sniper role in this fight. In the previous chapter, Choso shot the piercing blood at Sukuna in the same exact circumstances here, with Sukuna being distracted and all, but I still think it's Yuji. Coming back to the battle, we see something crazy. Akin to Gojo's awakening of RCT when he had no other choice, Higuruma has now done the same. Higuruma takes his opportunity to strike while Sukuna's not looking, and he manages to pierce Sukuna's hand, with the Executioner's blade ending the battle. Or so it seemed. In truth, Sukuna managed to sever his own hand before it was pierced by the blade, saving himself from imminent death. And before people complain in the comments, Sukuna is hundreds of years old, has destroyed armies of high-leveled Heian-era sorcerers single-handedly, and has defeated Gojo without even accessing his true form. If you complain about Sukuna having the tiniest bit of intelligence as the strongest character in the series and in history, and the wit to think about the counter to the Executioner's blade on the spot, I'm convinced that you're complaining for the sake of it, or for the sake of just feigning intelligence. Sukuna not doing this would be laughably bad writing if anything. Something this simple should not put an end to the King of Curses. Anyways, after Sukuna manages to repel the Executioner's blade, he hits Higuruma with multiple slashes, just ending him there. I'm surprised that Higuruma did not just regenerate from that, I'm not gonna lie, but maybe he's not that good at reverse curse technique right away. As we enter a quick flashback between Higuruma and Kusakabe, Kusakabe says that curses becoming stronger after death is not impossible, and Higuruma then says that could match their understanding of curses more accurately. And since Higuruma brings up his role once more after this scene, I don't think that he believed his role was actually executing Sukuna with his blade, but I'll get into that in a little bit. Higuruma throws the blade to Yuji before he passes away. Yuji is able to catch it, and as he does, he glances at Higuruma one last time, and Nanami's curse enters his brain once more, coming into play, stating that he's got it from here. Yuji then locks in, and Higuruma says that he's done what he can, and Yuji then goes in for the kill while holding the blade and reminding us that he's a Jujutsu sorcerer. We start off the chapter continuing from where we left off previously, only to see that Sukuna had completely dodged the blade with ease, and as Yuji registers this truth, the Executioner's blade dissipates. However, I believe that Higuruma intended to leave behind the curse that he gave Yuji in the previous chapter as his primary gift to Yuji, rather than the Executioner's blade. He decided to leave both, but I think he more so put more impact and importance onto the curse, because he had that whole flashback with Kusakabe displayed before cursing Yuji in the first place and passing away. So before people really attempt to convince themselves that Higuruma died for no reason, take a breather, relax, read the subtext. After the blade fades away, Sukuna wastes no time in attacking Yuji, sending 2 punches toward his side at the same time, with Yuji barely being able to block it, and the punches send him flying. But that was only the beginning of Sukuna's onslaught, because when Yuji looks up towards Sukuna, he sees slashes following up on him, and then Yuji is hit directly. And for the first time, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we begin to see Sukuna's thoughts extended, with him saying to himself that, despite his death, he managed to take away Kamutoke, referring to Higuruma's efforts and that Yuji's stomach has been completely healed. In interrupting his thoughts, Ui and Kiara enter the battlefield in order to retrieve Higuruma's body, and then they disappear. with Sukuna using that moment to confirm that Ui must have a teleportation technique. So this confirms what Kiara has been doing, because honestly, she'd have been so useful for this fight as a support, but I guess it's probably the easier option to keep her away from the battle and be used as somewhat of a final retreat or just a retreat option in general. It's kind of possible that everybody retreats from Sukuna here, but I just don't think it happened since this all has been built up as a big final battle, and it's been reiterated time and time again. If they're gonna defeat Sukuna, it has to be now. Sukuna begins to think even more, asking himself if their strategy has been to teleport wounded sorcerers to Shoko in order to heal them and then bring them back into the battle. But this is quickly dismissed by Sukuna, because the efficiency of one's reverse curse technique is lowered massively when used to heal others, and this is coupled with the fact that Shoko is not as capable of reverse curse technique healing as both Sukuna and Gojo are, so she likely wouldn't even be able to recover a limb for somebody else. And quick question for you guys here, has it ever been confirmed if Sukuna is able to heal others, or if that just was an assumption from Yuji? Let me know, because I can't remember and I can't find any instances where it was confirmed that Sukuna could. And this monologue that Sukuna just had circles all the way back to his initial thoughts of Yuji recovering from the hole in his stomach. And this allows Sukuna to come to the conclusion that Yuji has learned how to use reverse curse technique within the 1 month time skip. And if you guys remember my previous review, I was wondering how Yuji even came back into the fight with the hole in his stomach, and here's the answer. And also, the last couple of chapters did kinda confirm that, like, it was hinting towards Yuji having reverse curse technique, because there's instances where he's like, oh, so you're gonna fight Sukuna without having reverse curse technique, and Kusakabe saying things like, if you don't have reverse curse technique, or if you're okay with just dying. Obviously, Yuji fits all the categories in that instance, and I know I'm gonna get that one commenter who loves to argue with everything I say. Bro, I don't care that much. Something to also point out is that Yuji can now use reverse curse technique, so this further confirms that he has a curse technique if it wasn't obvious enough. Not only that, those gauntlets he has on could be the reverse curse technique of blood manipulation. Maybe like bone or muscle manipulation, I don't know, it's something. Since Kamo is sidelined and Choso can't learn reverse curse technique as a half curse, Yuji was bound to get all of these things so we could see the full extent of blood manipulation. People tend to be disappointed with it, but I believe Yuji's a perfect fit because it was prized for how versatile and balanced it was as a technique. So I hope to see a maximum or a domain expansion from Yuji at this point. We need the full moveset. I'll even go as far to say that he's up there with the special grade sorcerers, because we still have to find out what that whole soul swapping ordeal was with Kusakabe before Gojo Sukuna fought, if you guys haven't forgotten about that either. Coming back into the fight, Sukuna realizes that Yuji has improved far more than he initially believed. His curse energy reinforcement has been increased, and now he has reverse curse technique, this confirming that Utahime hasn't buffed the sorcerers before they entered the battle. He asks himself, why am I getting so upset? And this bothers Sukuna? No. It frustrates him to a point where he completely zones out in front of Yuji, and Yuji takes note of this. And now to briefly interrupt, Sukuna has always dominated the conversation, has always been the one with the answer, and in the face of Yuji, he has none. He asks himself if he's depressed because Higuruma passed away. No, he's never thought of being satisfied by others. I eat what I want to eat. If something annoys me, I'll eradicate it. If it's fun, I'll play. It's the perfect lifestyle to satiate my boredom until I die. That's the purpose of others for me. And he thinks back to when he told Jogo that he had lacked the hunger to recognize and grasp his own ideals. He repeats that he only lives on his own terms, and others being unable to understand that is their own problem. He says that he's never thought about it, someone's ideal, a wish that is more than your own life, and to kill him is the ideal that these sorcerers have currently. So he questions himself once more, why does this make him so upset? Why is he upset now when he's witnessed this many times 1,000 years ago? Has he himself changed deep down inside without realizing it? Sukuna dismisses this and points to the answer. It's because of Yuji himself. 1,000 years ago, the opponents that Sukuna fought carried similar beliefs, but he could never know whether or not they truly believed what they even said. They could have said these things and not truly meant them, or they could have just been very arrogant and not known their own limits. But Yuji's different. Because Sukuna coexisted with Yuji for a brief period of time and their souls were connected during those moments, he knows that no matter how many times Yuji's soul is crushed, he will always come back, and that his soul is truly invincible. And this is why Sukuna is so frustrated with him. Yuji, despite his inferiority matching up to Sukuna, can find a way to match him because of his purpose and the indomitable will that inhabits him, and that truly displeases Sukuna to no end. Sukuna recognizes that his way of life was simply too much, and through Yuji, has come to see a purpose in holding ideals and a purpose in himself. This whole speech from Sukuna is quite interesting and ironic, because Sukuna has always carried this presence of solitude and called those who also possess the title the strongest greedy for wanting to dispel their own solitude. Yet, because he shared a body with Yuji, he's come to question his own way of life, and now he understands Yuji. He knows better than anybody else that Yuji will never stop, and he will do anything necessary in order to keep moving forward. Yuji has reached Sukuna in a way that nobody else ever could, and this prompts Sukuna to challenge Yuji to a battle of ideals, with him proclaiming that he will shred them into pieces. It's very strong because Yuji's ideal represents all of the sacrifices made for both him and Jujutsu society as a whole up until now. Gojo being his sensei, Yuki's work being passed on to him from Choso, Nanami, Higuruma, and Wasuke's curses, Megumi endlessly finding ways to prevent Yuji from sacrificing himself, Todo's efforts to mentor Yuji, and many more, all culminate into the sorcerer we see today, one who stands against Sukuna alone. I also want to mention that again, I think Yuji's willingness to never give up is a result of the curses he's been given. The same trait that Sukuna speaks of has made appearances throughout the story when a curse that was bestowed on Yuji was triggered. You could argue otherwise though, as his stubbornness seems to be a trait that runs through all three of the Itadoris we've seen. Let me know what you guys think about this, but I do think that these curses are supposed to play a big role in defeating Sukuna because Yuji, all of his curses, defeating the King of Curses, is kind of a way, a funny play of words on the King of Curses, like Yuji's a different kind of King of Curses. We move past this point of the chapter, and as a star, take note of this being a star, appears in front of Sukuna, Kusakabe and Ino catch up to Yuji finally, and it's then revealed that the will that Kenjaku was going to leave behind was Sukuna having the authority to activate the Tengen merger, and the Tengen merger itself. When Kogane announces this new rule into the calling game, Megumi's name is used, so I don't believe Megumi's completely gone for those who thought he was. First, let's talk about the star itself. If we look close enough at it, it looks fairly similar to Tengen when Kenjaku had defeated Yuki. And star, vessel, all makes sense there. Something else to take note of is that since Sukuna has been given authority for activating the merger, his threat level has gone much higher. As I've explained in previous reviews, and Kusakabe decides to explain here, is that Kenjaku was a bigger threat than Sukuna because we believe that Sukuna had no interest in completing the merger, but just continuing to exist within the present realm and continuing to battle and live as he did within the Heian era. Whereas Kenjaku wanted to create the merger, which more than likely would just end the world and if not, eradicate most who live on it. Sukuna being given authority over the merger completely changes this because it communicates that he wants to commit mass terrorism just as much as Kenjaku does. And not only this, but now fighting to the death with Sukuna here is a must for every sorcerer on the world, because if they do not, he will activate the merger and eliminate them all regardless. I will say this though, Sukuna loves a good fight and he loves to toy with people as he said many times before. He claims that he will crush Yuji's ideals here by killing him, however, there's a slight chance, and very slight, that he's going to go along with this in order to force everybody into desperation and going all out to eliminate him, since from their perspective, they'd have absolutely no choice. Sukuna, knowing that he has complete control over this situation now, begins to claim that he is going to eradicate everybody here, and then he will eradicate every player in the culling game, and after, he will go for Tengen. But as he says this, the ground beneath him explodes, and Yuta arrives onto the battlefield, apologizing to everybody for being so late. And as Yuta follows up midair to Sukuna, Sukuna responds in kind by enhancing 2 of his fingers and deflecting Yuta's attacks. He taunts Yuta by telling him to do not forget to struggle and resist, as if Yuta doesn't kill him here, the ones you want to protect will all die. And this forces Rika to come out and attempt to crush Sukuna, asking him who the hell he thinks he's speaking to. And Sukuna says, "Here's the queen," with the chapter ending. The flashback concludes and we're finally back in the present day. We see Yuta still standing over Sukuna with Rika behind Sukuna, and as Sukuna regenerates his hand, Yuta's able to see that Sukuna's reverse curse technique is starting to recover and by proxy, his domain. It's only just a matter of time. I do think Sukuna will get his domain here and Yuji will be the one he uses it on, because I really gotta see Yuji just walk through a rain of Sukuna slashes again. Like, that's still the best panel in the series. Focusing on the fight again, Yuta states that Higuruma was taken out due to him not being present to help everybody, and if he were there to help everybody, he would have been able to ensure the success of the Executioner's Blade plan. Wouldn't it have been okay if Maki was the one to catch Kenjaku with the surprise attack? But Yuta decides to dismiss these thoughts, saying that Rika was necessary to stop the outbreak of cursed spirits that came from Kenjaku's body, which in my opinion is absolutely correct. About Maki at this point, I'm almost convinced that she's with Hakari, waiting for Uraume to exhaust herself before sneaking her with the soul-splitting blade. I believe this is the plan because in events such as this, I just don't think Jujutsu Tech would send Hakari alone against Uraume and all of these sorcerers against Sukuna and Takaba and Yuta to fight Kenjaku. I just don't think they disperse their forces in that manner, and they know good and well that Uraume is a huge threat. I know the Hakari fans are going to hate me for saying this, guys. I know he's strong, but that's just not strategic in my opinion. I think he's been chosen to fight against Uraume alone to remove her from the battlefield and then whittle her stamina down with his Terminator-like fighting style. And then Maki will come in when they can just jump Uraume and call it a day. After that, they'll come to help everybody else against Sukuna. That just makes the most sense to me. We come back to Yuta and the fight begins. Rika comes in between Yuta and Sukuna, and Yuta attempts to catch Sukuna off guard by piercing his sword through Sukuna, through Rika's manifestation cloak, which served to halt Sukuna's vision. But Sukuna, displaying his reaction time, grabs onto the blade with ease, or so it seems. What Sukuna actually does here is manipulate his slashes so efficiently that he can use them to surround the inside of his hand that is supposedly grabbing onto Yuta's blade, and quote unquote hold the blade with all the slashes that are going on around it. I think that really needs to be pointed out because that is an ingenious defense mechanism and pretty cool. I really think it's broken. It's sort of like Infinity, but not really, since Infinity is space manipulation, which is just a billion times more potent than slashes you can force your way through. That's something Yuji would do. As Yuta realizes this, he lets go of the katana and Rika rushes towards Sukuna, but Sukuna is able to punch her without even looking at her. Meanwhile, Yuta is able to punch his second stomach to stop it from chanting, and Yuta then grabs the katana again and slashes at Sukuna's head, to which Sukuna is able to dodge by ducking. But Rika follows up with some big old metal thing from the rooftop and throws it at Sukuna, but Sukuna is able to slash it into pieces, and then both Yuta and Rika follow up for another attack but at the same time, but Yuta's attack is parried by a cleave from Sukuna, which ends up cutting his face a bit, and Rika's punch was blocked by two of his other arms. I have to say the fight choreography here is crazy. When's the last time we've seen Yuta and Rika just really go at it against one person for this long? As we focus on Yuta's thoughts once more, he states that these are all excuses. Since he wanted to defeat Kenjaku with his own hands, he's brought upon this situation, and everything going wrong is his fault. I'll get into this a little bit later, but he decides to take responsibility and activate his domain expansion. True love. As we see this domain, we see that there are multiple marriage bows, blades, and crosses everywhere. It's as Soul Eater as it gets, and if Yuta wasn't already a Soul Eater character at this point, he's now using the infinite one sword style. I believe the crosses are supposed to be a symbol of undying love, and the marriage bows are the same. As for the swords, well, Sukuna activates Hollow Wicker Basket, the simple domain technique of the Heian era, and I saw a couple of people saying that he copied this from Kashimo. First of all, how? Second, are we serious? Yuta grabs one of his hundreds of blades and swings it towards Sukuna, and Sukuna stops it easily with his slashes, or so we thought. We see that through this blade, then Icebreaker was activated, manipulating space and bypassing his infinite slash defense. And as the dust settles, Yuta claims that he will conclude everything within this domain, and as we know from Hakari, Yuta's word is no joke. Sukuna gets up from the attack and says that he sees that this is part of their plan. From Megumi's memories, he knows that Yuta is the child who can possess cursed spirits and has the technique of copy. I have to ask though, how did he not know this from Yuji's memory? I guess you can say he didn't know that Yuta had copy, but there's no way he found out about Rika through Megumi's memories. Come on now. Sukuna then continues to speak, stating that the short hit curse technique of this domain is forcing him to always use Hollow Wicker Basket as a counter, but this forces him to use his extra arms and mouth to cast, so it basically removes all of his enhancements. Not only that, he's also attacking with the unlimited uses of the curse technique copy, that only activates within this domain. By this, I think he means that Yuta can use copy to no end inside of the domain. And lastly, Yuji Itadori is within this domain as well. The brat strikes that can grab the soul in order to tear apart the bodies of his and Megami's. Sukuna smirks and says, "You finally have a role to play, huh?" And as the new and old protagonists finally fight together for the first time, the chapter ends. So we now enter the chapter with Yuta posing real clean. You know, when a chapter begins giving you the entire description of a character's ability, we're gonna see some crazy hands. And as Yuta steals himself, the narrator explains to us that Yuta's domain allows him to choose any of the abilities that he's copied to imbue the barrier with as the domain's sure hit effect. And then, his remaining copied abilities are scattered randomly amongst the katanas within his domain. But only Okotsu can use these blades. And even then, not even he's aware which technique is inside of each individual katana until he grabs it. Lastly, each katana can only be used once, but their number is infinite. If you peep my previous videos, you'd see that I had a theory of Yuji's soul splitting being a part of his curse technique, and that Yuta was going to copy Yuji's technique and spread it across all of his swords and have himself, Ino, Kusakabe, and Yuji jump Sukuna with soul splitting attacks. However, we all know that Gege Akutami watches my content and hates me more than any other JJK YouTuber, so of course he debunked this video before it was even up for a week. Oh yeah, you guys leave your predictions down below as to what you believe Yuta has imbued the domain with. I think that is sky manipulation, judging from everything that happened in this chapter, but I see people saying that he's going to use hollow purple with this domain, so I'm unsure as to whether or not I'm interpreting this sure hit correctly. Once we get Yuta's ability description, the blade that he's currently holding is imbued with Dru's curse technique, and they shoot towards Sukuna, wrapping him with the domain that they use to allow Yuji to get a strike hit. In case you forgot, Dru's technique is to send Shikigami that wrap around their target and create a domain around the path that they travel. If their target steps out of that domain, they get cut up, so they have to remain within the path that the Shikigami created if they don't want to get hit by this technique. Think of it like the sea bear protection ring from SpongeBob, where if they stepped outside of it, they got mauled. Although I do believe that once it hits you once, the ability is over. This could be something that could bypass the Limitless. If you remember, Dru did conquer an entire era single-handedly with this technique. Once Sukuna does get struck by Yuji, he shows that he does feel it a bit due to Yuji's ability, but he doesn't have time to focus on that, as Rika's coming in straight from above. Rika is easily dodged, but Sukuna steps outside of the domain created by the Shikigami and gets cut up due to not understanding Dru's ability, but he figures it out at that moment. We then see Yuta flying upside down from the sky, so we already know that he's using sky manipulation. And as the two prepare their next actions, Sukuna begins to explain to us that since Gojo's exhausted him, he can't use his domain and his reverse curse technique is nerfed. And at this point, his curse energy matches Yuta. If you remember in 225, Yuta states that Sukuna at his full capacity has 2 times his curse energy, or even more than that. So right now, Sukuna has less than half of his curse energy. On top of all these factors, being stuck in a domain renders him unable to chant or just one-shot Yuta with the world-cutting dismantle, since he has to focus on using Hollow Wicker Basket. And lastly, before Sukuna can even tell us, we see Rika preparing to beam Yuji like a missile toward him. And Lord, we know they're gonna go insane with that scene when it's animated. And Sukuna puts his attention toward Yuji, but Yuta takes that chance to attempt an attack. But Sukuna being Sukuna, parries them both, and he continues, saying that it's the same logic behind his attacks when he fought Mahito. He's able to sense the soul and attack it directly, but in this instance, he aims for what connects both Sukuna and Megami's souls, the barrier that lies in between them, and by striking this, he disrupts their connection and weakens it, and the more this connection is weakened, the more that Sukuna's curse energy output and his control over Megami's body drops. Under these circumstances, all they have to do is keep attacking until he can't use his anti-domain technique, and then they can activate Angel's curse technique, Jacob's Ladder, in order to complete the job. And I've got to say, I love this whole Sukuna versus everybody fight here. Genuinely just amazing stuff. We see that Yuji's holding on to Sukuna to restrict him as Yuta attempts to attack. And as this happens, Sukuna begins to cleave through Yuji's body, and you can really see on Yuji's face that he does not want to experience that again. But before it can fully cut through him, Yuta grabs another blade and manages to roll Inumaki's cursed speech, telling Sukuna to not move. Someone asked me why Yuta could do this, and remember, in terms of total curse energy, Yuta and Sukuna are around the same level currently, so it does allow him to hit Sukuna with this with no repercussions. And as Sukuna is stunned, Yuta grabs another blade and rolls Thin Icebreaker. This attack sends Sukuna flying, and Rika wastes no time following up with a punch, giving him the karma that he's owed from using Agito against Gojo. But unlike Agito, she doesn't stop with just a punch. She clasps both of her hands and gives Sukuna a good old jackhammer downward, with our two MCs wasting no time to follow up. And as Sukuna comes out of this rubble, he launches hella dismantles towards our boys, and there's nothing they can do but block. But Rika's just on it again. But Sukuna has clearly had enough of the queen, and catches her punch this time around, and sends a mean roundhouse to the face. And even then, she still pushes forward with that punch. And Sukuna tries to create more space, but he begins to think once more, and pay close attention to this. Sukuna points out that if he does not make direct contact, he won't just be able to instantly delete our heroes, just as he was with Ryu Ishigori. And I think Ryu being used as a reference here is significant, because a lot of people thought old boy was just weak, but Sukuna has found his output to be noteworthy. Sukuna makes it clear that Yuta and Yuji do not surpass Ryu in toughness. This leads us into the reasons he's unable to one-shot them like he could with Ryu. His output being lowered from Gojo, the team of sorcerers' tight defense, their abilities to heal, and not to mention the domain itself only focusing on Sukuna. Shout out Yuta, because this seems to be a huge feat of sorcery judging by how Sukuna questions this feat. He goes on to ask our boys, what have they done this month? And they give polarizing answers, with Yuji saying hard work and Yuta saying we cheated. No wonder you got replaced, buddy. Yuta also goes on to say that if it weren't for Gojo's efforts, Sukuna would have annihilated them instantly. And Yuji basically says that they have a long road up ahead because he won't be losing to Sukuna. With Sukuna making it clear that they're not as tough as Ryu was, that he has half of his curse energy, and Yuji's attacks disrupting his curse energy output and control over Megami's body, and all of the other nerfs, Sukuna could quite possibly be at 10 fingers of power as we speak. He is extremely nerfed in this battle against these two. I think that needs to be made clear, and even then it still feels neck and neck. I've been wondering why he wasn't throwing out them skyscraper world cutting dismantles like he did against Kashimo. This chapter tells us why. And even against Kashimo, he wasn't at full strength. Sukuna is a monster. I wanted to point this out because a lot of people were saying that I'm overrating Yuta, when in reality, I just don't think Yuta's a bum that's going to get dropped in 3 chapters, and Sukuna being this weakened, I think does kind of prove my case. Characters in Jujutsu Kaisen are way stronger when they're jumping people instead of working alone as well, so I think Yuta really has a good chance here. As round 2 begins, Rika dashes towards Sukuna with Yuji taking the other side. Yuta, seeing this, takes the opportunity for a frontal strike, and then we see it, boys. You guys know I've been asking about Charles since like chapter 244, and we finally get our answer. Yuta has stolen the ability from Charles and wastes no time using clairvoyance to bop Sukuna and punch him from the side, and we then see Charles for the first time in like a year. We haven't seen this guy in Daido, Mio, characters like that for a while, so it's nice to see one of them. After this, Yuji wastes no time in synchronizing an attack with Rika to Sukuna, and if you pay close enough attention, he does a double open palm strike exactly like Gojo did to Mahoraga in 233. I just found that pretty cool, and we cut to Sukuna's thoughts once more. He lists all of Yuta's abilities and asks if Yuta can use the Limitless, but he dismisses this, saying that since he doesn't have the 6 eyes, he can't use it anyways, so he doubts that he has it. And then we pair into Yuta's thoughts, with him saying that Sukuna will be caught off guard by a technique that he has not used yet, and so he grabs another blade and claims that this is the one. Yuta uses sky manipulation with one blade in his hand to block Sukuna's vision, and then he stabs through the sky manipulation with another, to which Sukuna catches, and it's at that moment Yuta uses cleave. And as Sukuna realizes what just happened, the chapter ends. As Yuta has rained Sukuna's own trademark technique upon him, Sukuna wonders as to how Yuta was able to use cleave against him. This does imply that Sukuna has figured out Yuta's condition to copy curse techniques, because he wouldn't be asking this if he didn't know how Yuta could copy curse techniques in the first place. Yuta says that you weren't able to get that last finger of yours, right? And with Yuji delivering a thunderous punch to Sukuna's face, he says, I see, wipe the meal. Yuta's conditions to copy techniques weren't ever really made clear, so I wasn't going to really assume, and I was going to wait for it to just be outright revealed. But I think with Sukuna saying this, we can say that Rika must be the one to eat something from the user of the technique that Yuta wants, kind of like Genya from Demon Slayer. I say Rika, since she's the one who holds the curse techniques and all of the other stuff. After this was confirmed, Yuta delivers a palm strike to Sukuna's stomach. This in intention to dispel his hollow wicker basket and allow the sure hit of the domain to activate. And after, Yuji grabs Sukuna's head and knees it with no hesitation. If you look hard enough, you'd see that Yuji's hand was normal when he grabbed Sukuna's head, and then the claws came out once the blow connected. Wonder what that's about. Sukuna gives Yuji the little bro chokehold and delivers another cleave to his stomach. Why Sukuna keeps delivering that technique and that style to Yuji, who knows, and I could be overanalyzing this, but Yuji has displayed signs earlier that he's afraid of this specific attack, and Sukuna hating Yuji as much as he does is likely aware of this. With Yuji coughing up tons of blood from having another hole put in his stomach, he spits it right in Sukuna's face, and Yuta wastes no time in attempting to deliver an uppercut to his face, and it goes through. As we know that something as simple as pain can't keep Yuji down, he lays on the ground saying that this is his last chance. He needs to bring down Sukuna and save Megumi here and now. There is no time to rest. Heal, heal, heal. Whereas Sukuna is saying that his output and control over his body, they're both weakening bit by bit. And Sukuna's just massively nerfed here. I mean, bro has been fighting for 25 chapters straight, so this is reasonable. Rika grabs Sukuna by the leg and tosses him, and Yuji with insane precision lands a manji kick right in his face. I don't know how or even why he chose to do the manji kick in the first place, but there it is. And Sukuna with his insane endurance maintains the hollow wicker basket even during this moment. But then we see it. Sukuna decides to release the hollow wicker basket in order to attempt a world-cutting dismantle, but our heroes seen this coming and they move to restrict him. We see that Yuji has one of Sukuna's arms, whereas Rika has the other two, and Yuta goes in for a punch, landing it directly in Sukuna's second mouth. Or was it truly a punch? Nope. We look closer and see that Yuta had went for Sukuna's tongue and ripped it out. This fight may just be the most brutal we've seen, and I'm glad it's the two people who deserve to get at Sukuna the most, doing all of this to him. Sukuna retaliates, but raises his hand, slashing Yuta's eye, and this causes him to drop the tongue that he just ripped out. But Yuta's so locked in that he continues to run forward towards Sukuna, saying that he wasn't able to use the dismantle while using hollow wicker basket due to requiring his chants or hand signs or even both to activate the technique. I won't allow him to do either. I wonder how he did it against Gojo then, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get that scene in the future. Sukuna throws more slashes towards Yuta's way, and Yuta says that these slashes are only getting weaker, and due to this, he has nothing to fear, even if he decided to get up close. Yuta goes in for a slash, and as Sukuna is about to react to it, from within his mask, blood bursts, and we see why. Sukuna points out that the blood that Yuji spat in his face earlier exploded, due to him most likely using Choso's signature technique, Supernova. But this raises a big question about the blood manipulation users. Yuji is using this technique, that's no problem, as he is Choso's brother and has likely consumed the other wombs, but the problem lies within Kamo, as he was implied to be the one that told Yuji most of the techniques that he knows over the time skip and was his primary teacher when it came to blood manipulation. Yuji says that Kamo was a much better teacher because Choso couldn't really teach him anything. This likely means that Kamo knows Supernova, or at least figured out how it works. After this massive reveal, we go into a flashback, and Yuji explains some of the contents of Yuki's book, which says that, even on a general level, no matter how much souls are mixed, they'll never become one. Choso asks if Yuji and Sukuna were a special case because he can't feel a single ounce of the soul that was once in Choso's body. However, it's confirmed that the souls of the incarnated sorcerers still remain dormant, with it being said that it's only because of the massive gap of energy between objects and sorcerers. No matter how deep a soul may sink, they'll never disappear or become one with another. So Mahito fans, you guys have won. The incarnated sorcerers of the Culling games or other methods do not recognize the second soul in their bodies, and by proxy, do not have the innate ability to directly strike the soul. So it wouldn't be a similar case to Yuji in terms of defense if Mahito were to be matched up against them. Choso points out that if Megumi is an exception to the rule, then there will be trouble with the plan, but Yuji brings up Mahito's idol transfiguration, saying that as long as something like that isn't within Sukuna's arsenal, then Megumi's soul shouldn't be able to merge with Sukuna. Even then, Yuki knew about Mahito's existence and his technique, and if she didn't bother mentioning him in that book, they should be fine. Yuji says that he believes Yuki's words, and since this is Jujutsu Kaisen, She could still be wrong, however, I don't think she is. Hana brings up that her technique would still be useful for saving Megumi because she's able to eradicate Sukuna. Sukuna's incarnation is a direct mix of his technique, personality, and cursed object. This allows Jacob's ladder to do direct damage on him, but since cursed techniques are connected to the brain, which is obviously a part of the body, this would also eliminate Megumi if he were to be hit by it, as him and Sukuna are sharing the same body. So if they can separate the two souls and weaken the connection between Sukuna's fingers and Megumi's body, Megumi would more than likely survive Jacob's ladder. And with that, we see Yuji and team holding Sukuna in place with everything prepared, and Yuta raises his hand. Judgment has been cast upon Sukuna, and we witness Jacob's ladder. As this technique burns him to a crisp, Yuta pierces his arm as well just to add a little bit of damage, and Yuji reaches Sukuna and prepares a fist, telling Megumi to wake up. As he strikes him, we see the composition of the soul. It's then said that from their perspective, it's almost as if their plan had no flaws. But Sukuna seems to have broken Megumi's soul far beyond repair. After witnessing his sister's death and Gojo's defeat, he states that he's had enough, and we're told that within Megumi's soul, any will to live has left him a long time ago. Scale of Dragon, Recoil, Twin Meteors, and it hits. The world-cutting dismantle slices through Yuji, Yuta, and Rika, and we see Sukuna stand over our heroes as the domain falls around him. But this is a very common strategy amongst Jujutsu sorcerers. A mediocre plan that Sukuna should have and normally could have avoided with ease. A surprise attack landed on the sorcerer who believed they won, and with that, Maki enters the scene. The chapter ends. As the two continue to speak, they point out that everybody outside has taken their positions to prevent blind spots, and as soon as the barrier shatters, Maki will enter the battle. Ino says that he thinks the plan could have been better if more people entered the domain, and that Choso was supposed to be in there anyway. I agreed with this at first, as Sukuna really seemed to be close to being defeated in the last chapter, but you'll see why I changed my mind on this as we go through the chapter. Kusakabe responds to Ino, saying that Sukuna would be more on guard for Maki's sneak attack if he noticed people entering from outside the domain, so it's better for things to be this way. Then he's like, what makes you think any of us will make much of a difference anyway? And Ino's like, man, you and I both know you'd make a difference, stop playing, bro. And luckily for Kusakabe, Maki's up next to enter the fight, and she begins to prep. He mentions that he's counting on her, and she gets into a launching stance, and she's about to begin her sprint. Kusakabe then says that Akotsu would give the signal the moment that Sukuna was more relaxed, and that's why they went about their plans in this manner, to handle the best or the worst case scenario simultaneously. They will structure their plans in a way that allows them to be prepared for both. We see that Maki has stabbed the blade into Sukuna, and that Rika has taken that time to retreat with Yuta's body. However, I don't believe he's gone. I said this in the previous review, the way that Yuta was cut, it just didn't seem like the world-cutting slash really cut him in half. The way that Sukuna described it when hitting Gojo, it should be a straight line across the target no matter where they're at or position, and Yuta's wrist was not aligned with the rest of the slash thrown at the end of the battle with Sukuna. Also, Rika and Yuji seem to be fine this chapter anyway. Maki slashes upward in an attempt to cut Sukuna in half and end things there, but Sukuna is able to slide out of the blade and gain distance between him and her. He notes that Yuta has ended the domain himself, rather than Sukuna actually hitting him so hard that the domain forcibly collapsed. Sukuna figures out that this was a signal for the rest of the team to intervene, and to break down what Sukuna says here, when he landed that slash on Yuta, the domain cracked open. This caught Sukuna's attention because that would communicate to him that he defeated Yuta by forcibly collapsing his domain. While Sukuna's attention was towards his quote-unquote victory, Maki pierced him. He notices that this cut takes longer than others to heal, and this is because his soul was cut by the soul split katana. It's confirmed that if the soul is cut, you can only heal it if you're able to see the shape of your soul, and even when you can, it's still harder to heal the soul than the body. Not only this, but since he was massively weakened by his fight with Gojo, it's even harder for him to heal currently, but since he shared a body with Yuji, he can heal regardless. This does confirm that Yuji can also heal from attacks that directly hit his soul, and that it's even a possibility in the first place. I had believed that you can heal from any attacks that directly impact the soul, but that's just not the case. So this allows me to ask you guys, if Maki were to cut Mahito with the soul split blade, do you think he'd be able to regenerate from the attack with his natural regeneration as a cursed spirit because he's able to perceive the soul? Just let me know what you guys think. A lot of talking here, but this is important information when it comes to discussing the series, so I thought I'd hammer this in. As Yuji tries to run back into the battle against Sukuna, he stops in his tracks and falls onto the ground. He begins to cough up blood. He's confused for a little, but he puts it together. He's only recently learned reverse curse technique, so with all the injuries he's accumulated from fighting Sukuna so many times throughout this battle, he hasn't been able to properly heal himself. He's likely only been regenerating himself to the bare minimum that allows him to continue fighting. This explains why he coughs up blood before anything else gives out, because Sukuna has been cutting Yuji's stomach the most these past chapters. Interestingly enough, the fact that Yuji is still fighting and using RCT is the most impressive of all. He's been going at it with Sukuna for a while, and he doesn't even seem to be burned out whatsoever in terms of curse energy reserves. This could be due to him consuming his other brothers who had their own curse energy reserves. Choso comes up and puts his hand on Yuji's back, guiding him as to how he can properly heal himself. He then has Yuji visualize his body repairing itself on some Uncle Iroh type beat, and I don't know why they were saying that Choso wasn't a good teacher, because it seems like it here. Even then, this isn't the main concern that I have with this moment. How does Choso know how to use reverse curse technique if he's half curse? I mean, it could be his half human side that allows him to use it safely, and if that's the case, has he been regenerating with that the entire time rather than the natural curse spirit regeneration that characters like Jogo and Hanami had been doing? Whatever that means, is something to think about, and this is probably something that Kenjaku wanted to see out of him. We come back to Maki and Sukuna as they run along a highway. As Maki gets the high ground, Sukuna sends a dismantle toward her way with no hesitation. But Sukuna should know better, because that is not hitting Maki. She goes for an upward swing with the katana, and Sukuna hops right over it, catching him midair. Then she goes in for a pierce, but Sukuna grabs onto the blade. And damn, when you look at the blade, it looks ridiculously huge in this panel. Anyway, Maki's like, alright, since you always got an answer for something, Gege ain't helping you here. She rotates the entire blade while Sukuna has a death grip on it, flipping him, and she's got this badass grin on her face while doing it. She swings her blade, sending Sukuna flying into a building, and he grabs onto it, unleashing multiple dismantles. This destroys the entire building and creates a wall of debris in front of both Maki and Sukuna. And as Maki's just standing still for some reason, she hears one chant from Sukuna, "Pair of meteors," and boom, a massive dismantle comes flying through that wall. But we know she hauled ass the moment she heard that, so of course it missed. Sukuna notes that Maki is able to see his technique much easier than the others, akin to how Mahoraga was able to do it back when he fought in Shibuya. This gives Maki much more of an advantage than it may seem at first, as every fight in the series is decided by someone being caught off guard. The likelihood of Maki being caught off guard by this is quite slim against Sukuna. Maki then takes her time to note Sukuna's beating heart, saying that Megumi really wasn't lying about that, huh? She asks if Sukuna is able to continuously beat his heart while fighting Maki, and basically brushes it off, saying, yeah, that is no problem. Another nerf for our boy Sukuna. I wonder how he thinks he's just gonna go and fight the merger after all of this. We finally swap back to the GOAT Hakari, and although all of Tokyo seems to be frozen over, his J's are in perfect condition. Priorities, I guess. Nah, seriously though, it's probably because of the reverse curse technique coming out of his body. It's melting Uraume's ice. Hakari points out that Sukuna's presence is obvious, and when Uraume asks for elaboration, Hakari says that he did not expect his comrades to do fine against Sukuna, but he's still able to sense Sukuna's curse energy dropping. He takes the opportunity to say that his people are the ones in the lead, but Uraume hits him with the Lord Frieza, saying that Sukuna isn't really trying because he's not interested in our cast, and due to this, his curse energy can't accurately be gauged. Uraume then goes on to say that they should all be ashamed since their efforts combined do not surpass Gojo's, and even then, if they are to ignore the impact that the first fights had on Sukuna, he's still not even going all out. And with this realization, the chapter closed. The question is asked to all the sorcerers we see on this page. Who is the strongest first grade sorcerer? And I'm looking at this like, yo, it's Naoya, it's Naoya. But nope, Meimei and Nanami both say Kusakabe, and so does Gojo. But Gojo also mentions that it could change when you include the 3 great houses, so it could still be Naoya. Alright, I know y'all talking junk, but bro took a dub from beyond the grave this week. Anyways, Kusakabe answers the question, and he says anyone other than me and Usami. You know he's saying this because he doesn't want anybody finding him reliable. It's so interesting because despite what he says, most sorcerers do believe that Kusakabe is the strongest grade 1 sorcerer. Even Ino was saying in the last chapter that Kusakabe can hang with the special grades if he wanted to.
I do think Kusakabe just wants to live and enjoy the simple things in life, and you have to respect that. Even in the chapter where Masamichi passes away, we see that Kusakabe values his younger sister heavily and displays huge gratitude toward Masamichi for helping her out. That could also be why he decided to participate in this battle. He just wants to protect the people he loves and call it a day, despite obviously wanting no problems with Sukuna. Kusakabe may just become one of the best characters in the series as we learn more about him, all jokes aside. He's just handled so well overall, and honestly, I think I'd be the same way as a sorcerer too. As for who Usami is, I don't know, but if I had to guess, someone who is very important to him, and he doesn't want sorcerers thinking that this person is strong either. We'll find out sooner or later, so don't go in the comments spazzing about this being a plot hole. We then enter the battle between Maki and Sukuna. We see Maki run across the highway in this dope panel, and I do not care what anybody says, Maki is Gege's favorite. Whenever she's fighting, the choreography just goes to a 10. Watch. Maki slices her blade towards Sukuna, and it seems as if she's deflected the dismantle and it flew towards the building. This completely cuts the building in half, and then it begins to fall over them. And they're just standing still, knowing the hands are going to continue once the building falls. Maki slides out of all the carnage and debris, and the car follows up right in her face, but she manages to dodge it. Sukuna manages to go on the other side of the car and launches a dismantle right through it to hit Maki without her noticing. And it succeeds. It sends her flying from the highway to a building since she blocked it with her blade. And Sukuna, fighting like he's in Killer Instinct, follows up with the combo and catches Maki, landing multiple cleaves on her stomach. And then there's this nasty stench in the hall, and Sukuna's asking himself what the hell is that smell? And he turns around to see Ino and he grins, putting it all together that the stink ass sorcerer in the hallway was him. He hits this mean ass grin and sends tons of dismantles towards Ino. And Ino manages to block them, but Sukuna wasn't done yet. He follows up with a kick that sends Ino flying out of the building. And Sukuna right now feeling like 2009 Horntail, meanwhile Ino's over here being the resident level 42 Dexless Nightwalker who somehow glitched into the expedition and made it past all the cannon fodder. Sukuna notices that Ino no longer has Nanami's blade, and we see Kusakabe on the floor above him, just in time getting ready to swing downward on Sukuna's head, and he lands the crit. But as with all attacks that goes towards Sukuna, he dodges. He's like, damn, he's figured it out, and Sukuna ends up grabbing him. But Maki, being the hero that she is, does that Tai Chi back press towards a box in between her and Sukuna, and the force ends up pushing Sukuna away from Kusakabe. I don't know how y'all can see Maki and say that Gege's misogynistic when Maki gets this many fights, and amazing ones too. But I digress. Maki follows up on Sukuna thinking the same thing Yuta once thought about how she needed to defeat Sukuna now before things only get worse, and this makes me think that maybe thinking this way, rushing the fight, is just gonna end up getting you clapped. Every time our heroes do this, they end up getting washed right after. It's said that Kashimo, Higuruma, Yuta, all these talented sorcerers have stood before Sukuna today, but they were nothing but appetizers. The one who truly caught his attention was Maki, due to her heavenly restriction forsaking all Jujutsu, and once he realized this, he was brought to ecstasy. Sukuna locks in, and we see Maki attempt to kick Rubble towards him, but to no avail. As Sukuna really gets into this fight, he perception blitzes Maki Zeni, disappearing instantaneously and reappearing with his hand grabbing her face. And he drags Maki out of the building. Sukuna slowly breaks down his interest in Maki as a fighter, saying that she sacrificed everything unlike Yuji's bum ass, and he then explains this to Maki. At its core, sorcery is all skin and flesh, and yet, that body of yours is all marrow and bone. Don't you get it? Your existence denies the meaning of sorcery, and the outcome of this battle will prove which is worth developing, sorcery or your flesh and bone. And as Sukuna stops his reverse curse technique, he yells that this is the first. You're the only one to have ever forced such a role upon me. And we see Sukuna land his first Black Flash in the series. I want to say a couple things here. I think Sukuna turning off his RCT was supposed to tell us that he was really locked in now and not dividing his attention across multiple things. All he wanted to do was find an answer to the question that he had asked Maki, and he wanted to do it ASAP since it was so thrilling and profound to him. This moment is interesting because it's something that Sukuna was really questioning himself about, and to see him get so excited over the prospect of potentially finding out that he's been heading the wrong path in terms of power is just pretty damn cool. It also displays that Sukuna, through fighting all of these sorcerers, is not only telling us more about himself, but he's finding out little things about himself as well. People are going to complain about Sukuna winning another battle. I'll see you guys next week. So Sukuna lands his final smash on Maki and gets her out of the stage. Mind you, she lasted 2 chapters for those who weren't counting, by the way. And Kusakabe pulls up saying that he was just going to tell everybody his grandmother passed away if everybody got clapped, but we already here. Matter of fact, he's looking dead at me. And we do get this cold panel of the two looking at each other as he asks if this is really about to happen. And then the chapter closes. So we enter the chapter of Kusakabe versus Sukuna, and the paneling here just looks stunning. We can literally see Kusakabe in a circle that resembles his simple domain, and as he prepares his new shadow style, Sukuna questions his action. Due to being one who can just shoot slashes at people, he's like, what the hell is he even trying to do here? But guys, pay close attention. Kusakabe explains that simple domain can erase sure hit effects, but not neutralize the techniques themselves. But despite that, a domain is still a domain. Sukuna launches his mantles toward Kusakabe, and Kusakabe is easily able to parry them. He begins to explain that due to his simple domain that he's open, the output of his cursed energy will be increased, and Sukuna's technique will still be weakened. If you guys remember how Kusakabe jumped in front of Higuruma in the beginning of the Sukuna raid in order to protect him with his simple domain, and there wasn't much of an explanation behind the logic of that sequence, well, here it is. Kusakabe then explains that another benefit is his original programming being incorporated that attacks anything that enters the domain via fully automated reactions. I'm sure most of you guys have watched Hunter x Hunter, so it's like Nobunaga's whole shtick. And the strength of Kusakabe's simple domain is only reinforced with Sukuna saying that his reaction speed is not bad whatsoever, and Kusakabe's just thinking he's been guessing against Sukuna's slashes from the surge of energy in his motions. Basically, what Kusakabe is doing here is the same thing that Maki does with her precognition, and then another mantle is sent toward his way. He's barely able to parry this one, destroying everything behind him. Kusakabe's doing Mahoraga type feats here. I told y'all, do not sleep on him. Kusakabe parrying as he breaks down the technique also gets extra points for style. I might say this a lot during this review, but the execution of action in this chapter is just unparalleled. Kusakabe then points out that Sukuna was able to send his dismantle flying toward him without moving or chanting. This is nothing new, but I believe Gege has Kusakabe say this for 2 reasons. The first is to remind the audience that Sukuna is more than capable of using cursed techniques without even moving, and second, to possibly hint that Sukuna is almost done regaining his cursed energy or strength back. I believe this because Gojo kinda made it a point that you only begin chanting and using hand signs when you're low on cursed energy, but as of this chapter, he's activating his technique with much more ease. Anyway, as Kusakabe points out that the slash that cuts the world is about to be activated, we enter a flashback. We see all Kusakabe's peers speak about him once more. In terms of getting the job done in efficiency, Meimei and Nanami stand head and shoulders above him. Obviously so. We see what he was doing with Panda during the Shibuya incident, so that shouldn't be a surprise. Rather than Kusakabe always winning to them, it's more like they can't ever see him losing. He's a master of sword techniques with many variations of his skills. He can also use barrier techniques as well, but his biggest strength is analyzation and decision making that's rooted in his knowledge of sorcery. This should come as no surprise to anybody that's been reading with their eyes open, which is about half the fanbase, as dude single-handedly broke down the Gojo vs Sukuna fight, the highest level battle of sorcery in Jujutsu history. I also like how he's being described here. Gege chooses to have other characters describe him because he's not somebody who'd ever hype himself up. Not only this, Gege has chosen to have Nanami say that rather than Kusakabe being someone that always wins, I can't see him losing. I'm pretty sure that this is because what we're seeing now, Kusakabe is not somebody who'd go and fight with everything he has to overcome his enemies from the start, but more so, he's somebody who'd wait and hide until the moment actually came where he'd actually have to fight and defend himself and others. And when that moment comes, he's at his best. It makes him seem like a coward here, but the chapter does more to make sure that his efforts are not seen as cowardice, but rather courageous. I get into more of his actions during the series, but let's save that for the Yaga part of this chapter. Meimei says that he's the person you would take with you to a deserted island. This is because he's so resourceful, and Gojo begins to explain that Kusakabe holds multiple trump cards, one of them being his simple domain. Most would have to create multiple binding vows in order to activate it, for example Miwa, who needs to have both feet on the ground to use it. But Kusakabe, nah bro, is just built different. He can complete his simple domain without any binding vows, and its range, let's just say that it reminds me of myself. Sukuna catches that Kusakabe was able to expand his simple domain,
timing it at the exact moment he had to expand the technique's target. This fight is for real like a Dark Souls fight. Bro gotta time his attacks perfect and all that. You bold if you're a player who'd still attack as the boss is charging though, because most dudes run to the other side of the map when that happens. After Sukuna notices this, we come back to Mei explaining how the new Shadow style EI is a counterattack upon drawing in the opponent, but Kusakabe will then envelop the opponent with a simple domain barrier, and with that simple domain being programmed to make him attack anything that enters in it instantly. This person who was able to climb up to grade 1 without a technique does not attack you with his brain, but his spine. Do not take them lightly. As Kusakabe moves, we instantly see multiple slashes hit Sukuna's body right after, carving him up. And as this goes on, Nanami continues, saying, "I don't know a single person who can evade that, although there is one who wouldn't need to." And of course we get the little chibi Gojo mocking him or laughing, you know how arrogant he is. Now, this technique is so dope in the way that it's kind of a twist of a domain expansion, one that is so efficiently made that it can manifest in the real world like a barrierless domain. And not only this, it has a different spin on a short hit. Although yes, it doesn't negate all Jujutsu in a way that a normal domain expansion can, this technique strikes you so fast that you cannot even react to it. In a normal domain expansion, you can at least fight back against the technique or attempt to block it, but within Kusakabe's makeshift domain, his slashes hit you before you can even think. Bro basically does a judgment cut end here. After this technique, the blade shatters and Kusakabe throws his coat onto Sukuna's head and begins to throw hands. And don't forget that Kusakabe was whooping Yuji with what seemed to be ease before Gojo and Sukuna fought. But Sukuna uses his left hand that was behind the coat to slash the coat on his face, and Kusakabe reacts by responding with a spinning hook kick counter that allows him to dodge the attack and send Sukuna flying through the highway. Kusakabe follows up as Sukuna's flying in the air, and he pairs another punch from Sukuna and strikes him in the chest a couple more times. And I mean lord, people can meme on Kusakabe popping off all they want, but when you really look at this chapter, the hands are crazy. This is that type of choreography that comes from an anime studio upgrading a fight from the manga, not the original manga fight itself. Anyways, let's get into where we finally break down Kusakabe a bit. Kusakabe begins to question himself as to why he's trying so hard now. He remembers that it's because of Yaga. A black text box comes up saying that he isn't here anymore. I guess it's precisely because he isn't here anymore. I'm going to presume that all black text boxes are curses from here on out, so in my reviews I will refer to them as such. Kusakabe then goes on to say that a dead man wouldn't say much, so all I can do is think of what he'd say if he were here. I doubt he'd be mad at me if I didn't fight, nor would he stop me from seeing my sister and Takeru either. He'd look sad though, not because I didn't put my life on the line, but because we wouldn't be fighting side to side. We then get to the conclusion of the Kusakabe flashbacks, and everybody says that he's the strongest grade 1 due to his kindness. Kusakabe, despite always complaining, not wanting to do the job, whatever, steps up to the plate when it's time to protect others, blocking the Uzumaki from Kenjaku, protecting Higuruma from the dismantles that Sukuna fired without even realizing that he put his life on the line there and then when doing so, and now this, standing against Sukuna alone, not only because he has no choice, but for his friend Yaga. Even now as he fights what could be his final battle, he's thinking of others, and that makes him very commendable. His kindness here and now has pushed him to the strength that he's currently at. I believe that this is what just makes this generation of modern sorcerers more powerful as a whole. They care about something beyond themselves, and when that thing is challenged, they're able to tap into a different beast. Kusakabe says that he needs to focus because if he doesn't, Sukuna will finish off everybody else as he dodges multiple dismantles from him. After landing, he holds his jacket, questioning himself as to what kind of adult he'd be if he didn't charge toward his death the same as those before him, and sacrifices his jacket as a medium to summon the blade, Moonlight Veil. Isn't this from Dark Souls or Elden Ring? He then attempts to pierce Sukuna, but Sukuna catches it with 2 fingers, and he says that Kusakabe couldn't be more obvious. And we cut to Kusakabe laid out with 2 slashes on his chest. A valiant effort from our grade 1 hero. Ui pulls up to grab Kusakabe and retreat, and this has me questioning if they have surveillance, because why would you just go out there right after that? Sukuna then appears right behind him to get rid of him too, but the screen goes black and Sukuna states that he does not recognize this person, and in typical main character fashion, after his 253 chapter training arc, Miguel arrives onto the scene. He says that if Sukuna doesn't know who he is, you Japanese need to expand your horizons, and the man who stands equal to Gojo enters the battle. Chapter opens up with not only Miguel being present, but LaRue as well, and if you don't remember LaRue, He's from Geto's organization, and he's presented as such in the panel, as it literally says Team Geto has returned. If I had to bet on Team Geto as a whole returning, I certainly would. They have an insanely tight-knit bond, and LaRue was the mediator of the group after Geto's death. And he was the one to push everybody to split up and go their separate ways, all the while still having love for one another despite their differences at the time. I can say without a doubt that the rest of the team will pull up if they haven't died, not only because of LaRue being like the center and the core, but also because Sukuna did the twins so filthy during the Shibuya incident. So we'll more than likely finally see the techniques of the other two people that were missing. Anyways, we enter a flashback. I know it sounds like glazing here, but Gege be drawing Miguel in the coldest poses with the Toji physique. Y'all saying he gonna get clapped in 1 to 2 chapters, I ain't seeing it. Miguel's character design is one of a monster's, and we're gonna see that later on, but let's get into this conversation first. Essentially, Miguel is speaking to Yuta and telling him that there is no way in hell he's gonna fight Sukuna, especially if Sukuna has the potential to defeat Gojo. It's just hilarious because bro is like, he don't even gotta beat Gojo for me to stay away from him. As long as he has a chance to beat Gojo, I'm hauling ass. LaRue, the mediator, is telling him, you know what, like, you're not gonna be fighting a full powered Sukuna, you're gonna be fighting one that's weakened, and LaRue's talking like he knew Gojo was gonna lose. I don't believe that's really the case here. Yuta came to Miguel for help in the event that Gojo would lose to Sukuna, so all negotiations within this conversation are spoken within the context of the event of Gojo losing. Miguel responds and is like, yeah, okay, as if Sukuna would ever be tuckered out. Miguel and LaRue have 2 different meanings of tuckered out because his Japanese isn't supposed to be perfect, which is why the sad face of Sukuna is shown when Miguel says that. And LaRue also points out that Miguel's Japanese is horrible. What LaRue meant was that Sukuna's gonna be exhausted, whereas Miguel is thinking they're talking about him being sad. Pay close attention here because I know people will misinterpret this and run with it, I just know it. So Yuta says that whatever comes out of the merger in the event that Sukuna wins is basically going to destroy the entire world. And Miguel is like, I'd rather fight a Godzilla-sized cursed spirit that comes to my homeland and go all the way to Japan and just fight Sukuna head on. What I want to clarify here is that we don't know if the merger is going to come out that way and be a big Godzilla monster. Kenjaku didn't even know. Nobody knows what the merger is going to be like, so Miguel is just yapping here about the appearance of the merger. I expect the merger to be something like Kid Buu or the Orphan of Cos, a childlike walking calamity that's pure chaos, because it's like a divine entity transcending and being reborn into something new. Usually these are the kind of things that come out of events like that in every story I've read. Anyways, after addressing the merger, Miguel asks if they think high-spirited black people will just survive anything, and because of that, he's gonna have to pass on the offer. Not gonna lie here, I pointed this out on a community post, but with how Killer B be getting out of every situation we thought he died in, I can't blame him for asking that question. Yuta then says that the only people that think that are the ones raised on American films. And I'm like, Yuta, you have never seen an American film if you saying that, come on now. The stereotype is that we die first. I don't know where Yuta got that from. So we continue the conversation and Miguel's still talking junk, like Gojo needs to be here on his hands and knees begging me to join if y'all want me there. Yuta offers it to do it himself. If I were in Yuta's place, I would have been like, bro, stay your ass home, you doing too much. But Yuta has some serious patience, I guess, cause he offers to do it. LaRue has enough of this and he just asks Yuta to excuse them. And then he and Miguel begin a separate conversation. LaRue essentially reminds Miguel of their original purpose of following Geto's dream. And Miguel's like, I followed because it was Geto. And after paying back my dues by helping Yuta train, I have no more reason to deal with Japan. LaRue makes his point even more clear for Miguel to understand. Their whole team loved Geto. Miguel then says, are you trying to say that we should take revenge for what happened in Shibuya? Or should we go back to Geto's body and take it from Kenjaku? I don't know if this is insinuating that everybody but those 2 from Geto's organization died. Maybe Toshihisa and Manami did not escape the meteor, but who knows. They could be gone though, because LaRue did say it's about us mourning them together, and that they're gonna blast their requiem to the heavens by fighting Sukuna here and now. But Miguel says, you mean the hell, right? But I get your point, gang. He thinks for a bit, then he's like, he's not gonna fight somebody that can use their domain, so we'll only join the battle after Gojo and Yuta are defeated, and Sukuna cannot use a domain. LaRue is like, we? And LaRue's a better man than me, cause bro heard that and was on go. Everybody needs a friend like LaRue, he's solid as hell. My ass would have heard we and been out. Anyway, we enter the battle with Miguel confirming that Sukuna's domain is inoperable. Not only this, Sukuna only has 2 arms available and an unhealed heart. I almost feel bad that they saved us, the most delicious part. And the battle begins with Sukuna charging towards Larue. And Larue is on bumpers, he's not playing. He sends out a massive hand to grab Sukuna instantly and it slams him into a wall. It's impressive how it just scooped his ass up. But then we see that Larue's hand is cut and Sukuna cutting through the hand. Not only this, but Sukuna launches a dismantle, hitting Larue with it as Miguel goes from the side and tries to strike Sukuna. But Sukuna does not stop launching dismantles for some reason. And it's because Miguel is breakdancing through all of these like he's Eddie from Tekken. This is some of the coldest stuff I've seen in this series, let's keep it a stack. Sukuna's like, F this, I gotta do it myself, and tries to punt Miguel, but he backflips out of there. Also, Larue is running towards him to continue the fight, but the rubble from Sukuna's kick is sent flying toward him, but Master Hand swooped in and clutched. It's then explained that Larue's technique is to summon Master Hand as a Shikigami, and when destroyed, 1/10 of the damage it sustained will be transferred back to Larue. However, Larue can manifest it endlessly. I also want to say that Larue is strong as hell. It doesn't seem like it as the chapter focuses on Miguel, but Sukuna is the absolutely worst matchup for Larue's technique, because it needs to make contact with Sukuna, who can just instantly cleave it if it does. Despite this, Larue is throwing hands, guys. I know people are going to sleep on him, but I had to point that out since he gets sidelined from the rest of the chapter. So we move on from Larue cooking and says that Larue doesn't really stand out, but this guy does, Miguel O'Doul, the user of Hakuna Lana. And this technique allows Miguel to enhance himself and debuff his opponent's stats by emitting a beat with his body. So by dancing, he's able to create a beat. Obviously, he'd be able to do the same with beats from his mouth or hands, but if he did the beats from his mouth, people are going to make African tribe jokes, and Gege knows better than to do that. And then he needs his hands to fight, so he chooses to dance. We cut into a quick flashback again, and we see that Gojo was the one to explain this, telling Miguel that he knew his technique with the 6 eyes. I don't know if we knew that Gojo could always see someone's technique by just looking at them, but if this is something new and we're just finding out that he can do this, it could be why Gojo believes Sukuna never went all out, as he knows Sukuna's curse technique in every way that he can use it in all the techniques like the fire everybody's been theorizing about. Gojo then goes on to explain that Miguel's build allows curse energy to multiply his stats higher than other sorcerers. Since he's African, let's just not beat around the bush here. So Miguel is like, bro, that's racist. I'm not special because of my genetics, I'm special because I'm me. No wonder he hates Gojo. Whichever is the case, if Gojo is right in saying that Miguel's genetics are what allow his stats to be so much higher than most sorcerers, then I do want to bring up the character Daido. Some of y'all scratching y'all heads as to why I'm doing this, just let me cook. Daido was stated to be a peerless swordsman who had no idea of curse energy or how it worked, though he still has it. As he managed to do massive damage to Curse Spirit Naoya, who is arguably the strongest special grade curse in the series. He had to essentially fight as if he were heavily restricted by seeing the air around Naoya. He can't even see curses. Are you picking up what I'm putting down yet? If not, Daido's genetics must be insane. And if he manages to get control of his curse energy on a basic level, he'd be a monster, let alone getting a curse technique and domain amplification and things like that. This is why I don't think he's gone from the story yet or anything like it. I can see him pulling up to this fight, maybe. Anyway, Gojo hypes up Miguel more by saying if me and Miguel were to fight with only cursed energy reinforcement and nothing more, he'd win the marathon, but Miguel would win the sprint. Say what you guys want, insane stats. That is a top 5 worthy statement. Gojo's stats are ridiculous, insane, and we've seen what a 15-figure Sukuna can do to Ryu. Ryu, who boasts the highest physical stats out of the people in that relative tier of sorcerers. Gojo saying something like that, no matter how you interpret it, puts Miguel at some of the highest stats in the series. Remember, he said both him and Miguel with no techniques, so when Miguel starts dancing, his stats even go higher than that. And we get to see it firsthand, as Miguel is easily parrying both the Sukuna strikes and punches him in the stomach. And then he parries Sukuna again and hits him with another elbow. And Miguel gave me so much hope when I saw this. And not only that, from the corner of Sukuna's vision we see a shadow, and a piercing blood is shot. Sukuna dodges the attack and continues the motion by rotating his entire body and swinging his arms to launch a dismantle at Choso. A huge testament to not only his reactive speed, but prowess as a fighter as well. Little things like this make Jujutsu Kaisen stand out in its choreography. The ceiling then breaks. People aren't done yet, people still pulling up, and we see Yuji come through with a sledgehammer on Sukuna's face. And Sukuna's like, damn, this dude is still around. And we go into an explanation of how Sukuna activates the World Cutting Dismantle. It's said that the same hand sign for his domain expansion, Enmaten, is usually required for it to be used. but due to him only having one arm after Gojo launched that unlimited hollow purple, he had to impose a binding vow on himself to skip the normal activation conditions in order to use this technique. What is the binding vow? Who knows? I was saying in my previous video that it was probably no hating on Yuji for 5 minutes or something like that, and it gave him more than enough power to one-shot Gojo. I don't know what the binding vow is, but we are going to find out in the future, so don't freak out, don't lose your minds. And then it said currently though, Sukuna would need the hand sign, chanting, and to point the direction that the technique will be going in order to properly activate it. It's not specified if this is referring to Sukuna when he's in his four-arm form at all times, or if this is the current Sukuna that we have now with all the nerfs that he has. I do think it's the latter, as he just requires so much that it seems as if all of these restrictions are to make up that he's not at full power. He's so weakened that he has to use binding vows, chanting, hand signs in order to get his regular output. And we see Gojo do all of this during his fight with Sukuna, right? Where he's chanting to activate normal reds, where under normal circumstances, he can shoot them out left and right. The leaks had said that this was only for his forearm state, but TCB clarifies that there isn't a specific answer behind this yet. And if you wonder why I put no effort into the leak videos, this is why. Because if I broke down what was being said from tweets every week, I'd be spreading misinformation, right guys? But yeah, I'm sure that Gege has left that vague, as he does with many things. As Yuji goes in for a strike, we see one of Sukuna's arms fly off, and yes, our GOAT Maki has returned. Yuta, on the other hand, you are losing the heavy hitter race for sure. You're in 4th place right now, bro. Y'all can say a Sukuna Black Flash does not hit as hard as the World Cutting Dismantle, which is why Yuta's still gone, or that Maki is just a behemoth. Moving on from this, Yuji celebrates her arrival and points out that thanks to her, Sukuna can no longer complete the hand sign since his arms are cut off. And then he can't even use reverse curse technique, so he can't heal that arm either. Some have argued that Sukuna hasn't gotten weaker since he's fought Kashimo. I hope that this is enough to disprove it. As Yuji rushes to try and end this fight with Sukuna, he sees true, genuine hope. Everyone's hard work, all for this moment. Black Flash. As Sukuna hits his second Black Flash on the roof, it's stated that when Gojo hit his second Black Flash, he restored his reverse curse energy output. But in Sukuna's case, and that chapter leaves on that cliffhanger. So the chapter begins with Gojo talking about how he cannot intentionally generate a Black Flash, or why in theory, you'd think that he can. This is no secret, however, it's still always interesting to get an explanation on things like this. Gege shows us time and time again that there's a reason why everything isn't handed on a platter to his weekly readers, and we're about to get our 71st example of it, or is it the 72nd? Man, who cares, half of y'all ain't reading anyway. He reminds the viewer that the Black Flash is the warping of space that occurs when cursed energy and a physical strike has a difference of less than 0.00001 seconds. This is the textbook surface definition, but when you're a sorcerer of Gojo's level, the surface is just not enough to be a satisfactory explanation, because in that case, he would still be able to land it at will. So Gojo decides to go even deeper into this. First, if he does a punch with cursed energy, the imbued cursed energy is either one of 3 types. First, energy that enhances the fist. Second, energy that hits the opponent. And third, the cursed energy that carries both of these. He then says that it's not only the timing of the impact, but from this selection of types, you can generate a Black Flash from any one of them, and there isn't anybody who can control the third type except for himself. Even then, the adjustment of the blend into factors such as your opponent's cursed energy and the condition of your body play a role. And even then, that's not the end of it. Gojo believes that temperature and humidity is related as well, since you're distorting space when it comes to the Black Flash. Gojo then basically concludes that there are so many factors, even the tiny stuff in activating a Black Flash, that it's ridiculous to assume that there is a correct condition or equation to activate it. And when he gets serious, he mixes his blue with his punches, so Black Flashes for him are luck as well. To reinforce his belief of his Black Flashes being luck, he brings up Nanami's record being higher than his, but only in consecutive hits. When it comes to overall uses, he holds the record, but even then, combat doesn't last as long for Gojo, since his battles are so fast that he doesn't even get to throw as many punches as Nanami gets to before he's won his battle. Y'all gotta remember, Gojo's fights be like 1.5 seconds. Nanami be fighting grade 2 curses for 30 minutes, bum ass. The narrator ends the flashback by interjecting here, saying that after this, even Yuji would overtake Gojo, and Black Flash is connected. So there's obviously a ton to talk about, and a bunch of implications we can take from here. However, please remember that every character's statements is not absolute, unshakable truth. and that there will more than likely be a more concise answer later on in the story, as we know that Yuji is going to manipulate the sparks of black to their fullest potential. So first thing to address is the fact that Yuji at the time of defeating Mahito learned how to manipulate the Divergent Fist right before pulling the Black Flash when he needed it most to defeat Mahito. The narrator had said around this time of the story that Yuji was so amazing in this battle that it was almost as if he could use it at will. I do believe that Yuji did not call the Black Flash at will to defeat Mahito, but he certainly maximized his chances by mastering Divergent Fist in the battle against him, as he has to have perfect control of the energy that strengthens his fist, the energy that hits his opponent, and possibly the curse energy that carries both in order to actually manipulate this technique. However, I can't come to a conclusion about the third type, but I guess you can say that he does have the ability to reverse engineer the Black Flash like Gojo did in this long explanation. It's interesting as it turns out that Yuji's unique lack of control over his curse energy at the beginning of the series has become one of his greatest assets in battle. But again, I'm sure we'll get a concrete answer to all of this in the future. I also want to point out that this flashback was certainly before the events of the series, as Gojo states that Nanami held the record for consecutive strikes when as of now, him and Yuji are tied. With everybody who's hit a Black Flash in mind, it is interesting that Mahito was the only curse who can do it, and I don't have a concrete answer as to why, but if I had to take a shot here, it could be because his understanding of the soul coupled with his self-actualization. You guys take guesses as to why Mahito was able to do it as many times as he did during the Shibuya incident, because I have no clue. This is why I think Gege does have the story planned out, because when we do get a concrete answer on Black Flash, Sparks of Black, how all this stuff works, we're going to look back at these moments in the series and just be able to connect everything together. About Gojo himself, I want to address why Gojo says I can't force a Black Flash, or why you think I could, and I believe he says this because it's more so he can up his chances to higher than anybody else when it comes to using the Black Flash, but he still can't 100% force it out. It's likely why he still opts to use blue rather than removing blue from the equation to use Black Flashes at a higher rate, because it's still not guaranteed. Lastly, I believe that this confirms that Gojo, compared to those who have come before him when it comes to the Six Eyes and Limitless user, may just be built different compared to them, as he seems to be the first one in Jujutsu history to make this observation about the Black Flash and the manipulation of cursed energy. If any were like him, I feel as if he would not be the one establishing this for Jujutsu society, as this whole scene seems to be like an interview-like flashback. There is the whole Gojo versus Sugawara no Michizane thing from the light novels, but let's not get into that. Anyways, we move on to Sukuna locking in after hitting his Black Flash, and the four characters currently fighting share their thoughts on the current setting and situation that they're in. Miguel begins to take a step out of the battle, as he believes that Sukuna is going to make a comeback. Yuji says that Sukuna may recover his RCT, and he wonders who Miguel and LaRue are. Choso wonders the same thing, but he figures out that they're allies. Maki the same, but they have to conclude their thoughts as they all believe that Sukuna is going to regain his RCT, so they kind of get desperate, despite the balanced odds of this battle, and begin to jump him. Choso kicks the railing towards Sukuna, while Maki attempts to attack him with her blade. And as that's going on, Yuji gets the cue and catches the railing, attempting to pin Sukuna down with it. And he actually manages to do this, with Choso taking the priority and trying to shoot a piercing blood above his head, but Sukuna just damn near teleports out of the railing. Yuji really needs to give up with these railings, it keeps failing. As Sukuna backs away from the brothers, we can see that Maki's cool ass is following up from inside of a building, and she pierces him into a wall with the blade. We see that Sukuna grips the blade though, and judging from the lines behind Maki, he seems to have cleaved the wall behind them. They begin their super high speed battle midair, and Choso's just astounded on the side, asking if they're really stepping on air to move around right now. And also, oh my lord, the choreography between Sukuna and Maki never fails. The skirmish does conclude with Sukuna getting hyped again and crushing Maki with another Black Flash, sending her crashing into a building, and before she can even get back up, a dismantle hits her stomach. She points out that the output of his regular slashes are beginning to increase, and we then see Sukuna standing in front of her, posing, with his hand pointing in her direction. I do believe that this is the Black Flash, but this could also be the fact that he's actually pointing the dismantle toward her. As we know, Sukuna's dismantles are more powerful if he assists their activation, like with all other sorcerers and their techniques. Or honestly, it could just be both. I did believe that Sukuna was going to get his regular output rather than just his reverse curse technique, because he was going to fight 5 people in this chapter. No matter how much he can regenerate or how fast it can become, it'd be worthless if he wasn't going to get his normal stats back. So I'm glad he actually did get the normal output back as well. But we're going to see that Sukuna's output isn't going to return all the way, thankfully, but just be maintained to a decent level. We'll get to that in a bit though. Choso catches up to Maki and Sukuna and activates Supernova from outside the building. A dust cloud is then created from the explosion, and Sukuna, being the battle genius he is, takes advantage of the dust cloud and sends a dismantle through it, making Choso think that this was his primary counter. But as Choso is focused on the dismantle, Sukuna had actually used that as a distraction to get past him and grab onto him. Choso does point out that Sukuna's hooping there before getting slammed into a wall and black flashed. It looks like Choso would be done here, but nah, he actually built different. He ate the black flash by using an armor of blood, the same one that he used against Yuji, which is a dope parallel. Sukuna then notices this, and I actually thought about this for a bit, and I'm calling him a dumbass for not catching this. You were disappointed with Yuji losing this way to Choso in the first place. Anyway, the same thing that got Yuji clapped is going to be the same thing that got Sukuna clapped. He gets punched in the face, and we see that it's Yuji taking over the script. Choso then says, no matter how many black flashes restore Sukuna to his original stats, Yuji will continue to reduce his normal curse energy output and the control over his body. He's then told to use it by Choso, and Yuji confirms that he sure as hell will. We then see Miguel and LaRue come up, and Miguel says that's enough, we're out, but LaRue refuses to leave, saying that they still have a role. I did say in my leaks video that Miguel was kinda useless, but after thinking about it for a bit in some of your comments, I'm not gonna lie, he was way more useful than I believed. I've come to believe that stalling Sukuna is more than enough now. Even if it's for 5 minutes, you need to constantly keep him busy. This is why Yuji and Choso, in my opinion, put up great numbers for this fight despite not having their dedicated chapters or insane moments. They kept getting back up and putting in pain, but Yuji especially has been present for more than half of this battle and kept Sukuna at a point where he's not one-shotting everybody on the field. It's important to have Sukuna stalled since it lets other people take breaks and stuff like that. Since Yuta coming back is going to be what ends this fight, I'm calling it. It's interesting because Sukuna is so powerful that they need to desperately keep him at bay from regenerating his body and stats past a certain point. They're basically fighting Millennia on the second phase, but instead of lifesteal, she's just regenerating slowly. Ino's soul level 4 and the rest of them are soul level 75 through 160. He needs to constantly be whittled down and stalled because if he gets a moment to breathe, it's wraps. So Yuji and Sukuna come to exchange blows and Sukuna grabs Yuji's collar. Yuji responds by grabbing Sukuna's head and leveraging his body's weight downward. He then closes his hands in Sukuna's face. We see Choso say that Yuji can't use convergence well, and I think this explains why Yuji hasn't been using blood manipulation as much as really any other user would in a normal fight. Anyway, Yuji uses piercing blood, and we see that Sukuna barely dodges it point blank, which is insanely impressive. And even retaliates by sending a dismantle at Yuji's shoulder. It pushes him back, but not far enough, because he's able to focus and prepare a punch. Just like how Mahito predicted the black flash from Yuji in their final battle, Sukuna just obtained that same feeling. However, Sukuna's eyes turn into hearts, resembling an earlier fighter, and his focus is manipulated toward another fighter, this fighter being LaRue. Sukuna says that his focus is leaving Yuji, and LaRue reveals his trump card. Hard Catch does not only grab the body, but also the heart of his opponent, explaining its namesake. This also explains why LaRue's first action in the battle was to grab Sukuna right away. This allows Yuji to finally land it, the first Black Flash in over 100 chapters. And with the release of his potential through the Black Flash, the black sparks scatter once more, and it's stated that here and now, Yuji Itadori has awakened. So with that, going to a flashback what seems to be Sukuna Uraume on the rooftop right before his battle with Gojo. So this must take place in chapter 223. Uraume is asking the golden question about Yuji, the one we've been asking since chapter 1. Who is Yuji Itadori? And I love that even the editor is telling Sukuna to answer this question, like even he's been waiting for this shit. Sukuna just gives us most of the rundown casually. You'd think that this would be some earth-shattering I am your father moment revealed by a resurrected Kenjaku, but nah, Sukuna just explains that Yuji Itadori is the creation of Kenjaku, but as for the body he inhabits, he has no clue. Uraume then brings up Yuji's fight with Sukuna from when Sukuna left his body, saying that she was able to feel some similarity between the two, and even then, This power that she's felt isn't just from whatever Sukuna left in Yuji's body after splitting from him. It was something completely different, something that makes Yuji more than just a prison. Sukuna says, well, of course, Kenjaku wouldn't make a child without reason. It's likely that Yuji is the result of him getting it on in Kaori's body with Jin Itadori, the man who is the reincarnation of Sukuna's other half, and the man who shares the same soul with Sukuna. Sukuna breaks this down, saying that when he was about to pass away from starving to death in the womb, he ate the other half of himself that was in the womb with him. I don't know if this is going to be relevant, but this tells us that either Sukuna's mother was in poverty and unable to afford food, or that she was starving her children to get rid of them. I'm unsure as to which, but I'd assume the former. Uraume basically questions his other half existing, and he goes on to explain how he rejected the fate of being born a twin. And by consuming this other half's body, its soul was left to wander until it reached Kenjaku. Sukuna would then go on to point out that Yuji is naturally a player in the Culling game due to having a finger of Sukuna within his body, and that this was necessary to ensure his strength as a host. So this little detail goes all the way back to Kenjaku because it's insinuating that Kenjaku did make Yuji eat that finger or set things up in that way to happen one way or another. Why? Well, if Yuji's participation in the Culling game was to ensure Yuji's strength as a whole, such as Sukuna implies, it's probably because Kenjaku wants Yuji to become stronger himself. It's strange, but that's how I'm going to interpret it. This could also be why Kenjaku has set the deadlock rules of everybody needs to be eliminated, including Yuji, to manifest a merger, because it will put Yuji under conditions that forces him to grow even more, as we're about to see. Uraume then puts the final piece together. If that's the case, doesn't this mean that Yuji's potential is equivalent to Lord Sukuna's himself? After this, the stage is set for the climax. Yuji and Sukuna prepare to enter close combat. Sukuna reaches toward Yuji's face, but Yuji pushes his right hand outward, parrying Sukuna, coupling that with his open left palm to push Sukuna's arm even further, and then he rolls his right fist after parrying into another Black Flash. Sukuna reaches in to act, and Yuji punches his hand, causing another Black Flash. The two look at each other for a bit. Yuji's locked in, and Sukuna's smirk isn't there anymore. After all this time, you really love to see it. Next thing we see is Yuji just flying out of a building, so that means Sukuna's probably on him bad, but he touches his pole and we see scissor marks surrounding it, and Sukuna's like, so he can actually use it? After Sukuna points out that Yuji has activated this technique, we get an explanation. Yuji at the moment has two cursed techniques. First is blood manipulation after consuming the death painting wounds, 4 to 9, and in this awakened state that he's in due to the black flashes that he's landing, this has given him access to Sukuna's shrine. Here, we see the pole finally clean cut by what seems to be Yuji's own version of cleave, and I'll explain this a bit later on. He grabs that same pole and hurls it towards Sukuna as a cover, with Sukuna cutting it into shreds with his foot, but Yuji here uses this opportunity to reach his hand through the debris and grab Sukuna's foot midair. He goes in for a punch as he holds on to Sukuna, and Sukuna responds by sending a barrage of dismantles, but to no avail. Yuji has decided to continue his punch through the rain of slashes and lands another Black Flash. Sukuna backs up and he begins to think about Yuji's own version of Shrine and how it's different due to the era and Yuji's mentality, but he was able to see that the energy input of this technique is quite weak, so the biggest problem is Yuji's keen sense currently. So yeah, Yuji does seem to have his own version of Sukuna's slashing abilities, and is way more modernized as it seemed to be able to do rotational clean cuts. I think Yuji probably associates cutting with using scissors in school, whereas Sukuna associates cutting with knives and blades, as they probably weren't using scissors back in the Heian era. Sukuna says that the input to the technique is weak as well, so Yuji more than likely isn't using this technique as an offensive move, but more so utility. But this just lets him use way less curse energy than he would need if he had Sukuna's type of cleave. We move on to a flashback of Ino with Gojo and the rest before his fight with Sukuna. He's asking if he's able to use Nanami's curse tool, and they're like, go for it, why are you even asking? And Ino's thinking that they've known him for longer than anybody else, but they're just saying, we don't know him like that for real, bro, you good, just take the weapon. Anyway, you're the one that Nanami trusted the most. And as we get out of this lame ass flashback, we see Ino preparing something, the one hope he's ever had to be relevant, the dragon. As Sukuna hears this, it crashes him into a railing, but Sukuna is able to just instantly cut it up. Ino then charges up to swing Nanami's blade on Sukuna, but he just parries it by stepping on it and stares down at Ino, like, you don't belong here, gang. But Ino's well aware of this. He was only allowing our boy to use another Black Flash. Sukuna begins to complain and whine about Yuji just using it willy-nilly, and he asks if he's really going to keep up this combo on him. And as Sukuna flies through a window into a building, we see that Ino saying, damn, he's out of options at this point, and he apologizes for failing Nanami. We come back to Sukuna and Yuji, and Sukuna puts his hand on the ground and activates Cleave as Yuji drops down to follow up. Using the debris from Cleave as a smokescreen, Sukuna attempts to punch Yuji through it. But Yuji catches his big plastic man-ass arm and sends him flying into a wall with another punch, and Sukuna's just panicking at this point. You can see it on his face as he says that nothing is getting to Yuji. He then sends more dismantles at his face, but Yuji's on demon time. It doesn't even faze him. This allows him to land another Black Flash, but it was all for naught, as Sukuna finally gets his hands on Yuji's face and... nope. Even a direct cleave to the head couldn't do the job. As long as there's only pain, Yuji Itadori will not stop. Black Flash. Sukuna begins to lose his composure and screams "you brat" at the top of his lungs. And then, we see Nanami's blade smack Sukuna in the face. It throws him off balance one last time as we see Yuji preparing a Black Flash under him. And Ino on the side says, "I did a great job considering the kind of person I am, huh? Mess him up, Yuji." And boom. Black Flash. We continue the fight between Itadori and Sukuna, with Hakari still nowhere to be seen. And it's said that when Gojo unleashed his 2 Black Flashes on Sukuna, he was able to establish a unique reverse curse technique relay in his awakened state. What set this relay apart was the operation and burden of the technique being dispersed throughout different parts of his own brain. With this quote, I guess we can assume that the awakened state is the 120% that comes out after the Black Flash. I do think this is why Gege didn't tell us Gojo was in an awakened state as well against Sukuna until now, just to subvert our expectations. This also goes back to Mahito, where he was like, thanks to the Black Flash, I've seen my true nature, and he has that whole transformation. As the prelude of this chapter continues, it's stated that Sukuna should also be able to do the same currently, regenerating his hands and destroying the rest of Jujutsu High with relative ease, or at least under normal circumstances he would've. But due to Yuji striking 7 Black Flashes directly at the boundary between Sukuna and Megami's souls, Sukuna was not allowed to regain his reverse curse technique. Yuji was completely in the zone to be aiming like that. People say that Yuji landed 8 Black Flashes, so why does it say 7? I believe it's one of the Black Flashes that Yuji landed was a parry or a block or just a hand slap rather than a direct strike in the previous chapter. Just a guess though. We then see Miguel and LaRue escaping the fight. They've served their purpose, so they're headed back home. Miguel coming out of this without a scratch is still crazy to me, but anyways, he tells LaRue that he did great. And then Miguel looks in the distance to see this massive spike of curse energy just welling in the distance. And he's like, you've gotta be kidding me. So here we see Sukuna's new domain. With it being said, the king's domain traveling along with the sparks of black has returned to its master. So we finally get confirmation as to what exactly Sukuna's Black Flashes were bringing back. I thought it was just regular output, but I was wrong. Gege actually went and gave him the domain expansion back. However, in the state that Sukuna is in, with the appearance of his domain, we know that what's going on is a little bit different than usual, but we'll get into that in a few. And I also have to say, oh my lord does it look fire. It does seem to resemble Megami's incomplete domain a little bit with that ribcage bone-like thing going on. It looks weird, but I think this is one of those designs that Gege maybe thought of halfway through Jujutsu Kaisen or something, but he couldn't since he had already established Sukuna's domain, or at least we thought. It's explained that by changing his hand signs and utilizing a part of the brain that wasn't affected by Gojo's infinite void, Sukuna was able to use his curse techniques alongside his barrier techniques. Within all of his impromptu binding vows and all of the uncertainties of this battle he's been dealing with, him landing his Black Flashes allowed his domain expansion to return with no loss in either output or range. A lot of people have been bringing up the binding vows being convenient, but they've just always been that way. That's nothing really new, and this is stuff we should be seeing from the man who preaches true Jujutsu. And again, Kenjaku established a long time ago that self-imposed binding vows are quite easy to do. They require not much, and you don't lose that much except for what you gained at most if you are to violate them. As we see Mei's crows get carved within the wreckage of Shinjuku, we come to a flashback of the Sukuna raid squad. We see Hakari say that those who want to fight need to have reverse curse technique or anti-domain abilities. And Maki's like, I guess I can't fight then, and Hakari's like, shut the hell up, bro. Those two definitely have some beef going on. Choso interjects and says that both him and Yuji should be able to manage the reverse curse technique, but he questions Shoko, Hakari, and Yuta as to how they compensate for lost blood when using their techniques. Hakari and Yuta basically say they just do it. Shoko, on the other hand, actually has enough experience to break it down. Shoko says that she converts cursed energy into blood. There are tons of people who can heal themselves, but not others for one of two reasons. First is the fundamental difference in how they use it, and second, the body of the target refusing to be healed. There are times when the cursed energy of the one healing rejects the process, and others where the cursed energy of the one being healed doesn't respond to the conversion, which is why my treatment is case by case. So yeah, I guess Shoko can't heal everybody. I think this also implies that Maki cannot be healed by Shoko because Maki has no cursed energy in the first place. I guess this applies for Inumaki, his body just probably wasn't messing with her healing. And remember that Shoko couldn't articulate how she does this technique when she was in high school, but now she can, which is a pretty neat detail that shows her growth. Choso then agrees with this explanation, saying this is how it works for me, but my body itself performs the action of converting cursed energy into blood rather than having to rely on the technical aspects of reverse curse technique. And if Yuji absorbs the last of their brothers, it should be the exact same for him, as his body will become like Choso's, being able to do the same. This allows both of them to use reverse curse technique while expending tons of cursed energy. Choso then continues to talk like, damn man, saying that he wants his Twitch training to be done with someone who can use reverse curse technique. And Yuji's like, what's that? Wee, I think, I don't know dude's name, says that the technique is the teleportation of targets, and if he's with this target, he can teleport them to a place or person that he's previously marked. He uses this foundation to explain what switch training will be. The soul and the body are two separate entities. If the body is the box, then the soul is what's contained within that box. However, there's a key to gaining access to this box that only the target can use. The kid can move the boxes around, but to tamper with the box and swap what's in there, he must be given the key by the target to tamper with the box in the first place. So basically, he can swap bodies forcefully, but he cannot swap souls without permission. After the real fourth heavy hitter concludes this explanation of his ability, Yuji just says that this ability reminds me of Mahito's, and if that's the case, won't the shape of the person's body and soul be stretched out after swapping? But the kid says that he's able to swap the contents without opening them. Because when you receive a box, you can't tell whether or not the contents of it have been tampered with, right? So we move on from the MVP breaking down his ability to Kusakabe asking Yuji a rhetorical question. This question is, why has he been growing so fast as a sorcerer? And before Yuji could try to humble brag about it, Kusakabe cuts him off and says it was due to Sukuna performing high level movements in Jujutsu in his body. And his body remembers this extreme special grade Jujutsu. So make sure to thank him for your exceptionally quick understanding and growth. Is extreme special grade the new power scaling now? Like, let me know. Also, keep this explanation in the back of your mind for the next couple of months or so, as I'm sure we're going to see something with Megami. Kusakabe begins to talk about them doing this again with Yuji, as he's going to body swap into Yuji so he can learn his simple domain and curse energy manipulation. I haven't seen anybody point this out, but Yuji having Kusakabe's simple domain is going to be really great, as Kusakabe's simple domain might as well be a domain expansion in itself, and if anything, a little better. The problem with that, of course, is that sorcerers like Gojo and Hanami could cast their domains and always render that technique useless. Against really any other domains that don't involve concepts, it should give him priority. Hakari says, isn't there a binding vow that prevents people outside of the new Shadow School from learning this ability? The siblings just say they've taken care of that, and Wee says that he can only swap souls twice per person under their circumstances, so choose wisely. So either Yuji swapped with someone else or somebody else got to use that second swap with another character. We'll see. Maybe Yuji swapped with Gojo and his eyes retain the properties of the 6 eyes. Just a guess, I think that would be perfect though. So we come back into the battle. Yuji displaying his new simple domain as he stands within Sukuna's massive domain expansion. The world around them falling apart and changing the battlefield into a wasteland. As things look grim, Yuji has noticed that the eyes on Sukuna's domain were bleeding, so the domain must be incomplete. There's an opening somewhere, he just has to withstand it. As we see Sukuna casting the mudra of Indra, the strongest god, we get confirmation that Yuji's assumption was correct. Sukuna's domain is ridiculously difficult for him to cast currently, but here's what's going on because it's kinda confusing. Sukuna has casted this incomplete domain with a barrier on a scale as large as Shinjuku. This domain having a barrier makes the binding vow allowing the escape route of his normal domain disappear, and due to this change, this allows him to activate the short hit on everything within this barrier, no matter what's contained within it. Remember, when it comes to domains with a barrier, Maki basically has a choice as to whether or not she wants it to hit her, and obviously she'd always choose no. So Sukuna here made his domain just hit everything in it no matter what, since his domain now has a barrier. However, Yuji is shown as it said that Sukuna in this state that he's in cannot maintain this barrier for a long time. 99 seconds. 99 seconds and this ability would collapse. As hell rains down on all who oppose him, they all activate simple domain in order to bear it, with the exception of Maki, who's being protected by Miwa's simple domain. But Yuji's domain collapses and he's hit with Sukuna's slashes, cutting his leg off and sending both him and it flying. As his body is now modified, he's able to instantly reattach it before he lands. He points out that they were able to endure the slashes, and as he looks up, furnace open. The flames of certain death roar forth. The chapter opens up with a flashback, which is surprising considering the massive cliffhanger we were left on before, but it's important, so it's whatever. The blood manipulation trio, Kamo, Choso, and Yuji, are all engaged in training. Choso asks Yuji if he knows how to use convergence, and he basically responds by saying no. I had to swap bodies with Yuta and Kusakabe, and since neither one of them know how to use blood manipulation, I'm gonna have to learn it and fast. Choso tries to explain to Yuji, but he just can't. I'm pretty sure this is because he was born being able to just use it, kind of like how Gojo was so talented that he couldn't really teach techniques all that well either, and Kamo takes over from there. As he breaks it down, he says that it's similar to the sensation that goes through your body when putting yourself in hot water and the heat gradually spreading throughout. The basis of blood manipulation is imagining your blood vessels extending and creating a silhouette of the body similar to the sensation previously mentioned. He goes on to say that convergence is a technique that compresses your blood, and it's a good idea to develop the sensation of holding larger objects in your hands by rolling up sponges and paper in one go. The purpose of that is to get the feeling of crumpling something with your hands, as that's what using blood manipulation seems to feel like when it comes to, I guess, converging it to piercing blood and anything like that involving your hands. And Kamo's doing a really good job here, and I'm sure he was trained to use his own technique very similar to the way he's teaching Yuji now in the Kamo clan. Choso then asks Yuji to teach him about Supernova because he obviously wants to contribute to Yuji's training, but Kamo's like, nah, Yuji needs to learn how to reinforce his defense before stepping into the offensive territory. He needs to learn how to stop bleeding and make sutures because blood manipulation is only going to serve as, again, a defensive measure. I like this little detail of blood manipulation originally serving as just an extra defensive technique for Yuji in this battle, but as we can see in 251, Yuji does manage to pull off the Supernova, which shows that he can use it offensively as well. And I guess Yuji was able to surpass all expectations per usual. We then move on from one explanation to another. Massive info dump chapter, but you guys been asking for this for years, so I don't want to hear any complaining. We finally get the explanation behind Sukuna's flames. To massively shorten this, these flames are only able to be used by Sukuna after he has used both cleave and dismantle on you, as both of these slashes are literally referred to as the preparation of his food. Upon preparing said food, the door of the furnace will be opened, allowing him to literally cook the opponent. The flames of the furnace usually have no speed and a very limited range. To solve these problems, Sukuna would impose a binding vow on himself. When faced against more than one person in any given battle, he cannot access this technique with the exception of opening the furnace inside of his domain. Before calling this an ass pull, this binding vow was placed when he obtained the technique a long time ago obviously. This is not just something he made on the spot. But to continue, since curse techniques are typically expanded within domain expansions, the same will apply to Sukuna's flames. So everything that has been turned into dust by both his cleave and dismantle within the domain expansion are matted with an explosive curse energy equivalent to that of these flames. Sukuna also has changed the specifications of this barrier, allowing only living beings to enter and by proxy, keeping the area of effect of his entire domain expansion sealed without reducing the normal output of curse energy. And as Sukuna's preparation of this technique is finally completed, we come back to Uraume and Hakari as Uraume now claims their victory. And lastly, Yuji, who's on the receiving end, stares at the flames in bewilderment. The flame is then shot, and a massive explosion overtakes the entire battlefield as the explanation continues. The dust that was formed from the destruction that Malevolent Shrine has caused has been transformed into a thermobaric explosive cloud that will spread to all corners of the domain expansion. And due to the heat of the flames that will come from the furnace, a high temperature shockwave with an instantaneous and explosive transmission combined with the instant compression and decompression of shockwaves
will lead to the death of all living things that are within this domain expansion, for this is the final secret technique of Uraume and Sukuna, who annihilated Mahoraga with one blow during the Shibuya incident. This flame's effect in the domain expansion seemed to work similarly to a dust explosion, and this explanation also breaks down why the effects of the flames were so different when it came to both Jogo and Mahoraga. As for Jogo, it seemed to have only burned him alive, whereas for Mahoraga, it made that massive explosion that basically annihilated Shibuya. Within Sukuna's domain expansion, these flames seem to serve as a short hit cluster bomb that will go off after Sukuna has finished slashing his opponents, if he chooses to unleash it. It's also then explained why it wasn't used during the fight against Gojo, and it's because of all the changes that Sukuna was making on the settings of his barrier, and the constant reductions in the range of the effect would, according to TCB, keep the furnace cooled, not allowing Sukuna to have the freedom to unseal its flames. I guess you can also make the argument for 226 that Gojo managed to recover his curse technique before Sukuna could finish slashing him up and preparing the dust to be exploded, which explains why he didn't use it at that moment. However, I don't really know. What I do know is y'all about to be arguing in the comments and I'm here for it. Give me that engagement. Oh yeah, one last thing about this segment is that people are saying Hakari and Uraume in this chapter seem to be continuing from their conversation in 252, which if true is pretty damn interesting because this means that Hakari was saying that he felt Sukuna only getting weaker and weaker either during Sukuna's fight with Yuji and Ino or the previous chapter, and now he's just starting to go all out according to Uraume. If this is true, Gege seems to have pulled off a big screwball red herring. As we move on from the explanation of the furnace, we see Yuji and Choso call out for one another within the explosion, and then we cut to Choso shielding Yuji with his blood. Yuji tells him to stop as Choso speaks about being useless in training due to being somebody who does things instinctively, and Yuji calls for his name. As we see Choso burnt to a crisp, Yuji says, "Instinctively, huh?" We enter what I'll refer to as the cursed round, where Yuji and Choso are having one last conversation before Choso passes away. Choso says that Yuji was able to learn the reverse curse technique very quickly, and to that, Yuji says that Sukuna used it in his body, so it wasn't really him who learned it. Choso's like, "Nah, don't do that, bro, it's alright. You're the youngest, and the youngest always has to surpass the oldest." Yuji says, "Even if this is true, that doesn't mean I have to abandon you, right?" And Choso's like, "That's right. I also owe Yuki an apology." I think he may have seen Yuki as an older sister since Yuji's quote reminds him of her. Or this could be a callback to what Yuki told him before he tried to sacrifice himself while fighting Kenjaku. Anyways, Choso asks Yuji for forgiveness since he's leaving him on his own again. Yuji's like, "What are you talking about? You were there for me at my lowest point and that's more than enough." And Choso agrees with that, saying it's true. We then see the original three brothers as wombs, and Esso says, "Big brother, are you there?" Choso affirms this. Kachizo then says, "Brother, I'm cold," and Choso finally says it's okay. Let's talk for a while. If we talk, the cold won't bother us. Could it be that our 150 years were just a few days for Yuji? And after this, we see Choso burnt to a crisp inside of the blood as he thanks Yuji one last time for being his little brother. And we finally see Yuji outright say, "Big brother, thank you." I think this is the first time that Yuji has ever addressed Choso as Big Brother 2 directly, instead of just telling somebody this is my big brother or whatever. He finally says it. And now we have another sacrifice for Yuji's sake. And this one hits really hard because Yuki did tell Choso to not sacrifice himself against Kenjaku as he still had Yuji left in his life, and she was correct. As the barrier crumbles and a wasteland surrounds Yuji, he asks where everyone has gone, and we see the silhouette of Sukuna within the smoke that surrounds Yuji. The narrator says that Yuji had convinced himself that he was nothing but a cog, a part that will be able to play its role no matter the circumstances. And Yuji at this moment was supposed to continue to fight Sukuna for the sake of avenging Choso, but the scorched earth before his eyes, the heat surrounding him, and the thin air shook the foundation of his determination. I'll get into this quote later, but we see a foot peek through, and Sukuna with the coldest panel in the series walks through the smoke, and Yuji makes it even colder by yelling his name out of rage. We then see another figure through the smoke though, and it's Todo. He's finally made his return onto the battlefield as he seems to have his arm wrapped in a massive bandage. Interestingly enough,
This seems to be a parallel to Sukuna's domain expansion during Shibuya, and like before, it wavers Yuji's resolve just a bit. Even while contemplating the belief of many of his friends dying in that attack though, you gotta notice that Yuji did not just completely break down here as he did before. I'm gonna attribute that to not only his growth as a person, but also the extra post-mortem curse Higuruma had placed on him, which is just like the rest of his curses, pushing him to always move forward no matter what. On top of all of this, we have Todo now to not only keep Yuji on his toes, but to lock in. I mean, they automatically lock in when working together because Yuji has to instinctively calculate how Todo will boogie woogie him. So, perfect time to show up, bro. Anyway, we get into a flashback with Mei Mei and Todo, and this is the type of shit y'all was accused of Naruto doing. We got like 3 flashbacks this chapter. Anyways, they create a plan for Todo to boogie woogie everybody inside of Sukuna's domain expansion with Mei Mei's crows outside. Todo's rationalizing all this like it's a domain of immediate death with no guarantee that they're gonna make it out alive, so doing something like this is obviously better than doing nothing. Mei Mei's asking if he could do it with that messed up arm, and Todo's saying he's unsure but he can feel that the technique is alive. I guess dude was exaggerating about it being dead or something. You know how Todo just be yapping about shit. Todo's like, don't let Yuji know of the plan they just went over due to the resonance. Or in other words, Yuji and Sukuna's connection being so deep that Todo believes Yuji unconsciously leaked the plan to Sukuna's side when he came to their mission on Yasuhachi Bridge. This being due to the fingers inside of Yuji resonating with the one in the wild. Mei Mei affirms this, and Todo tells her to tell Yuta to execute his plan before he would have to save everyone from Sukuna's domain. And I guess this was another reason that Yuta was rushing so hard to defeat Sukuna before he can activate his domain expansion, although the very obvious reason is what's going on currently. Todo also says that they shouldn't tell Yuji about what's going on, and Mei Mei just cuts him off, saying that her mouth will stay shut. I asked why Mei Mei didn't join the fight at any point, and this seems to be why, because if she did, she wouldn't be able to activate this plan with Todo in the event that the worst case scenario came into play. However, there's a chance she could come in later, who knows, I think that she will though. And Nobara fans are definitely up too, y'all up right now. As this conversation wraps up, it said that Todo was accompanied by Yuta to adjust and fine-tune the curse technique, and even Todo can't verify the safety of the other characters. And then Itadori and Choso, who were in the center of the domain expansion, could not be captured by him. It said that Todo cannot inform Yuji of all this because there just isn't enough time to tell him. And it brings us back to the present, where Todo said sorry, but maybe it's okay, maybe they're all alive. And Yuji's like, bruh, are you serious? Like, what do you mean maybe? But they both kind of reasoned that there's nothing they can do because this isn't the time to mourn, they have to fight Sukuna right now. Because as of this moment, Sukuna is massively weakened due to just activating that domain expansion. So on top of all his current debuffs, now he's on cooldown when it comes to activating his curse technique. Yuji and Todo charge towards Sukuna as he welcomes them with open arms, and the next battle begins. Somehow, Sukuna is extra confident here, but he's probably going to pull out the 10 shadows. With that, the chapter concludes. So the chapter begins right from where the previous one ended. As we finally see Todo finish unwrapping his arm, we see this thing.
You stop accusing me. He isn't laughing at you.
Look at him, he's laughing, bro. Oh my god, bro. My god,
laughing.
Alright, my fault. Yuji and Sukuna both see this thing as well and notice that it's a vibroslab. This is a percussion instrument that has a metal piece inside of the wooden box. This will vibrate when the ball on top of it hits the wooden box, and it produces a unique tone once vibrating. Once they finish this explanation, Todo just wastes no time. I mean, both he and Gege know we've been waiting forever for anything with this dude, so he just gets into the fight. Upon the activation of Todo's Boogie Woogie, we see that Yuji, Todo, and Sukuna are suspended, and it said that as Todo would replace his left hand with the vibroslap, the activation condition would go from collapse to the collision of the metal piece in the box. And due to this, Todo can now activate Boogie Woogie about 50 times per second. And yes, this is as broken as you think it is. Yuji instantly picks up what's going on, and he points out that him, Sukuna, and Todo are all in a roulette, getting their pieces swapped many times over. As Todo hits the wait to activate his technique once more, Yuji and Sukuna waste no time and prepare to strike one another. And as they come face to face to exchange blows, Todo comes in and activates his newly evolved Boogie Woogie once more, swapping places fast enough for them to both land a strike on Sukuna at the same time. And as Sukuna recoils from the hit, it's explained that Todo would impose a binding bow that limits the number of switches relative to the number of collisions on his Vibra Slap, and due to this, Todo was able to expand the selection of multiple targets of his technique, and by proxy, enlarge its area of effect. After helping Yuta in the Lake Gosho colony, which is where Kenjaku was fighting Takaba, and Yuta snuck him after, Todo was able to make the adjustments to his technique and allow all sorcerers to escape the malevolent shrine. I think this confirms how Yuta was able to get around Kenjaku so fast when he first pulled up on him, so if Yuta had to fight Kenjaku, he probably would have won because he would have Todo alongside him to fight a weakened Kenjaku. Either way, this new technique is fire, and I'm glad to see Todo make a return. As Yuji and Todo run their normal play and surround Sukuna, he begins to think about how Todo is the most self-centered sorcerer and the hardest to break, stating that this man has showed up at the worst time possible. I've seen a couple people say this is a strange thing to say about Todo, but if you really look back at the story, not once has Todo's will ever wavered, let alone break. Todo really has always had an insanely strong spirit and will to try his best under any circumstances. So when Sukuna describes him as self-centered, he may mean this in like a Todo's gonna do whatever he desires no matter what you do to him or tell him kind of way, not that he only cares about himself. Anyways, Yuji and Todo continue to chase Sukuna as they jump toward him, and Todo swaps his in Sukuna's place, putting Sukuna mid-air and leaving him open for a strike. Todo jumps upward in an attempt to kick Sukuna, but Sukuna, despite being mid-air, is still able to dodge. Todo notices this and he's like, how the hell can this dude just move mid-air? I don't know if this confirms that he wasn't watching the fight in chapter 256 yet or something, because Sukuna did this multiple times with Maki before landing the Black Flash on her a second time. After Todo misses this attack, Yuji would follow up by imbuing his curse energy into a rock and hurling it at Sukuna. And as it's about to reach him, we see Yuji take the place of the rock, landing a drop kick of sorts directly on Sukuna with Todo posing to the side, indicating that he has used his technique. Gege knows at this point that y'all need visual cues because someone's bound to ask why Yuji's teleported. I swear we're gonna get one person saying this. Yuji and Sukuna begin to fall over from the impact, but Sukuna retaliates by grabbing Yuji's face and preparing to throw him. Todo locks in, hitting the Vibra Slap multiple times to teleport Yuji around Sukuna as they engage in combat, and as the three are within the activation of Boogie Woogie, Sukuna begins to speak about how Todo is able to adjust the maximum and minimum switches of his technique with each touch, and since he can do this, getting used to the technique is impossible. He can never predict how many times that Todo is going to swap him around the battlefield. However, Sukuna is able to make the best of the situation, noticing that there's a moment where it's definitely possible to predict the switch. We see Todo activate his technique once more, followed by Yuji delivering another strike to Sukuna and sending him flying through a wall and following up alongside Todo. Sukuna flies back and says that this moment where Boogie Woogie can be predicted is the exact moment when Todo's concentration reaches its peak. Sukuna states that Todo's gonna bluff his next technique, pretending not to switch despite touching the weight, and he goes in for a strike. On the other hand, we also see Yuji preparing a strike, imbuing cursed energy into his hands. The swap is then initiated, and we see one of Mei's crows has entered the scene. Sukuna states that he misinterpreted Todo's attack, and goes to strike the crow expecting Yuji to be there by the time the swap is finished. Todo slams the instrument once more, but Yuji remains where he once was. They never swapped in the first place. Todo laughs and says a plan within another, huh? And Yuji locks in and lands one final Black Flash. He isn't done here though. Like Kusakabe initially planned on doing this to finish Sukuna off, Yuji uses his claws to dig into Sukuna's heart, giving it his all to rip it out. Sukuna laughs, casting his domain expansion. It's then stated that Sukuna, due to his high level curse energy efficiency and finally being brought down to the same level as Yuta in terms of reserves, can still cast the domain as many times as necessary, as long as his curse technique is available for use. Sukuna begins to cast but sees something. It's stated that Sukuna had seen what his hands had buried, the ghost of the strongest. The chapter ends with what seems to be Gojo staring down Sukuna from a distance. We continue on the same scene we were previously on, but from a different perspective. Yuji's trying his hardest to push through and end this battle for good, and Sukuna responds by activating his domain expansion, but he sees a figure peer through the smoke, and it's revealed to be Gojo. Sukuna states that this is impossible, but of course there's a catch. We see stitches on his forehead. Y'all know I had the time of my life seeing this, but we proceed. Sukuna sees this and begins to speak. He asks if this is how we're really playing and apologizes for underestimating Yuta Kotsu. And so there's a couple of things going on here. Sukuna simultaneously reveals that this is Yuta, who's using Kenjaku's body hop technique, and he addresses Yuta by his full name, which is also a sign of respect from the King of Curses himself. As we close out this beginning segment, we enter a flashback. It opens with Maki and Hakari disagreeing with something that Yuta has proposed, but Hakari does provide a condition where he'll be okay with it. This being, if everybody's wiped out and there are no other options. In that case, do what you have to do. Panda clarifies what's going on by asking, if Gojo dies against Sukuna, would Rika be able to eat Kenjaku and copy his ability, and then allow Yuta to use his body hopping ability on Gojo and re-enter the fight? So, two things here. First, it's finally stated what Yuta's conditions to copy an ability are, and if this is the case, what happened with Charles? Because Yuta does have clairvoyance. Another thing I want to address is that, although clowning Hakari is the trend of Jujutsu Kaisen currently, the story has been throwing hints left and right about him naturally having the mindset of the monster. In this instance, he supports Yuta's decision in the case that there are no other options. It's very interesting that we haven't seen much of him, and we're getting these droplets of information about his mindset as the arc runs on. Especially with Uraume saying that like he's a monster, he's kind of like Sukuna. And then if you remember, when Hakari was talking about monsters and humanity, it shows Yuta. This is what that conversation's talking about. Gege does like to conceal information though, so I'm sure it'll be a while before we see where all of this goes. Anyway, Kusakabe just says, can't he have Rika eat Gojo's body and copy the Limitless? Shoko says, Yuta can't use the Limitless without the 6 eyes. Then Kusakabe's like, well, copy the 6 eyes. Shoko says, the 6 eyes are not a technique, they're eyes, so you can't copy those. Definitely for the fans who thought Yuta was gonna pull up with Gojo's eyes like this is Naruto. Maki then asks a very good question, which is since Yuta can only use other people's abilities for 5 minutes, what will happen when Yuta's 5 minutes are up inside of Gojo's body using the body hop technique? Yuta's like, I don't know. And Mei on the other hand, throws out 3 guesses depending on how the ability needs to be activated. If it requires constant activation, or in other words, needs to be used 24/7 for it to be active, the body and soul won't be maintained, so Yuta instantly dies once 5 minutes have passed. If it's activated intermittently, in other words, something like every 10 minutes, every 30 minutes, etc., Yuta won't die instantly, but he'll be on a countdown. And lastly, if Kenjaku only needs to use this ability one time to body hop, he'll be stuck in Gojo's body forever. This just makes me think that Yuta's gonna die no matter what, and this is his final run. Yuta goes on to say that I'm not against being stuck in Gojo's body if that happens, but since he can use his copy ability within his domain, he'd like to try the domain expansion plan first before taking over Gojo's body and fighting Sukuna with it. Maki says just stop speaking about this plan as if we're going through with it because I don't like it at all, and Yuta just takes complete control of the conversation for once and says that he's starting to get pissed and says that no matter how you guys see it, it's what we need to do. Kusakabe brings up a counterpoint and says that yeah, only if we focused on the plan, but we care about you as a human being as well. And Yuta's like, as a human, we are fighting against the strongest sorcerer in history. If we need to throw away our humanity to win, then we should. Does becoming a monster scare you all this bad? Maki and Inumaki say that he's important to everyone here despite this, so they don't want to risk his life, and it only infuriates Yuta even more. He asks them about Gojo. Is Gojo not important to everyone here? They've always pushed this same exact burden onto Gojo alone, yet when it comes to himself, they're all hesitant. If Gojo passes away, someone needs to take that spot, and if nobody will, he will. The scene concludes here, but keep in mind that Yuji was not present for any of this stuff, which is probably why he was the only person saying, you know what, go in and fight Sukuna with Gojo. Anyways, this is also foreshadowed in the Sendai colony, where Earl states that you're the one who's going to reach their limits. I've seen this before. Sorcerers, cursed spirits, it doesn't matter. The only ones who are able to transcend beyond being merely strong are those with an overwhelming sense of self and a complete disregard for others. A natural disaster. Interestingly enough, Yuta cares to protect the people he loves more than really anything else in the world, so he would have no problem sacrificing himself to do so. You can't have your cake and eat it too. We move on to another flashback where Yuta asks Gojo to take over his body in the event that he loses. And Gojo's like, why do you sound mad asking me this? I'd be asking the same, not gonna lie, like from Gojo's perspective, it's just creepy as hell. Yuta asks if he minds and Gojo's like, I'm not gonna lose, so I don't really care. What pisses me off about this though is that Shoko doesn't care. People were somehow mad at Shoko not expressing anything when it came to this. Guys, she's a doctor who has seen thousands of sorcerers die. She has to become somebody who's apathetic at some point. Not only this, she obviously does care deep down, judging from 220 and the chapters of Gojo fighting Sukuna where she was panicking and dropping 100 cigarettes every chapter. Yuta and Gojo continue to speak as Yuta asks about being a Fujiwara descendant despite Gojo telling him he was a Sugawara way back in JJK0. Gojo says, you are a Sugawara as their relatives. And Gojo or Yuta asks this, I'm not sure who, but they say weren't the Fujiwara and Sugawara on horrible terms? And Yuta's like, I guess Earl was just confused, but Gojo says, maybe we're both right, leading Yuta to be a little bit confused. The fact that we're addressing this has me convinced that Gege's gonna try and hit most plot points before the story ends. This was something that confused most people for a while, but it wasn't a big deal and nobody really cared by now. Gege by all means could have never talked about this and been fine. Gojo puts it together that Yuta may be a Fujiwara and Sugawara, so he says you might have been even more blessed than I was, so you'd better take advantage of it. Starting with their sloppy ass curse energy control. The rest of Team Yuta appears as Gojo dismisses all of them, but they all refuse. Gojo says that he cannot order them to leave as they are his fellow sorcerers, but he does not want to show his students something so gruesome, especially since he's not sure if this is the right thing to do. Even if he loses to Sukuna, Gakuganji will be in charge, this preventing the carnage that happened after Shibuya from repeating itself. Gojo then repeats himself, telling his students to get out of there, but they refuse. Yuta asks Gojo to no longer bear the burden of being a monster alone anymore, but that's not something Yuta gets to decide. Satoru walks into the room with the belief that there is nothing that can be done about this. As back when Geto left Jujutsu Society, Gojo was left in the dust, and he states that he now has to catch up. We go through one more flashback that has Rin finally reveal his ability by manifesting it into flan. He explains that he amplifies the sugar in his body and manifests it. And with Yuji eating the flan, he says that it's sweet. Weird ass. Shoko then asks if he can transfer that sugar to others, and he says he can't see why he wouldn't be able to. She recruits him into the medical team after this, but she says that he shouldn't overdo his technique as there's no point in him being around if he makes people pass out from high blood sugar. It then cuts to him seeing Yuta's body after being hit by the world-cutting slash, and I didn't think Sukuna used this on Yuta, but I guess he did. Nita states that their technique made it so Yuta's wounds wouldn't get worse, but this is like when Gojo got cut in half, and this is way beyond Yuta's ability to heal, let alone Nita's. Yuta then says that he can only maintain consciousness due to Rika, but he's reaching his limit. He says he's gonna do it as it's his only choice. Shoko tells Yuta that she's finished suturing Gojo's body, and once he swaps with him, he'll have to output his healing to the max in order to finish the treatment. Amai will back him up on this. Yuta apologizes for having to move his ring finger to his right hand, which to me is just another death flag, and we come back to present time where both Sukuna and Yuta activate their domain expansions, and it's asked, how does one counter Sukuna's open barrier domain? By Gojo's hands, the solution is revealed yet again. And as the chapter concludes, we see a beautiful double spread of the domain clash. As we leave the domain, we see Rika crying, and she's holding on to Yuta's original dead body. And going back into the chapter, we have a little editor's note that says Infinity versus Amplification. The battle will be decided in these 3 minutes. I like this because it basically tells us what to expect from this chapter, and maybe this entire fight. I really do believe that this one chapter contains the entire Sukuna versus Yuta fight. We see Sukuna has gone in for a punch, but Yuta was able to dodge and grab his arm at the same time, countering by flipping Sukuna and sending a kick toward him as Sukuna has his little smirk going on. And this is kind of why I was hoping that folks would just update the original chapter rather than add point 5 as a separate segment, because the original chapter made it look like Yuta was one of y'all fighting out there, but now we see that Yuta is able to hold his own and he's actually doing something against Sukuna within this domain. Coming back to Yuta after he landed that previously mentioned kick, and he begins to think like, Rika's not haunting this body, so now I can only use the limitless. And then Yuta says that it looks like using Kenjaku's technique is simultaneously a no-go. I think what he means by Kenjaku's technique is that like he can use all of his other techniques that he's had before, because Kenjaku was able to do that, right? Like with the body hopping, he could use all of his techniques from every single host. It looks like Yuta can't do that here. Yuta goes on to say that Sukuna cannot use his slash that cuts the world with his left arm gone, So aside from his domain amplification, he should not have any tricks left up his sleeve to bypass the infinity. He then says I have the advantage as he lands a clean elbow on Sukuna. But it wasn't really that clean, as you can see that Sukuna questions why it didn't hurt that much. He doesn't say it, but the question mark insinuates that. As Yuta says that, I misjudged how far away he was. And y'all gotta remember, Sukuna's a battle genius, so he goes straight in for the punch and starts wilding out because he knows that Yuta can't control Gojo's long limbs. And Yuta says that I had these same thoughts during switch training. Gojo's limbs are too long, and from the outside, the limitless technique seems flawless and ultimate strength and all the power you could ever want, but it's super sensitive. Doing switch training one time is not gonna let anybody master the technique. And Sukuna's like, he misfired, but I finally get why you need the 6 eyes to use this thing. You gotta remember, the 6 eyes, the limitless, all the above, it requires a lot of like math and, you know, mental math and calculations to actually use the technique right. So this is why Yuta's having such a problem with it. Gojo's been doing this math and calculating the space and barriers. You guys know how complicated the limitless is. It requires tons of mental math. I know people are gonna be saying I'm yapping here, but I really gotta beat this into your heads because y'all be forgetting a lot of stuff too easily. It only looks easy for Gojo to use because he's a prodigy among prodigies. And Yuta thinks about the difficulty of using this technique as he remembers Gojo saying, I'm the strongest after all. He's like, how much power did you have to say that with so much confidence? And Sukuna clues himself into what's going on here. He's like, looks like he has no clue how to handle the limitless. So he charges up more Kurt's energy and throws another uppercut at Yuta, but he's able to block it. After this, Sukuna begins to think. Kenjaku told me that a Kotsu's technique is copy. Copying a technique likely requires feeding the target's body or part of it to that banshee. Talking about Rika. Did she not come in with the body swap? Can he even use other abilities in that form? Even if he can, I have a good understanding of what he can use. Right now, Limitless is amounting to nothing more than a side effect of Kenjaku's technique. And I think what he's saying here is that Yuta's Limitless usage is so bad that it's just an extra effect of Kenjaku's technique. He doesn't even consider it its own problem, and it's something that he can easily work around currently. And he also confirms that during chapter 251, that huge battle he had with both Yuji and Yuta within his domain, he's confirmed that Yuta cannot use multiple techniques all at once. So right now, he makes the guess that Yuta has no other cards in his hands besides the Limitless. And once Sukuna comes to this conclusion, he's like, wait, hold up. How long can he maintain this technique? Will he be able to keep that form once Kenjaku's technique ends? What if he came into this fight, assuming that there would be no coming back? In that case, his next move would be, and then we see like the chapter 235 purple, makeshift unlimited hollow purple, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know what the technique is called at this point. I'll just call it the Al-Qaeda special. And this moment goes hard because you see how much Sukuna is able to put together through all of his fights. And then he's like, wait, hold up. This means something else. And then he makes another observation on top of the observation he's made. Like, this dude's battle IQ is so crazy that he's got himself second guessing himself and calculating even further. That's dope. It really shows how experienced Sukuna is as a fighter. I mean, when you fighting 20 people at once every day in the golden age of sorcery, you better be thinking like this. Anyways, after this, we go into a flashback where Gojo again, he said this in the previous chapter or 2 chapters ago. He's like, Yuta, your cursed energy is all over the place. And Panda and Maki are like, yo, he's pretty tough on you. And they're kind of hurt by the fact that Gojo's tough on them because, like me, Gojo expects a lot from Yuta. He holds Yuta to a higher standard. A lot of people hate when I criticize certain characters because I quote unquote like them, yet I talk trash about them. No, I just hold characters I like to a higher standard. I hold Yuji to a higher standard and Yuta. I mean, bro, if this concept is very hard for you to grasp, I wish you luck in life. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, we come back to the fight and Yuta begins to say that I'm being thorough, going through Gojo's memories one by one, and he begins to chant. So this confirms that when you take over somebody's body with Kenjaku's technique, you don't get all of the memories at once. You have to slowly go through them. But I can't blame anybody for thinking that you would just get all the memories because with Kenjaku, it definitely seemed that way. But I think the case was that Kenjaku would take over the bodies and not really fight. He was a schemer first, so he always had time to go through all of the body's memories. Anyway, as Yuta tries to chant, Sukuna comes straight in and just shuts that down and sends him flying with another punch. And he's like, don't you understand that Gojo had to use this super roundabout way to fire off the unlimited hollow purple in the first place? Sukuna's saying that Gojo would never be able to just shoot a hollow purple at him if he doesn't catch him off guard with it. And then he says that I will not give him a single opening to use that move. We then see Yuta after he took that attack from Sukuna, and he says that Sukuna might be wary of me using techniques other than the Limitless, but he should know that I can't use 2 copy techniques at once. That's why, even while using this technique within the Unlimited Void, this simple plan will work. We see that Yuta stretches out his hand and says blue, and as Sukuna stands still, there's a phone next to him. And then, don't move comes out of that phone. Yuta used blue to accelerate the phone right next to Sukuna's ear. And as we see that Inumaki's like coughing up hella blood, Sukuna's stuck frozen, and Yuta has begun to prepare the hollow technique purple in order to finish this battle. And with that, the chapter concludes. Now, the dust settles and we see Sukuna slide out of the domain. Apparently, he ate a hollow purple. He does say this about Yuta's hollow purple though. As powerful as the technique may be, he's still not used to using it. Even his own domain's barrier was destroyed. Maybe this played a role into the damage it did to him, but it still did a lot. With that said, we see Yuji, Yuta, and Todo charge towards Sukuna with no hesitation. Yuta has provided them with a golden opportunity, and they're sure as hell gonna take it. As each of them charge, Todo, the oldest and the most intelligent of the trio, shoots out orders. He tells Yuta, it does not matter if we're caught in the crossfire, the second your technique recovers, shoot as many hollow purples into him as you can. And then it's noted that, immediately after the use of the domain expansion, Sukuna is once again in a state where his curse technique is painstakingly difficult to use. Meanwhile, Yuta, on the other hand, has collapsed. This is because Kenjaku's curse technique is burned out after Yuta was using his domain expansion. Before the 5 minutes had even passed, Kenjaku's technique was halted. However, Yuta is not dead, as he thinks about how Rika not haunting this body means that copy is no longer his technique, making the Limitless the burnt out technique, but he still thought he would be able to use Kenjaku's. This makes Yuta wonder how Kenjaku was able to use this technique following a domain expansion, as nothing like this ever happened to him when fighting Yuki. He then notes that he did not receive any information relating to this when he copied his technique, but he's going to at least maintain the barrier for the sake of his comrades. Yes, his domain expansion was just broken, but you're gonna see what he means by this later. So we finally come back to the Yuji and Todo masterclass, and they're already throwing hands. Like, I love that there's no talking, nothing like that. Todo just instantly thinks, I guess this is why they call him the King of Curses. Even in a situation like this, he's not letting up. Since I'm looking at Yuta, he's gonna come straight for me. And that he does. The fact that Todo realizes that he screwed up by not staring at Sukuna the whole time, and then him actually getting hit, that shit go hard, bro. And Yuji just pulls up right after, but Sukuna notices that the Vibra Slap is getting set off. Yuji then gets shifted right behind Sukuna, and Todo's like, I'm not done hogging the spotlight yet. And Yuji lands a haymaker to Sukuna's face. Yo, I'm doing backflips every single time Yuji lands a punch on Sukuna at this point, man. Yo, after 40 chapters of this, you just celebrate whenever Sukuna sees blood. I need him hurt, bro. I need him feeling pain. And after this punch is landed on Sukuna's face, Todo points out that all of his cursed energy is still within the shards of the domain expansion barrier that was previously casted. Since it broke, the shards are scattered all over the battlefield, but they are imbued with cursed energy. Combine this with Boogie Woogie, and Todo's just shifting Yuji all over the place, swapping him with the shards. Hence is why he says there's no greater stage on which Boogie Woogie can shine. Todo smacks the thing on his head, pause, and Yuji starts to shift all over the place, swapping hundreds of times around Sukuna. But it's done. He puts his hand on Sukuna's stomach, and he says, I'll do this as many times as it takes. Wake up, Megami. And he launches a dismantle right at Sukuna's stomach. Yo, when this is animated, I know some of y'all brains is gonna be fried. Y'all already be struggling with the picture books. God knows what's gonna happen when this is actually being like shown in movement. Anyway, After the dismantles hit Sukuna, he points out that Yuji's able to selectively choose the target of his technique. What Yuji's doing here is firing dismantles after dismantles at the barrier between Megumi and his own soul. And he's also made a binding vow to make his strikes more effective at tearing my soul from Megumi's body. And as Sukuna throws up a finger, he says that if I continue taking these blows, I will not be able to maintain this body and I'll lose. And then he eats the finger after squashing it. But he does say however, and we see Sukuna jump onto a pillar, but Yuji already responds by activating Cleave on the pillar, dropping Sukuna down onto the floor as he readies a punch. However, Sukuna is actually able to dodge this punch mid-air and counter Yuji, punching him into the wall and making a massive crater. Like, bro, you would think we're at the finish line by now, but he's still doing all that with a single punch. And he just says, if I avoid these blows, they'll have no other moves that are as effective. Basically confirming that Yuji's the only one who can put him down at this very moment. As this is going on, Todo says that if my spare Vibra Slap is not recognized as my left hand, it's not gonna work, so just one last time. Todo uses the Vibra Slap in his final attempt to swap Yuji. However, nothing happens. Nobody's ever been swapped and Sukuna takes notice of this. The fake out did not work. However, there was never a fake out in the first place. Todo has swapped in somebody else, Hana. As Sukuna's massive right eye armor shield stares up at Hana, she stares right back down at him, and it's explained that, through the use of a binding vow, the range of Todo's technique had been extended. We enter a flashback where we see Hana being convinced to join the battle basically. Angel says that we're done here once we free Gojo, but Hana's really concerned about Megumi. Yuta on the other hand couldn't give less of a shit. He just says, yo, we're gonna probably need you guys at the end of it all. Just as I said earlier, it's okay if you guys don't want to help us, but even if my domain is destroyed, I'm gonna make sure that if you do help, you won't have to fight. I just want you to fire off Jacob's Ladder as the finishing blow. We're gonna be taking all or nothing gamble with your technique in order to split Sukuna and Megumi. At the very end, we'll make the most of the best part of my technique. And Hana's like, the best part of your technique? And Yuta goes on to explain this. When dealing with my copy technique, nobody ever thinks of the original user of the technique. For whatever reason, all they think about is what techniques I have and how many techniques I have. But they never stop to think of the possibility of the original user with the same technique appearing in the battle. Especially for those who know how copy works, it's very easy to fall in the trap of thinking it as taking the technique rather than just replicating it. So the true strength of my copy technique is having two of the same card in our hand. And as this strategy is finally realized, we see a maximum output Jacob's Ladder activated, and judgment is finally cast on the King of Curses. As the light of judgment crashes down on Sukuna, we see the reactions of both Yuji and Todo. Sukuna instantly reacting and taking advantage of the Jacob's Ladder in any way he can, punches toward the ground as the beam of light crashes down. The combined shockwave of the two attacks causes debris to fly all the way up toward Angel. Sukuna then uses this debris to jump from rock to rock, getting closer and closer to Angel in order to stop her technique. And Angel's just like, oh shit. And we get into Sukuna's thoughts soon after seeing Angel's reaction, as he says that, unlike in Okotsu's domain where he could select the technique's target, this Jacob's Ladder will hit Todo Aoi and the Brat too. If I scale the Pillar of Light, I'll be able to reach the Angel without any interference. And then, Angel tells her vessel to fall back, but it's way too late. It's then shown that Sukuna has managed to scale the entire Jacob's Ladder before Hana can even begin to retreat. And he then points out the reasoning behind this. They're coexisting within that body, so you are nothing but a strong technique in a weak shell. Losing one of their arms makes this fact even more true. They are not able to garner the same exact curse energy output that they once had. This is in reference to their initial fight all the way back in chapter 213, when Sukuna had first taken over Megumi's body and Hana shot that crazy Jacob's Ladder that damn near killed him. This also confirms that this Jacob's Ladder is much weaker than the one that Yuta had used way back in chapter 251, so it wasn't going to get the job done. One last thing I want to mention is that Sukuna does confirm that Jacob's Ladder would have hurt Yuji and Todo as well. So for those who believe that Jacob's Ladder only works on those who are not evil, I guess that's not the case. As we continue to fight, after Sukuna manages to catch Hana off guard, he thinks to himself that before he's torn from Megumi's body, he will be ending Angel's life. But that's when we see movement from below. Sukuna lands a black flash, but it's not on Hana, it's Todo. Apparently, he intercepted the black flash in order to protect her. This makes Sukuna praise him, saying that this man is a Jujutsu sorcerer to his very core. And after that attack lands, Todo is sent flying through 2 buildings and is left in a crater alongside Hana, and they are in horrible condition. Sukuna thinks to himself, saying that those 2 are out of commission and I can finish off Angel later. The only one standing now is Yuji Itadori, and yes, we are finally getting the one-on-one. We then see Yuji pull up out of the Jacob's Ladder and prepares a fist, and Sukuna says that he chased after me within the light despite it burning him. Yuji then lands a punch, dives below Sukuna, grabs the both of his legs, and plummets him toward a building. And as Sukuna crashes through the building, he slides out with ease, but he still notices something. Yuji had come from above in order to use cleave on his head, but he manages to cartwheel out of the way. And as he does a handstand in front of Yuji, he launches a couple of dismantles, and then a fist flies right in Yuji's face. Sukuna lands another punch, and it's then shown that, unleashing yet another black flash, the King of Curses was able to regain his reverse curse technique at last. Sukuna has finally recovered. A worst case scenario has just come to fruition. Yuji goes in to strike Sukuna, but Sukuna manages to grab one of his arms, and he begins to say that there is no need for me to make any risky moves like I forced Gojo to in our battle. And he goes on to punch Yuji a couple of times as Yuji manages to block it with his other arm that's free. And then Sukuna goes in for a double haymaker using 2 of his arms and punches Yuji right into his left knee and sends dude flying. But we know Yuji can pretty much eat any attack and keep fighting, so he instantly responds by using cleave on the floor in order to mess up Sukuna's footing. And he sees the opportunity to try and land a direct strike with his dismantles, but Sukuna manages to easily dodge it and says that the dismantle that only targets the barrier between his and Megumi's souls is a lethal technique to someone who's incarnated from the past. Maybe this applies to Ryu, Kashimo, characters like that, who knows. Sukuna goes on to grab Yuji with one arm and punch him with the other, and he says that if this technique doesn't land, then it's meaningless. It's not as big of a deal as he believes it to be. So basically, after regenerating, they can't touch Sukuna and they're gonna lose. At least, that's what he believed. As we see a shocked expression from Sukuna, we head into a flashback from way back when Gojo first fought Jogo, and we see him say that it expends a lot of curse energy, but it has its merits. First off, you get a stat boost due to the change in environment, sort of like a buff from video games. And also, curse techniques imbued within a domain are guaranteed to hit. And at this moment, we see Yuji say, domain expansion. Through switch training with Asuya Kusakabe, Yuji Itadori has learned the fundamentals of barrier techniques. After seeing Sukuna's expression, he states, "What is this?" We see Yuji walk up towards Sukuna and he tells him to come on. Let's go. And Sukuna just stares at Yuji shocked, and this chapter comes to a close. Itadori expands his domain. Just what is this place? Sukuna begins the chapter by saying, I've experienced this before, the rare phenomenon of connecting with a sorcerer during the height of battle. I thought it was just a side effect of curse energy being born from humans. Yet, this is something different. What is this? Your domain? And Yuji responds saying, shut it, I did this a little frantically and I don't really get it either. I do think this implies that this is not a domain expansion or anything like that. It may just be Yuji's inner domain, just like how Sukuna always had his inner domain. It would be a nice parallel for the series to end with Yuji being the one in control, like how Sukuna was the one in control at the very beginning. Anyways, Yuji continues the conversation saying, I just wanted some time to talk to you, so indulge me for a second. As they walk around Iwate, Yuji points out the demon sword dance statue, and Sukuna's like, I wouldn't know it, but Yuji says, man, don't worry, only the locals would anyway. Yuji would go on to say, I was raised here until I was 6, maybe 7, and then moved to Sendai, but I was born there, but we moved back for grandfather's work.
I came back here for the first time in like 10 years for a funeral, a friend of my grandfather's. I wouldn't revenge hate speech right there. And Yuji then mentioned one time he tried to use his fountain to rinse off some slime that he dropped in the sandbox, but the entire thing went down the drain and he was upset. Yuji is just yapping, but like, stay with him here. He's cooking up a 5-star meal. So we move on to the next scene and we see flowers. Yuji says that it's a morning glory, while Sukuna points out that it's a hydrangea. And Yuji's like, yeah, I know, I'm just yapping, like it's a careless mistake. He goes on to say that a ton of these bloom here, huh? I really only noticed it after I moved away. I wonder who's in charge of deciding the foliage for each town. But then Yuji's like, hold up. How you know about flowers, Sukuna? And Sukuna's like, it just comes from Megumi's memories. And Yuji's like, oh yeah, sure. I don't know if that's supposed to be sarcastic, but it seems like it. But Yuji goes on to ask like, wait, wouldn't that mean that you know all of my memories and thus you would know about this place? And then Sukuna's like, man, I wouldn't read through your shitty ass memories anyway, bro. Trust me. Like, I don't give a shit about you. And Yuji's like, right, okay, bro. You know Sukuna's binding vows of not hating Yuji don't apply in the stream world, so he's taking all the opportunities that he can right now. So Yuji and Sukuna end up at another park. And Yuji says that this park was pretty far from my house, but you can catch crawfish here. Try it out. Unless the strongest sorcerer in history can't catch some crawfish. The two engage and they both catch a crawfish. Sukuna says to Yuji that yours is practically microscopic, whereas Yuji claps back saying you got an American crawfish. The Japanese ones are way more rare. And Sukuna's like, what was that? And Yuji said, you heard me. So I wonder what this argument could be about. But let's move on from that. So Yuji and Sukuna move on to a department store that opened when Yuji was 5. And thanks to this thing showing up, all of the local stores got closed down. It got kind of quiet with all these stores closing down, but they opened up a movie theater upstairs, so Yuji considered it even. He goes on to say that this is a pretty great place, but there's a lot more green once you leave the town. And Sukuna's basically saying like, look bro, I don't care. Yuji goes on to a rice field and he wants to show Sukuna this. He speaks about how he would catch grasshoppers in the rice fields until the cage was about to burst, but he hasn't seen many of them lately. Maybe pesticides got stronger? And Sukuna in response just looks for a bit and says, is this going anywhere? And Yuji's like, just hold on bro, I still have places I want to go. So now they're looking at horses. And Yuji's like, horses are so awesome. No matter how many times I see them, it looks like their heads are always bigger than I remember. My grandfather took me to this farm every so often. I guess now that I think about it, he did a lot of parenting in my mom and dad's place. He then talks about the soft serve ice cream here. I spent all my allowance on it that day, but then I ate too much and threw up. So Sukuna's like, you were born stupid? Like he was just saying like, you've been doing dumb shit since you were a kid. The two move on to some archery. Sukuna manages to land a bullseye, and Yuji says that something about playing with you isn't really enticing to me. And Sukuna's like, bro, I've been doing this for hundreds of years. Like, of course I'd be better than you at this. We then move into the winter, and Yuji begins to speak about how you'd see snow sculpture after snow sculpture lined up here during our snow festival in the winter. He wonders if they still do that now. It's the same in Sendai, but it never really shows there. It just doesn't feel like the winter if the snow doesn't pile up. Yuji goes on to say that, I always loved drinking sweet milk tea after my hands would go numb from shoveling snow in the morning. My grandpa always looked stunned by it. Once it got closer to Christmas, I would hear bells at night. That made me think that Santa really did exist. I only realized way later that it was just the snow chains on car tires. Sukuna then interjects and says, I've had enough. And Yuji says, alright, I've shown you everything I wanted to anyway. Sukuna says that his blathering is disgusting, and he needs to say what he wants to say. And this is when Yuji goes into a speech. He says, you know, up until recently, I thought that I should simply live to fulfill my role as I understood it. I believed that if I died like that, I could consider it a proper death. But now, I feel like that's not entirely correct. Walking the dog, raising a family, any role like that is just fine. Even if you don't have anything like that. As long as you can eat, shit, and sleep. Even if you're stuck in bed sick, even if you spent your life with no connections and nothing remains of you, it's more the memories made in one's image. It's within the little, tiny fragments that remain, drifting off, where the value of a life lies. It never had anything to do with the ways people die. I just can never forgive those who acted as if that value didn't exist. Sukuna, I loathe you. Humans aren't tools. We aren't born with any set role. Which is to say, I don't know. I don't know whether humans are fundamentally good or evil. I could very well be doing the wrong thing here, so I thought I should at least let you see the humanity of someone other than yourself, of someone you see no value in. In response, Sukuna states that he doesn't feel a thing. He understands everything he's saying, but he still feels nothing. Just as you felt when you saw how quiet this town became, you had expected it. I feel absolutely nothing. Yuji responds saying, "No dice, huh?" I figured. And Sukuna responds saying, "Suffice to say, I'm dumbfounded by your cowardice. Your rage toward me, your hatred. Is this all it amounted to?" However, a realization hit Sukuna. He misjudged Yuji's stance on their positions. Upon realizing the dynamic between the two, Sukuna asks Yuji if he's pitying him right now. "Is this your way of showing compassion?" And Yuji says, "Exactly. Sukuna, I can kill you. Release Megami, return to my body, and I'll spare your life." And in response, the insatiable demon bears a burning hot rage, stating such a gravely severe misconception. "I won't stop at simply mincing you into bits, Brad. Right in front of your eyes, I'll slaughter each and every human being you claim to be oh so valuable." And with that, the chapter comes to a close. So the chapter begins from a completely new perspective. Yuji within Megami's soul actually speaking to him. Megami says to Yuji that's enough. I wanted to create a world where Sumiki would not have to suffer needlessly, or at the very least, preserve our fragile life as much as I possibly could. Eating home-cooked meals, watching sunbeams fall onto our hanged laundry, seeing her off as she walked beside someone like you, Yuji, that would have been true happiness to me. But I've had enough. Yuji, completely understanding Megami's loss, begins to speak about his own. Early on, when my grandpa first got sick with lung cancer, he was offered a rough treatment that would have come with some strong side effects. He turned it down. Maybe he thought his body was strong enough even without the treatment. Every so often I hear about euthanasia, but that didn't seem right. It felt like someone else's choice. Deep down inside, I'd always felt distant, unrelated. I figured it must suck for them, but I'd be fine. Ever since coming to Jujutsu High, I've been flooded with all these awful thoughts, and when I think about this lasting forever, I find myself able to empathize with my grandpa, or anyone faced with a helpless situation. That's why I can't tell you to keep on living. And if you misunderstand why Yuji says this, he says this because he completely understands Megami's loss, his pain, and all the above. And he understands that he can't tell Megami to just continue living and feel better. He wants Megami to come to that decision completely on his own. The fight begins. Sukuna casts Hollow Wicker Basket, and then Yuji and Sukuna prepare themselves. Sukuna thinks to himself. He says that I'd use Gojo's method to reset a burnt out curse technique within a domain, but the risk is too great, especially with the after effects of Unlimited Void persisting. However, in contrast to a domain where one actualizes a mental image, the output required for techniques like Hollow Wicker Basket or a simple domain is little. It allows a sorcerer to buy time until the short hit technique imbued within a domain hits them, but eventually, without fail, they will be overpowered. However, Sukuna is able to supplement that output by maintaining the hand sign even after Hollow Wicker Basket's activation. This allows him to continue fighting without being overpowered within a domain. And as the battle is set, we see geese fly away from the characters, indicating that they have finally made their move. The final battle begins with both Yuji and Sukuna charging toward one another. Sukuna throws a kick that Yuji manages to catch while simultaneously countering with an elbow to that same leg, piercing it. Sukuna then responds by pulling that same leg back and elbowing Yuji, dropping him to the floor. He then follows up with a knee to Yuji's face and a punch right after, sending Yuji face first into the ground. Sukuna's not done yet though. As he follows up on Yuji, Yuji's just flying through the air. He yells out, "Color me surprised." Who would have figured being looked down upon would fill me with such ire, that being pitied would rouse up such hate? What fun will it be for every other human to reap the consequences of your actions? And Yuji just looks back with this very angry face. And this is just more of Sukuna's calm exterior being broken down by Yuji's presence. If you notice, really every single time Yuji's on the page, He is not calm, cool, and collected. He's always shouting out things such as this. We now transition to the moment of Megami's life where he first met Gojo. We see that same scene where Megami turns around and he asks, "What's with that face?" And instead of Gojo being there, it's now Yuji. Yuji says it's just that it'll be so lonely without you, Megami. And as we have seen Megami finally make his decision, we see a pile of shadows drag Sukuna into it, and he figures out exactly what's going on. Sukuna then states that his 10 shadows technique stopped functioning after Mahoraga was destroyed, so this has to be Megami's. Sukuna has figured out that Yuji's dismantles has given Megami another chance, and soon after this, a fist is darted into his face, sending him flying. And as Yuji has realized what just happened, he takes a moment to pause and briefly smile. He knows that his friend is back. He charges back into Sukuna, pummeling him with a ton of punches, then finishing the combo by kicking the ground and creating a smokescreen. Through that smokescreen, he grabs Sukuna's head, with Sukuna retaliating by grabbing Yuji's head, and they send just a flurry of punches at one another, trying to bring this battle to an end. But the winner of the brawl is Yuji, landing an earth-shattering punch to Sukuna's head, as Sukuna begins to say that his strike have an effect that I can't overcome with reverse curse technique. He'll take Hollow Wicker Basket and shatter it, and Yuji goes in to shatter that Hollow Wicker Basket, but his claws of calamity have shattered. Taking no time to even process it, he goes in for another punch, and Sukuna manages to dodge it, with Yuji noticing that his technique has recovered. Using Gojo's method, he has reset his burnt out technique. Sukuna with no hesitation goes in for his domain expansion, but he pauses, but notices that Yuji is missing 2 of his fingers. We slowly transition to a very hollow corridor, and within the very bottom of this corridor lies a finger of Sukuna's, completely wrapped and tied up. We start off the chapter with another flashback. Yuta, Joestar, and Gojo are having one final conversation before their battle with Sukuna. Gojo's in Yuta's body and Yuta's in Gojo's body pause. Gojo goes on to ask Yuta, "You want me to give you Sukuna's last finger?" And Yuta says, "I do. You're hiding it somewhere, aren't you? If we feed it to Rika, I can copy Sukuna's curse technique. Even if we swap bodies like this, I can't read your memories." Gojo thinks for a bit, but says, "Hard pass." Yuta says, "Could you take this a little more serious?" And Gojo's like, "I'm serious, man. Sure, that would meet the conditions of your technique as it's a 20th of Sukuna, but if your goal is to analyze Shrine and its techniques, it will not be enough." Yuta says this is true. If I didn't have Inumaki to help me with cursed speech, there are tons of things about that technique I wouldn't have known, despite copying it. Gojo says, "I don't think it's a good idea to lose our connection to Sukuna here, and let me put this in a way Hakari would. We'll take a gamble, the fever, or something like that." And I love how Gojo finally mentions Hakari and references him again. You know, we just don't get enough of the two. Gojo goes on to tell Yuta, like, here's what you want to do if you want to copy Sukuna's curse technique. And we move on to a scene that includes Yuta, Mei, Wee, and Yuji. And after about 130 chapters since Yuta's introduction to the main story, we're finally about to get the full explanation behind his curse technique of copy. Although it was unconditional before, obviously for him to keep the technique, it's been changed because it would have been way too broken for the story otherwise. Yuta breaks down this technique by saying in order to copy a curse technique, I have to have Rika ingest a portion of the target's body. The required body part and amount depends on what I'm trying to copy and how many times I can use it, meaning that the stronger the technique, the more potentially lethal body part is required. Even if she doesn't ingest a lethal portion of the target's body, I can meet the conditions by entering a binding vow, limiting the amount of uses of the technique. Yuji goes on to ask, what if they can use reverse curse technique in order to regenerate the arm that you ate off? For example, if you took Gojo's arm to use Limitless and you just restored it, what happens there? Yuta breaks this down by saying, the instant a body part is regenerated, its value within my technique becomes 0 and ceases to meet my copy's requirements. Inumaki and Kurusa's arms cannot be healed with modern medicine or reverse curse technique, so they just let me use them. And then there's Charles being mentioned as well, and it shows that Yuta has taken one of his ribs in order to use his precognition. I'm glad that Gege included this because, you know, it's showing that he's paying attention to even the little details. After this is explained, Mei asks Yuta if he heard about what Todo said when it comes to Yuji and Sukuna's resonance. Yuta confirms that he did, which is why he only wants to try this plan right before they fight Sukuna. Yuta then goes on to say that, I will judge what is the minimum necessary information that we can share to Yuji, and then tell him. He goes on to say that, you can never be too careful, but even if Yuji and Sukuna's resonance can detect big physical changes in their body, he should not be able to tell what Yuji is thinking or the information that he has. Mei asks Yuta how he came to this conclusion, and he says that Yuji can't read Sukuna's thoughts, so it should be going both ways. He goes on to say that even if everything is in disarray after Gojo's fight with Sukuna, I don't think we'll be found out, but more than anything, I can't have Yuji having a breakdown right before he enters a fight, as this is Sukuna and all the characters need to be locked in. Yuta finally tells Yuji this, even if you can't use it right now, Sukuna's curse technique is already in your body. Gojo did confirm this with the 6 eyes. So, and then we transition back to the battle. We see Yuji's hand once more, missing 2 fingers, and Sukuna trying to cast his domain expansion, but he obviously looks messed up here. He goes on to notice that Yuji is missing 2 of his fingers, and he thinks about how Yuji could be missing 2 of his fingers. He says that I only removed this pinky when I moved to Megami's body, but it still doesn't look like a fresh wound. And then he remembers what Yuta said to him. You weren't able to retrieve your final finger, were you? He then realizes that that quote from Yuta was a complete bluff. He didn't use my finger to copy Shrine, but he used the brats instead. And after 40 chapters, we finally see Utahime and Gakuganji again. Utahime begins to speak about Sukuna's finger, saying that it can withstand any attack, whether it's physical or Jujutsu, but can it negate a curse technique? It's a binding vow. If we stop trying to destroy it and focus on only allowing a curse technique to be activated within the finger, then maybe it could work out. But there's something else I'm just more worried about. It hasn't even been a half hour since she's woken up. And we finally see her after so long. Nobara Kugisaki has returned to the story. And she says, let's see some smiles, boys. Preparing her straw doll technique right next to the finger. And a nail imbued with her curse energy floats right above it. Nobara goes in for the swing, and Sukuna's soul is struck with tons of nails. Resonance. As Sukuna is hit by this technique, he says it's that girl. This is bad, my technique. I cannot open my domain, and the brat short hit effect is going to land at this rate. And then, Nobara makes a reference back to the Kyoto Sister School arc. She says, how's that for op, you idiot? And if you remember, this is a reference to Yuji pretending he was dead after the first arc, and then coming out of the box like nothing happened. She's basically saying the same thing that he did to her. And Yuji, realizing what just happened, smirks as a tear forms in his eyes, and he lands another one, a direct soul dismantle. But Yuji isn't done yet. He grabs Sukuna's face and knees it directly, and lands a punch right after. This causes Sukuna to throw up, but he's still in the fight. He says right after that this isn't over and retaliates with a huge gut punch to Yuji. He begins to think, saying, you think that you can flay me with this superficial domain? You haven't even been using reverse curse technique to heal your wounds. You've surpassed your limits long ago. In the vast amounts of curse energy you've used to use this domain, you're the one who's on the ropes. And Yuji and Sukuna then trade punches to the head, but Yuji manages to just barely miss Sukuna's face. However, another impact strikes Sukuna. A double impact after a time lag. The divergent fist has made its return. This throws Sukuna off balance, and he goes on to hear one last thing. Sukuna, it's time we end this cycle of curses. And then we see that Yuji has finally landed one last black flash, ending the battle against Sukuna. The chapter begins with a conversation between Megami and Sukuna. Sukuna asks Megami, how do you intend to keep living with that disgrace? You lost your body to me, took the life of your own sister, and you still refused the hand that reached out for you. That's right, the brat you ended up saving, he was the one who took the lives of many people. Give it up. You will never live a righteous life again. Let me handle things and stay out of the way. Megami goes on to respond by asking Sukuna, why do you sound so desperate? Is it because there's still one more left? One more of your fingers? If there's a specific way to become a cursed object, getting carelessly stripped off by Itadori will mean your death. And resonance will not be beneficial for you, as if the 19 fingers disappear,
the last one will also lose its soul connection from the impact. I'm relieved to know that even you fear death. And what Megumi is saying here, like, the shock of 19 fingers of Sukuna, 95% of his essence disappearing, is gonna hit him so hard that the final finger will just disappear. Megumi goes on to say that I never intended to live a righteous life from the start. It's obvious, but there are more people in the world than there are of oneself. I think that I'll try living for someone else, just one more time. And as this talk concludes, we see Yuji's massive domain expansion, it's taller than multi-story buildings, begin to collapse. And Megumi flies out of it. As Yuji has quite literally punched Sukuna out of Megumi, Sukuna desperately tries to grab Megumi one last time, but he ends up burning to a crisp. As he's changed into this blob form, resembling how he's lost all of his power, Yuji stands over him. Yuji asks him one last time, "What are you going to do, Sukuna?" We see a flashback to Yuji telling Sukuna to release Megumi and return to his body, and he will spare his life. That offer is still on the table as Yuji asks Sukuna one last time. As Yuji goes to pick Sukuna up, he begins to speak about how Sukuna was just unknowingly burdened with a curse from birth. This curse to become a relentless, selfish calamity. What kind of monster one becomes depends completely on luck, but Yuji happened to have his grandfather in his life, which deterred him from becoming another Sukuna. I made a video about this before, but if you really noticed, Yuji was portrayed to be a Sukuna of humans. He was like super strength, he was the best at everything, crushing Olympic records without even trying, having a reputation for being the strongest student in Japan. He was just like Sukuna but in the modern age, but his grandfather played a huge role in his growth, preventing him from becoming anything like Sukuna. Sukuna is then asked by Yuji to try one last time, not to curse someone, but to live with them. And even if no one accepts you, I alone can live with you. So Yuji genuinely does empathize with Sukuna until the very end here. And Sukuna responds by saying, "I'll commend you for maintaining that act up until this point, Yuji Itadori, but do not look down on me. I am a curse." And with Sukuna being given one last chance to redeem himself, to live a normal life, being given that same chance that Yuji's grandfather gave him, he turns it down. And Yuji feels nothing but disappointment. We cut to Uraume and Hakari. They both notice that the battle's over, and Hakari goes on to ask her, "What will you be doing now?" Uraume says, "Well, that's it. It's over. It's all pointless. The only reason why you guys defeated Sukuna was because he was stuck in that vessel. It's not because you were stronger. You were simply lucky. Being born 1,000 years too late saved your life." And Hakari goes on to say, "We were lucky, huh? To me, that's the greatest compliment." Uraume begins to scoff and say, "Well, I guess you're right." And she breaks into many icicle shards, and that battle's over. As of Uraume's fate, I think it's unknown personally, but who knows. The chapter begins with us looking at the outside of a specific candy shop, and we then see a ticket hit a counter as somebody asks how much. And this is obviously supposed to serve as like an indicator that this is a sorcerer or somebody important to the candy shop lady. It's like code. And we then see Mei and the candy shop owner, which is an old lady. We then flash forward to the present. We see that Maki is yelling at Yuta, saying that just because you've managed to return to your old body doesn't mean that everything's all good and well. And yeah, Yuta's back. He's got the crosses on his head though. This indicating that Kenjaku's ability is still active, like it's left stitches on his head. We'll talk about this later. But as Megumi and the trio enter the room, he asks for Maki's attention, and Maki responds by saying, "How's it going?" Megumi then responds by saying that his head feels foggy, but puts it together that this is the effect of Gojo hitting him with the unlimited void. Megumi says that he'd like to apologize to everybody, but Maki says save it for later, and there's really nothing you need to apologize for anyway, so... But Megumi's like, no, and Yuji cuts in saying, but I have something to apologize for, and then Kusakabe cuts in saying, the root of it all is Gojo's mistake of not killing Yuji at the beginning. And due to this, Yuji became a victim of Kenjaku's curse technique terrorism. For the record, I was all for his death sentence, and if not for Yaga, I wouldn't be around in the first place. But
but I don't think it was wrong, and I'm not saying I told you so. It's just that everyone's beliefs and truths have clashed to create the present. So, you guys don't need to feel guilty, and for heaven's sake, just act like kids already. It's making me feel like an old timer. And yeah, this serves as a pretty neat wrap up to Yaga and Kusakabe's side plot of like leading the next generation and giving Kusakabe a reason to live and protect others. Kusakabe's story is kind of spread out through many flashbacks in the series, but yeah, this is where it kind of wraps up. We see that Kusakabe has, you know, he doesn't want Yuji dead anymore. He's kind of fulfilled Yaga's like dream for him. He's protected everybody. It's really nice to see. I'm happy Kusakabe got this ending because he certainly deserved it. As for Yuji surviving and thus causing all of the events in the story to happen, yeah, there were bad things like everything Sukuna did, don't get me wrong, but hey, at least they managed to permanently eradicate Sukuna. I mean, maybe there can be a Sukuna curse in the future or whatever, but I doubt it'd be as strong as the Sukuna they face, so yeah, they got nothing to worry about. Especially with Megumi there, I'm gonna get to him later. And about the trio not having to feel guilty or really any of the characters, I love this message again because life is life, you know what I'm saying? And things happen, but as long as they all came out the other side happy, alive, well, most of them did, it doesn't really matter. Just, you know, take what everybody has left for you with their own lives, the sacrifices they made, and move forward. Yuta then explains how his body got back to normal after Yuji questions it. He says that it's all thanks to Rika. I thought that when Rika didn't follow Gojo's body, the connection between Rika and I was lost, but in reality, Rika used reverse curse technique to repair and sustain my body, which was then treated by Shoko. I thought I was dead when Kenjaku's technique burned out in the domain, and Meme would say, yeah, that caught us off guard. We had just assumed that Kenjaku could keep fighting after using his domain. And Kusakabe Akutami would say that they probably managed to intentionally separate and use multiple techniques through some means, likely an application of barrier techniques. The level of imitation between a millennial veteran and a mere bot is on a different level of sophistication. And Yuta would say that once the technique recovered, Rika, as an external technique, reconnected with my unconscious state, and we somehow ended up here, and I apologize for any worry caused. And Maki would say, I don't really care about the story because if you played your cards right, we would have won with less difficulty. And Maki begins to break down what she's saying here. First, Kenjaku's surprise attack, she should have been the one to handle this, and then Higuruma's executioner sword strategy. If we combine this with Inumaki's cursed words, we could have won more easily. I should have had Higuruma hold the voice recorder. Why didn't they just use 2 different voice recorders? Well, you can't activate multiple curse words simultaneously, and since recording the playback is still considered as active, only 1 voice recorder can be used. Basically, as long as Inumaki's words are stored within a device, his technique is currently active. Todo interrupts in order to counter Maki's argument about her being the one to cut down Kenjaku, as he says that first, you can't become a target of my Boogie Woogie technique. This confirms that yes, Todo did use Boogie Woogie to take down Kenjaku for those who still doubted, and then he says that even Yuta would have a tough time succeeding in the surprise attack had he not been there. Moreover, to stop the rampage of Kenjaku's curse manipulation technique, all the curses that were stored within him came out and were rampaging. Yuta and Rika were necessary in order to stop that. But then, Panda also comes in and counters Maki's second argument, saying that Inumaki's curse words had to be timed just right, otherwise the backlash of the technique would have been much worse, and if Inumaki used it at Sukuna's peak, then the backlash would have been horrible. I don't think many people were arguing about the first point, but the second point, many people were, and I think most of the community came to the consensus that yeah, had Inumaki pulled up and did this at the beginning, his head would explode. I think everybody agreed on that at some point. Higuruma then comes in and says that Sukuna was toying with me anyway and could have killed me anytime he wanted. If Yuta had been around, I would have been wiped out in an instant. This is basically saying that if Sukuna was dealing with too many opponents and like, you know, he was actually at risk of being defeated, he wouldn't be toying around with them and he'd probably wipe them out. And Higuruma goes on to say that curse words are likely easy to deal with anyway, so I made the decision that it should be used within Yuta's domain where there are no external threats. In my domain, acts of harm are impossible anyway.
Kusakabe then says that it's terrifying that someone who's only been a sorcerer for about 2 months managed to come out of this battle alive. And Higuruma basically reinforces this notion by saying, yeah, this wasn't a battle. It was more like we were trying to survive Sukuna. And Maki then interjects again, saying even so, those foreign reinforcements, had those two been around, things would have been completely different from the start. And basically everybody agrees by staring down at Yuta like, why the hell were they not there at the beginning? You can't convince me otherwise at this point. Miguel is certainly heavy hitter level. And Yuta says that those two were not coming. We should have seriously considered that they might actually come. And then Maki's like, well, they came, didn't they? And Yuji comes in like a real bro saying, yo, look, chill out. It stinks to Yuta that I was able to hide my fingers from Sukuna and execute the final plan. And Maki's like, well, a simple pair of gloves would have worked for that as well. And then Yuji tries it another way. He says that it's thanks to Yuta that we managed to stop Sukuna's second domain expansion. And then Maki's like, well, that's the whole point. Had we defeated Sukuna earlier, that would have never happened. And Yuji's just like, damn, I got no more arguments. And Hakari interjects saying, well, it was good that we were able to stay in Rika because after Gojo, we were able to immediately jump Sukuna and quickly separate him from Uraume. And it's thanks to Yuta that this occurred at least. And then we see like Rika in the sky in the room that she contained everybody in. All those TVs and all that, yeah, we actually get an explanation for this as they sat in the middle of Shinjuku while Gojo and Sukuna fought their battle. As we cut back to the heroes, Todo says that he bears a lot of responsibility as well. Despite preparing for Sukuna's domain, he still couldn't capture Choso and Yuji with his technique. And Kiara asks if this issue is related to the range of the technique. Todo says nah, it's more about Sukuna's cursed energy rather than the distance. He had such strong cursed energy within that domain that he wasn't able to actually locate Choso and Yuji within all that cursed energy, so they had to just survive the hit somehow. Ino says that I was at the center too, but since Wee swiftly took care of it, it's partially my responsibility. Choso deserved to be saved, but Yuji says it's nobody's fault because had Choso not died, he would have died, and if Yuji died, it would have been over. Maki says that it's not that I want to blame Yuta for everything that's happened, as I've gotten hit by Black Flash twice myself, and it's funny because she was getting a lot of slander for this, because that does nothing but make Sukuna stronger. But she just drops everything and says, never mind. We then see everybody else's closing statements. Miwa says that she was shaken, and despite being on standby with Maki's marker and the domain countermeasures, she couldn't help but think, what if Todo's technique ends up saving only me? And then Kusakabe's like, didn't you say you weren't joining the battle? And Miwa basically responds by saying, I said that, but knowing you, Kusakabe, if I said I was gonna join, you wouldn't let me. And we know Kusakabe's like a man's man. He's gonna protect the people that he can. No matter what he says or how he be acting, when it comes down to it, he is going to protect the people that he can. And Momo's like, I feel like I should apologize for not being of any use. And Mei says, what are you talking about? I was able to kind of hang out on your broom the whole time. And that's what Momo was doing, I guess. Hakari says, I was planning to take on Sukuna after dealing with Uraume, but man, she was strong. And Nobara's like, I was asleep the entire time, so there's nothing I can really say. Wee's like, okay, whatever. Everybody's regretting something, but let's just all agree that I'm the MVP. And I even agree myself. But Kiara cuts in saying, you left me behind after panicking midway. And he's like, well, you're quite heavy to carry. And you know, girls hate comments like that, so she starts trying to kick him and stuff. But Wee gets out the way and Hakari holds her back as he says that you got to relax because my sister was doing the hard part. She worked very hard on the new shadows, didn't she? And Kusakabe's like, well, you're just picking out the best parts of your performance. And Mei's like, well, I'm not going to deny it, because my life can't be exchanged for money. And if it can't be, then it's not worth the gamble. But Hakari's like, new shadows? Are you talking about the restriction on the simple domain being off limits? And Kusakabe's like, yeah, that's right. The binding vow of the simple domain on the family lineage part was created by the original mastermind, Ashiya Sadasuna. And this was to prevent techniques from leaking out the family to curse users, such as, you know, evil people. Mei continues the explanation by saying over time as generations passed, the new shadow style lost its public utility and the simple domain became a trade secret. Yuji and Obara both react by shrugging with question marks over their heads. This is because they have no relation to like direct Jujutsu Society. They were just introduced to it like 3 months ago. And the explanation continues saying, the bottom line is that they keep the techniques to themselves to bring in followers and enforce unreasonable limitations. The new shadow style also provides a base for sorcerers who do not possess their own techniques. Todo, who was taught by Yuki, learned the technique through the Mekamaru style, and this is just saying that they saw other people using it and they managed to figure it out themselves. Questions flood Mei as somebody asked, where's the flaw in the restriction that the new shadow style techniques must not be taught to anyone other than the disciples of the new shadow school? And she says that that's part of it. There are additional complications, like not being able to turn down deployment orders from the head of the family. Among these, the most troublesome is lifespan. This is more akin to a curse than a technical restriction or technique, which makes it a significant issue. It seems that the head of the new shadow school extracts a dark wish from the disciples. In the new shadow school, the head's identity is kept secret, thus the contract about lifespan is real, but the details of its implementation are unclear. Some disciples live for a long time. When the head dies, a senior disciple takes their place, but unless the new head reveals themselves, it's not possible to tell from the outside. Kusakabe then says that the restrictions of the new shadow style can only be lifted by the head of the family. As far as I know, none of the senior disciples possess information about the head of the family. And Mei says he's not here, is he? And then Kusakabe just reveals himself saying, yeah, I'm the current head of the family. Therefore, the restrictions of the simple domain and the curse on lifespan are no longer a problem. But Mei also says do leave a bit of the joining benefits, as eventually Wee will become the head and will be charging all users of simple domain a monthly fee for having the technique, I guess. They're gonna make a business out of it. And Wee says you're such a penny pincher, and Mei's like, it seems like curses are entering the world of subscriptions. And Yuji's just in the corner dumbfounded by these two performances. I mean, as we return to the beginning place, the old lady asks how much, and Mei's like, it concerns your life. And the lady's like, why here? Do you think I'm the head? And Mei's like, I already know. I inquired with someone who knows. And the lady's like, it's impossible for anyone to know. Mei begins to explain her whole plan to her face. Grow the disciples to rival the 3 great families in power, and then use your team of new shadow style users in the school in order to control the entire Jujutsu world as well as the general headquarters. The old lady begins to sweat, and after a bit of thinking, she figures out that Tengen had leaked this information. It required a long time, right? So you would go as far as to drain the lifespan of all the disciples just to see the view that you wanted? It's truly a grand ambition that money can't buy. And now, after the fall of the Zenin family, and with both the Kamo and Gojo clans destined to perish in this battle, it's basically all over. However, the things more important than money are things that can't be protected without it. Without the monopoly on the simple domain, some sorcerers might have lived. And above all, with them aiming to harm my brother. This was inevitable. And the chapter ends with Mei taking the life of the head of the simple domain. We see the big old Fushiguro over the gravestone, and Megumi tells her thank you, and she says don't worry about it. Even if all that's left is cremation, it's worth it to make them feel nice. My actions helping her feel pretty in the afterlife is all the things that I need. And then she goes on to say that Gojo should have let her handle Geto's body too. She does call Gojo an idiot, so Megumi's like, you can say that again, but Shoko interrupts and kills his mood by saying I don't believe in an afterlife anyway. As the two walk away from the grave, Megumi gets a call to head somewhere, I think it's to his next mission, and he leaves Shoko behind. She waves bye, but she looks at her cigarette, and since she wasn't able to light it before, she just looks at it and throws it out. You know, if you didn't notice, Shoko's like in a very happy, good mood. Like her character's basically reached the end. She doesn't smoke anymore. If you remember, she quitted smoking, but then she picked it back up when Gojo was fighting Sukuna because she was so stressed about the fight and Gojo potentially losing. But then she quit again. You know, she's just in a good state. You know, she looks pretty relaxed too. She looks nice. So it's good to see her like happy. Because if you really think about it, Shoko really does have one of the saddest lives in JJK. So I do wish her all the best. We move on from this to Gakuganji, Utahime, and Nita speaking about the remains of Tengen. And this to me is the most important detail that they could have possibly given us in the epilogue of the story. So Gakuganji says that Master Tengen was found among Sukuna's remains after he was torn from Megami's body. So what does this mean about the barriers around Japan? Remember guys, if these barriers are down, cursed energy and cursed spirits will no longer be contained to just Japan, where only sorcerers can handle the cursed spirits. This is why I said that Tengen's existence was so important to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. If these cursed spirits get out to other countries, they're going to be blindsided by cursed spirits and torn apart and destroyed. There's no sorcerers out there either, so the whole world is basically going to get torn apart. But thankfully, they're going to be in place until Sukuna's remnants are completely gone. An ironic fate for the man who said that the weak do not deserve to live. Utahime and Nita want to put in countermeasures for this, right? Because Sukuna's remnants are not going to be there forever. But Gakuganji says that there's no need to be hasty about this because everyone's still young. To me, this is the biggest indicator of part 2 being a true possibility. The way I'm taking this is Gege's gonna have these remnants go away, the barriers are gonna go down, and we're gonna follow a whole different cast like 60 years into the future in another country. That's the only way I can see a part 2 happening. Let me know if y'all watching 100 Kaisen though. But hey, we're gonna find out next week. So we move on from this scene and we see Kamo hanging out with his little brother, his mother, and stepfather. There's Kamo, guys. Everybody thought he just disappeared. I never understood his plan because no matter what, if Sukuna won, he'd have to fight Sukuna. So I don't know why bro didn't help Sukuna with everybody else, but hey, it worked out in his favor. And after we see this little scene of Kamo, Gakuganji comes back and says that you don't need to worry about this yet. I don't know if Kamo's connected to this scene. I mean, Kamo is probably the most powerful person in Jujutsu society currently in terms of politics, so maybe it's going to be up to him and his decision making, we'll see. We cut to Maki and she's giving a katana to Daito before she sees him and Mio off. She explains to them that since the culling game has ended, they're going to try and figure out what to do with incarnated sorcerers such as yourself. And seeing as Megami came back alive, they're going to have Yuji and Hana remove the cursed objects from the victims' bodies. So Maki's just saying that like, yeah, what we're probably going to end up doing is taking you guys out of your host bodies. So, you know, they can come back because it's rightfully their bodies. But first, there are culling game players who were stolen by the American military. So they're going to have to head out to America and get those sorcerers back. And then they're going to come back and deal with you guys. We can't just let you guys go because you're friendly and not evil. We still have like a justice to follow. There's still certain laws of the world that we need to follow and fix. But you didn't hear it from me. Since they went public saying that cursed spirits are a Tokyo exclusive phenomenon, even with the culling game finished, that would be a safe zone because curses throughout Japan are sure to keep gathering there. And if I were you guys, that's where I'd hide out. And Daito's like, okay, yeah, there's no shortage of beasts to slice open. He says beast because, guys, remember, he doesn't know what cursed energy is. He's just a guy with a blade that can hang out with the strongest special grade curse in the series. I don't know how, but there's a reason why Gege hid this guy until now. And Mio says that I don't want to go over there because sumo with cursed spirits doesn't sound fun. But Maki's like, do whatever you want, but just know this is the last time I'm going to be watching your guys back. Now get out of here. Daito says to Maki, when it's time to come give me the axe, you'd better be there because I'll be sure to cut you down. And Maki laughs, accepting the invitation. And Mio just leaves the area, going the same way Maki's going. I don't know. Daito's conclusion is actually peak in my opinion. I love it. I think it's just perfect for the role and character that he played. And Mio, on the other hand, he's just whatever. I don't care that much for him. So we go on to Charles, and Charles speaking back to an editor. He says that magazines should remain physical. Seeing a manuscript in print can provide valuable feedback for the author. Newcomers ought to have their work printed next to a veteran author's at least once. And I think this is the editor saying you have a bitter tale to tell there, don't you? But Charles just says, I'm a manga artist who art sucks. And I think this is a callback to when he met Hakari. The editor says, you better hurry because the print shop won't wait around for some newbies one shot. And Charles is like, they don't wait around for the pros either. Now we move on from Charles to Takaba. He says, listen, it's fine for you to have your fare of dirty jokes, but we need to hold off on the S3X jokes. Sure, we're doing some inappropriate material, but it's about number 1 and number 2 on the toilet. And Kenjaku, well, the Kenjaku lookalike is like, isn't that the same thing? And Takaba says, like I've been saying, they're completely different. Are you even listening? And he's like, whatever, man. Let's just go rehearse some new things. And Kenjaku says, don't say that in public. And Takaba's like, yo, what are you talking about? Like, you think rehearse is some kind of dirty word? And we end off the Takaba scene there and enter the Amai Ren scene. Amai gets to somebody and he sees them in public. The person's like, what do you want? And we see a flashback of Amai bullying this person in the past. I do think this was around the time that like Yuji beat up Amai's friends and he became scared of Yuji because of that reason and all that. But he goes on to apologize to this person and they just look down on him and completely walk away. He looks up and says, well, that figures. I just wanted to fix things. And Amai's scene ends with him just crouching on the ground, kind of sad and embarrassed that he wasn't forgiven. We now cut to Higuruma and his old co-worker telling him that they're not going to prosecute. And Higuruma is saying that it's likely pressure from the top brass because I hear that they're going to work me to the bone as a sorcerer. And yes, as the next Satoru Gojo, they're going to do anything in their power to get him in their possession. She says forgive me because what's left is a retrial. On behalf of the bereaved, as their attorney, I'll be sure to really nail you, Higuruma. And Higuruma just sighs saying, I'm counting on it. You know that he feels super guilty for what he did, so he's probably hoping that he gets prosecuted. But yeah, they're probably gonna just get that over with. Higuruma's gonna become rich. He's gonna be like, again, the next Satoru Gojo. He's definitely gonna be a special grade sorcerer. He'll be more than fine. We move on from Higuruma to Angel. And Angel saying that Sukuna striking me as he did would have to mean that Fushiguro's megamis regarding you have already been unearthed, Hana. And I think this is saying when Sukuna bit off Hana's arm, he did like the whole, I am your knight in shining armor, Hana, please come and save me. You remember whatever he said? He played to her memory, so obviously like now Megami's gonna remember what Sukuna did and he's gonna piece it all together that him and Hana have a past. And as Angel puts this all together, she's asking Hana like, why are you embarrassed at this point if Megami already knows? But Megami walks up to Hana as Angel's saying this and Hana tells Angel to shut up. And Megami's just staring at Hana and remembers what Sukuna did in his body. So he says that he wants to take responsibility for his actions. So he asks Hana if he could be her right hand from here on out. And she's like excited. She asks him if she's hearing wedding bells. And I think Megami kind of meant this, but he didn't because he ends up stuttering a lot saying, that's not what I meant, but now I've got a mission, so I'll talk to you later. Like he's pausing in between every 2 to 3 words. So I do think that he probably does like her, but he wasn't even saying it in that way, but that caught him off guard. Moving on from this scene, yeah, there's a lot of different scenes in this chapter, guys. They're really trying to wrap up the story. But we finally get to see what this mission's gonna be about. As this girl gets home from her job, she starts to yell at her boyfriend about leaving the hallway light on. And she asks him like, do you want to go out to eat tonight? And as he's playing on his phone, he's not looking at her, but he turns around and says, how about yakiniku? And his face is just all messed up. Like it looks extremely weird as you can see here. And this is when we see Ichiji speak about the 26-year-old male, Fukuzawa Sota, who is the victim of this curse user. According to his fiance, his face began to look as though it were morphing as of 2 weeks ago. We then see our original trio, Megami, Nobara, and Yuji, and Megami says that his face doesn't look morphed to him, whereas Yuji's like, I mean, he just looks like a dude who's trying to be a pro wrestler. And Nobara's staring at this picture here for a reason. Yuji starts to like chill with the dude saying, you're ripped, man, what's your secret? And the guy's like, I wrestled till high school. And Nobara's got this face of shock, I don't know why. Maybe it's because Yuji's already distracted and BSing around. Megumi gets everybody back on focus and says apparently, this is how your fiance is seeing you, which means the one who's actually cursed is her. Megumi then cues for Nobara to grab the lady and take her for a physical, maybe at Jujutsu Tech, to get a better idea of what's going on. And this is when we just see Yuji and Megumi begin to have one final conversation before the chapter ends. Megumi says that the residue here is only enough to just cause an icky feeling, as Ichiji said. There's a very low chance that this is a cursed spirit at work. Yuji's like, you think? Megumi says that no cursed spirit is possessing her, and the residue is only enough to cause slight emotional unrest. This is more than likely the work of a cursed user, and I don't even sense any intent to kill. It could just be an awakened player that made it through the culling game. But we do know semi-first grade cursed spirits do possess free will, so they can hold back. And we've seen emulations increase the number of victims, like at Yasuhachi Bridge, so we can't fully rule out the possibility of a cursed spirit. Yuji just says, so this is basically just some cursed user harassment, right? That's gonna be a piece of cake for us three. And the editor's notes say, next up, the final chapter, as the gun fires for the final mission. With that, the chapter ends. So the chapter begins with us just continuing from where we were last chapter. The trio is still trying to figure out where this guy is at. Nobara says that she wasn't able to find any seals or markings anywhere on the girl, and that's why she took her off to do the physical last chapter. But she says that the cursed user still needs to be nearby, because if he's working remotely, right, like every technique in the series that works remotely, you have to be in range. So Yuji's like, do you think we're in range? And Megumi's like, maybe. Their technique could be more suited for covert work, or they could just be extremely skilled with their cursed energy. Either way, this is becoming a pain. Nobara then asks the girl, like, has his face ever gone back to normal? The guy's face from the previous chapter. And she's like, I don't think so, but maybe when I was asleep. And Megumi's like, assuming it's a no, then we're going to be dealing with a huge range of at least 50 meters. But let's just say 100, wink, to be safe. Yuji's like, alright, so what's the move, because we're in the middle of town right now. And Megumi's like, there's people everywhere, and even if we check the buildings, there are way too many blind spots. Although we should be able to notice when the technique is activated again if we're able to get a good vantage spot. And Yuji's like, okay then, I know what to do. Let's just go to an open field. And Megumi's like, that'd work great if the person we were dealing with was an idiot. And Yuji's like, okay, so does that make me an idiot for coming up with the plan? And Nobara's just clowning on him. I miss the trio, but the same shenanigans they've always been on. And Nobara's like, okay, bet, so let's give the girl to Yuji, and he can run 100 meters so he can get out of the technique's range on foot. But Megumi's like, even if the technique is disabled by moving out of range, they'd have to be a real idiot to show themselves right after, and we've already established that they're not gonna chase after us. They just wait until things cooled off and start over, so we can't do anything to stand out. And since Nobara came up with a dumb plan now, Yuji's like, who's the idiot now? And Nobara says, okay, so how about we just send them on an all expenses paid trip, like the couple? And Megumi says that might work, but the curse user likely knows her location through their technique, and we only have our eyes, so let's not stalk the stalker. Yuji goes on to say that if we send them on a trip, that might force the curse user to wait and reactivate their technique when the two get back from the trip. Megumi's like, that's not entirely implausible, but that would be putting the ball in his court. Yuji's like, damn, do you do anything but nitpick every plan? And then Nobara's like, you're just assuming that this curse user is super smart. There are plenty people out there dumber than us. And I'm not gonna lie, like, they actually made a great point with that. Megumi out here thinking that this guy could be Sukuna, and it's probably because he did sit in Sukuna's body for a month watching him use Jujutsu and fight the way he does. So he's just overestimating everybody at this point. Anyways, Yuji and Nobara are like, try us at this board game because we're gonna wash you and we'll show you that we're actually pretty smart. And Megumi just calls them out instantly, saying it looks like you guys are compensating for something. He's basically saying, like, you know, he's got them feeling dumb and that's how they're trying to make up for it. So Megumi says we're gonna have them leave the technique's range and we'll strike the moment that it's reactivated. And Yuji's like, that's exactly what I've been saying, but Megumi's like, not really, because my plan involves this, a 40-floor condo. It should be easily over 150 meters. Then Ichiji in a window can keep an eye on the buzzer and the entrance. and then we'll find a good lookout and wait for the reactivation. We're dealing with a creep obsessed enough to stalk Fukuzawa 24 hours a day. We didn't find any hidden microphones, so as long as they don't have a technique that lets them overhear our conversations, we should be able to bait them. And this is exactly like that one Mob Psycho episode you guys know. So Fukuzawa goes up the 40th floor, condo or whatever, and she notices that her boyfriend, his face is finally back to normal. And once she says this, the curse user pulls up trying to reuse the technique on her. And remember, before a technique is used, there will always be a quick spark of curse energy, so they were able to sense it. And as they drop from the sky, or at least Nobara, the guy's like, "Who the hell are you?" And Nobara basically says like, "It's time to go." Nobara sticks the back of her hammer into the building and slides all the way down alongside Yuji running up to the building and catching up. They land right in front of the perpetrator. They both say piece of cake as they found him, but then they look at one another and see that his curse technique has activated on them. He takes this opportunity to get away as they're perplexed with one another, but totality is right in front of him. Megumi manages to get the job done as the two apologize to Megumi for taking things lightly, as he says. The scene changes and we see that Megumi has brought the perpetrator to the girl. Fukuzawa then says that she has never seen him before, and this instantly triggers him, making him say things that cannot be said on YouTube, and he asks her, "Who do you think bought you that bag?" And all their faces are hilarious because they know that they just got themselves into a sticky situation. And the girl instantly remembers who he was, and she says, "Oh." So the scene cuts and we're kind of just relaxing at this point. The trio's getting beverages after their mission, and Nobara says, "Who would have thought that this was a classic, a pot calling the kettle black situation?" It just seems like a petty grudge because it's not reasonable to expect her to remember every customer from her hostess work. And Nobara's like, "He spent 1,000,000 yen. Who would forget that?" And this is probably insinuating that she gets a lot of guys spending 1,000,000 yen on her. And Yuji's like, "It sounds like a pretty sweet gig," and Nobara just says he's clueless. I like that the boys just don't care and have no idea, cause like, honestly, who would? But Yuji looks over to the man in the car and walks over to him, telling him to not be in such a bad mood because it's not like he's gonna be executed for this or anything like that. But the guy asks, "What are you gonna do with me?" I'm well past the age where I should know how to communicate with people, but I try to put all the blame on her. And we then get into an amazing flashback. It begins with Yuji saying, "I thought that after Kusakabe, I'd try switch training with you, Gojo." And Gojo says that it would be fine, but how do I put this? Haven't we had enough Gojo Satoru? And Yuji's like, "What?" And Gojo's saying like, "Yo, I need you to be a little bit more forward thinking, Yuji. Sure, I want you to carry on my dreams should anything happen to me, but if this is where I bow out, there will be a point where you guys grow further than I did, right? I think there should be at least one of you who completely forgets about me and develops strength different from that of my own." Yuji's like, "I can never forget you. I mean, none of us could. You seem out of character and you're sounding a little bit timid. Are you okay?" And Gojo says, "You're such a kid. This is confidence. Confidence I've never had before. I'm expecting great things from you. You've got that, Yuji?" We come back to present time, and Yuji tells the perpetrator that you've acknowledged that you messed up and that's all that matters. Take some time to reflect, then come help us on our next mission, because I'm expecting great things from you. And the scene ends. Megumi goes on to ask Yuji, "So what'd you do with that thing?" And Yuji says that I've tossed it. Megumi's like, "What?" And Yuji says, "Don't sweat it, man. It's not dangerous anymore. It should make for a perfect talisman at this point." Megumi's like, "Come on." But Yuji says it's all good. And he looks up one last time to the future. We cut into the final scene of the series. And guess who's here? Mahito. He goes on to say, "How's it going, Sukuna? Who thought I'd ever see you here?" And Sukuna's like, well, what's this? Our third conversation?" Mahito explains how he's present, saying that my technique messes with the soul after all, so consider this a vestige. Welcome to the pathway souls walk on their way down the cycle. And I meant to ask you, you were lying to yourself, weren't you? To yourself and everyone else. You weren't living according to your own stature. You wanted revenge. Revenge against those who resented and persecuted that cursed, unwanted little wretch. And Sukuna goes to say, what's the difference? I lived in the only manner that I knew, and that is how I chose to go on. No, I had different paths that I could have traversed. 2, to be precise. And yet, I couldn't help but spit out the curses stirring deep within my viscera. I feared my own curse would immolate me. Should there be a next time, perhaps it would be nice to walk down a different path. And Mahito says, that is so boring. You've gone soft. And Sukuna says, obviously, because I lost after all. And Mahito's like, what the hell? So I'm the only one left sulking like a child? Damn. And with that, the scene changes, and we finally see our heroes one last time, just enjoying their lives and at peace, before Sukuna's door opens, the one from chapter 1 and where his finger was. And we see that his finger is sitting within the talisman and open this time around instead of closed. With that, Jujutsu Kaisen has finally come to an end.